is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total Chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
Chess is changing, and this is the next big step. Total Chess is a new FIDE-approved World Championship Tour. Created by the team behind Norway Chess, it combines Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz into one title. A pilot is set for autumn 2026. In 2027, the inaugural tour begins, and we will crown the first ever FIDE World Combined Champion. 4 events a year, hosted in cities around the world. A clear season structure, a bigger audience, and a stronger presence for the sport. We are partnering with sponsors, investors, host cities, and media partners to build something with long-term global impact. If you're looking for a global platform with real momentum, this is it. Let's talk about how you can be part of it.
For the first time in 13 years, Norway Chess moved from Stavanger to Oslo, bringing the biggest stars in the game into the heart of the capital. Over the next week, the world's best chess players attempt to keep their nerves together, while the rest of us pretend we understand the engine evaluations.
I did like this not play f4. Oh, the bar drops though.
This year's lineup is ridiculous. Magnus Carlsen returns once again and faces challengers like Gukesh Vincent Keymer, Wesley and Alireza Firouzja. Every single round looks like a world championship match that accidentally wandered into another tournament.
He's feeling the nerves now of Vincent Keymer.
The women's event is just as fierce, with Zhu Xing'er, Zhu Wenjun, Hampi Knero and Anna Moonsjuk all ready to fight for every point like it's personal. But here's the thing that makes Norway Chess different from any other event on the calendar: there are no peaceful draws. If the classical game ends tight, the players go straight into Armageddon. One game, one winner, maximum stress. After last year, we know exactly how intense this tournament can get.
Oh my god!
So get comfortable, the clocks are ticking, the evil bar is about to go insane. Norway Chess starts right now.
Chat, we are back and it is Norway Chess Day number 2. Welcome सहज भाई, मतलब कल क्या ही दिल दहला देने वाला चेस का हमने प्ले देखा है, and I'm gonna guess कि it's just gonna continue in the same fashion now.
You couldn't have summarized it better. I think kal ka din was like, maybe it's just the beginning or it could be like the biggest day of the event. We will never know. But of course, we have some very, very exciting matchups, today as well. And ये जो time format रहता है, I think इस event का, I think that's one of the main reasons why we see such exciting chess. Like the fact that you remove the increment whatsoever and you see so many blunders happened yesterday. So queen pawn versus queen, the world champion saves. And उसके बाद, after making that miraculous escape, defeats his opponent in 22 moves in an Armageddon match. By what a story. And what a game. Gukesh OP.
Gukesh OP indeed. Bishop h6 was basically the star move of the day for me. Kya hi move, like Keymer was like shock. Like we could see 10 shocks on his face, hit one by one. Ki koi defense hi nahi hai unke paas. It was a game, a winning move. And chat, let's not forget कि भाई Prague also defeated Wesley so in the Armageddon. So both Indians को traditionally कहा जाता है क्लासिकल में अच्छे हैं, रैपिड ब्लिट्स में they kind of don't play good chess, but दोनों के दोनों Indians actually won in the rapid at the end, Sahaj.
Wow. Like many times you hear this, Indians are not good at fast chess, but I think जो एक वो adjustment period था, where the players were moving really quickly in classical, but rapid or blitz में, वो standardize नहीं हो रहा था, like adjust नहीं हो रहा था. I feel like we are seeing that now. Like, time के साथ साथ और that level जो classical में है वो rapid और blitz में भी दिख रहा है. I think and I think that's a beautiful thing.
Agreed. And of course, let's not forget the GOAT of chess. I don't know if you have the standings, but the GOAT of chess is at the bottom of the table right now. He's the only one who lost in the classical section. And Sehaj Bhai, I think it would have 100% not happened if there was increment, a 30-second increment, or if we had extra time after 40 moves. It only happened because we reached a situation where Magnus had to play like 12 moves in like 2 minutes, and he simply couldn't do it. We saw him panic, right? He looked at the clock, looked at the board, couldn't figure out the drawing move, and was lost on the position, on the clock. And Firuzja, even with one leg, kind of sprained on the chair, defeated the GOAT of chess. And I mean, Magnus must be gearing up for a comeback here.
Yeah, for sure. And I think even before when he lost to Jordan, that was also because of time pressure. And Joe, the match that he lost against Gukesh last year in Norway chess, जो table bang वाला था, वो भी time pressure की वजह से ही था. तो I mean, maybe it's अगर Magnus को हराना है, तो उसको time pressure में लाना बहुत जरूरी है. That's my takeaway from all of these moments.
Yeah, basically, chat, you need to create circumstances जहां पे मैग्नस जैसा खिलाड़ी भी गलती कर सके. And let's not forget, it's the clash between two Indians, the repeat of the World Cup final, and of course, what could have been the first round of the candidates. Sehaj Bhai, a rivalry here as well. Divya has the white pieces. Humpy suffered a heartbreaking loss. I mean, her king got checkmated on e4 yesterday against Bibisara, but Divya played a beautiful game in the Armageddon, defeating the women's world champion. Who do you think is the favorite here in this game?
That's a great question, and I would love to answer this. But before I do that, Tiku bhai, I feel there is another एक वो chess player वाला जो एक वो system रहता है, वो हमें address करना बहुत जरूरी है. कल दिव्या ने around 6-6.5 मिनट का confession दिया था, right? 6.5, something like this. It could be 6-7 as well, but somewhere around that. लाइक
Four
नहीं
and a
नहीं
half,
दो
bhai,
दो
four
थे
and a half,
भाई,
bhai.
दो थे. एक 4.5 था और उसके पहले एक और था, तो देयर वर लाइक
Ah,
टोटल
okay.
अराउंड 6. तो एज अ चेस प्लेयर वी हैव सीन स्टोरीज, वी हैव हर्ड दी स्टोरीज कि अगर कोई प्लेयर जीतता है एक टी शर्ट पहन के, तो नेक्स्ट डे भी वो सेम टी शर्ट ही पहनता है, जस्ट बिकॉज यू फील लाइक इट वर्कड फॉर यू, सो यू शुड नॉट चेंज इट. सो माई क्वेश्चन इज, दिव्या कितने मिनट का कन्फेशन आज देगी? That's a very, because I think because in her
भाई
mind she's thinking भाई 6 मिनट मैंने बात करी and मैंने वर्ल्ड चैंपियन को हरा दिया, तो लेट्स जस्ट
भाई
कंटिन्यू, राइट?
ये कौन सा लॉजिक है? ऐसे तो फिरूजा अगर कल गोट को हरा दिया, एक टांग टूटने के बाद तो क्या दोबारा टूटवा लेगा? ऐसे थोड़ी होता है भाई कि भाई रिपीट करना है. नहीं नहीं, आई एग्री विद यू. चेस प्लेयर्स आर सुपरस्टिशियस, बट आई डोंट थिंक मे बी
But
इट्स
that's
अबाउट
not
द
in his
कन्फेशन.
control, right? That's not in his control
हाँ.
to like have an injury. वो तो accident रहता है. But I feel जो चीज़ आप control कर सकते हो, like it's like जब वो banana लेके आती थी, remember when she was bringing the bananas
हाँ.
in the
हाँ.
candidates because she was having good results. But this also could kind of, I think, fits in that same bracket as well. And Tiku bhai, asking, answering your question between who is a favorite between Divya and Humpy. I think form-wise, it is Divya because Humpy ji has not played a lot recently. She also did not play candidates, and also she lost her first round as well. And she's playing with the black pieces. But Humpy ji is very solid, and Divya is very aggressive. So at the end, it's a clash of styles, and I think the player who's more in form has the advantage.
And there
What
we
are your
see it.
thoughts?
I kind of echo your thoughts, Sehaj Bhai. And there we see the world champion setting up with the black pieces his second game of Norway chess. I mean, crucial game, Sehaj, because Wesley suffered a loss against Prague yesterday. So kya hoga aaj is super crucial to understand. Let's not forget, Gukesh must have gained a ton of confidence after that game against Vincent. I mean, Bishop h6 खेल के ही जो we talked about this, जो aura उनकी आसपास मंडरा रहा होगा. इट मस्ट हैव रिमाइंड द प्लेयर्स ऑफ व्हाट ही कैन पोटेंशियली डू. लोग भूल गए होंगे 2024 साल युकेश को. कल उन्होंने एक थोड़ा सा हल्का सा रिकैप दिया कि भाई अगर मैं फॉर्म में हूं, दिस इज व्हाट आई कैन पुल ऑफ.
Yeah, correct. 100%. Actually, I was speaking to Harshit about this a bit earlier also. What a game it was. And I think he also had this interesting point that maybe because Vincent was a second to Gukesh, that perhaps that could have played a part in their, at least in their Armageddon. But I'm not sure if this is if this is correct or not. What are your thoughts, Tiku bhai?
Sahaj, I think to explain the
Oh.
thoughts of a world champion, I think there could be no better way than to get the thoughts of another world champion. Vishy sir, welcome to the stream. It's so nice to have you again.
Hi Sahaj, hi Sahil, how are you?
Hello.
Good round yesterday.
Yeah, it was a crazy day. So I mean, it started off like calmly. Yeah, we thought, okay, it's a boring day one, maybe for a bunch of draws, but then suddenly, it exploded like time pressure. Magnus couldn't keep up, and it was like every game was a spectacle to watch.
Yes, especially that moment where suddenly this Rook A7 tactic appeared, and then Magnus couldn't solve it in the limited time he had, and in fact allowed simply White to have a second pawn for free. So
Yeah,
that
this was that moment where Magnus could play knight d1 and have this rook e1 checkmate, but a very, very
admittedly, knight
difficult
D1's
thing.
quite difficult, but
Yeah.
in fact, I thought Magnus was doing fine even earlier. So I had the feeling that there was some simpler way.
Yep. And so we have liftoff. So we see e4 from Wesley. So e5 by Gukesh there. And of course, Vishy sir, I mean, you followed the event, of course, but this event is always like somehow something happens and this event kind of turns out to be one of the best of the year. Do you have a theory on why is it's the case? Is it because of the time control, the lineup? Like, what's it about Norway chess that it's always so much fun to watch?
I think last year the time control helped push things along. I mean, getting the players into more or less permanent time pressure after the first time control. So it's a classical game up, sort of calm classical game up till that point. And then you suddenly hit this point of no return. That contributed a lot last year. And of course, it's nice to have the Armageddon. So every day you have some movement and guaranteed.
Yeah. And I think
Yep.
Sej and I were discussing that, when Gukesh's game ended, we thought, oh, that was insane. And then we realized, okay, the Armageddon is actually pending. That was not the Armageddon.
Because the match
After
itself
such a
felt
long
like
game,
an
no?
yes, it felt like an Armageddon in itself. And I have never ever seen, and Tiku and I were discussing this yesterday as well. I have never ever seen a queen pawn versus queen where the pawn never made it to to the seventh rank. It was so strange that the pawn got stuck on the sixth rank and it just never moved after that. It's a very strange thing, but yeah.
I
Um,
had a pawn with Wesley in Calcutta once.
mhm.
It was a blitz game, to be fair, but I had a pawn on the seventh rank. All I had to do was my king to step aside. And on top of that, I had just so many moves where I could have moved my queen. I even missed a check or something in the panic. So queen endings, you sometimes spin in your head.
Yeah, and that tells you, chat. Yeah, it's very, very tough, the queen end games. And of course, we have some moves on the board. And Sej, can we go to the starting for this game once to see the initial
So
moves quickly?
it was Spanish, bishop a4, knight f6. So basically the classical, apparently it's called the Columbus variation, learning it for the first time. Black plays bishop e7, rook e1, b5, bishop e3. So we have typical Spanish on the board. And Gukesh still has to decide whether he goes for Marshall or whether he goes for something more solid in this position. Vishy sir, knowing Gukesh very well, what do you think would be his approach in this game?
Probably the marshal keeps the option of, I mean, unless white really calls black's bluff, the marshal keeps the option of switching back to some other system if you like. But having committed bishop e7, it's that or d6, and then I don't know. I don't think Breyer. It could be Zaitsev or something. Oh, he went d6, in fact.
Interesting, sir. So why don't you think Breyer?
I think
Is it like
black would want a little bit more action than that. But of course, the Breyer does
Hmm.
give you some action. So it's not entirely justified. But I feel that right now there's some movement in the Zaitsev, and maybe that's what
this
people could
one?
look at.
He goes for short castle for now. And he plays h3, basically the main variation. And now if you play d4, there was bishop g4. And now he's gearing up for the d4 break here. And now this is the moment of truth. Oh,
Might be it.
yeah. What? He actually played Breyer. I did. This is very strange, actually.
Yeah,
Did not
so I
expect this.
will eat my words and then we will swiftly move on to something else.
Wow.
You
Definitely a
know,
surprise for all of us here. And by the way, while Wesley ponders here, I just want to take a quick look at the women's section because we do have a very interesting development on move 2 itself
because
between
Divya has
Divya
mouse
and
slipped, yeah?
Humpy.
She mouse slipped, I think,
No,
clearly.
she, she played the move D3, which I mean, I've seen Gukesh play this before in Menorca, I believe it was, or it was Nihal who played it in Menorca. So I've looked at this before, knight c6, knight c3. And so, what is have you looked at this before? What is the general plan here for white? Is it just to play f4 or can we go fianchetto? What do you think?
It's interesting because whenever you play d3, I always think it's reverse Philidor. You should play c3. But in fact, they're not doing that.
Oh.
And I don't know what's the idea of setup. f4 seems very funny here. In my opinion, f4 does look strange because if you want to play f4, somehow you have to do d4 or the bishop has to be on c4. So I don't like that either. Maybe the easiest is to combine it with g3. But why they don't start with g3 is a little bit of mystery.
And in fact, what Vishy sir is mentioning, chat, the bishop on c4, that exactly was the opening between Gukesh and Vincent Keymer in the
That's
Armageddon,
right.
which he won in some 20 moves or so. So that's where you can play f4, but right now, not the best. And Hampiji already in deep thought.
So is
Quite
Prague going to
interesting,
play
actually.
h6?
Trying
So I
to take
think
a look at any other games.
I think we can have a look at Prague also because I think
Okay.
we have g5 on the board and we have 9 moves already. If you can take it from the start.
So it was QGD, knight f6, knight c3. So it's turned into a semi-Slav. Bishop g5, knight d7. Now it takes on d5. Pawn takes. We have a typical Carlsbad structure. White plays e3, and now he goes h6. Let's say the more standard way is bishop e7 or bishop d6, but h6 and g5 could be some prep from Prague. Bishop g3 and now knight h5. First
Prague has
question
done
has
this a lot before.
yes,
I think a couple of players just took a draw against him. Maybe Sindaro for sure and someone else. Just bishop b5, bishop g3, and then they just
Oh,
give up.
right, from Tata Steel.
Yeah.
From I remember this.
And
Yes.
this obviously system Prague believes in quite a lot.
Hmm.
You had a similar draw in the candidates as well, no? Like with bishop e5, bishop somewhere, I think.
It
Maybe not
was
in the second.
Tata Steel, I think. Tikuvai. I
Yeah.
remember it was in the middle, and we were a bit surprised. But I think Prague was white maybe there, or I could be wrong. But yeah, anyways. So yeah, bishop e5, knight f6 is a repetition here. But I think Firuza will continue on. So what do you think about Firuza, in an injured state, trying to play? And of course, he defeated Magnus yesterday. What did you think of the game?
Um, Interesting idea. He managed to. It was funny, this duality with h6 and a3. And this became important because when he played bishop g3 f4, that black doesn't have bishop b4, simply shutting down the line. That would have been very awkward. But because he has already thrown in a3, um, it seemed to work just a bit faster. When I was looking at the game, I was wondering why Alireza didn't take on f6. Black captures with the g pawn and then just play knight g4. But anyway, good game. He managed to put some pressure in the opening, and then when the mistake came, he jumped. That he managed to create this nice problem with queen g6 check and so on. I think somewhere there Magnus clearly slipped up, but I'm trying to understand why he might have slipped up. This queen g thing, it's worse when it's hanging in the air and you have to look at it every moment and kind of find a way around it. But look, a great win for him, of course. As for his
So,
playing in with the leg on the side, I mean, I grew up reading Tony Miles's diary of his tournament in Tilburg. That was the funniest thing I'd read. Um, so maybe a Firuza diary would be a fun thing.
so in the Tony Miles diary, did he mention some instances where something similar like this could have happened, or?
No, the Tony Miles diary. I mean, this was uh, at a time when probably it could have been missed, but luckily the photographers came and it was very original. But he was speaking about the pain and how he was dealing with it and so on. He had quite a severe back problem. I think with the leg, if you tuck it away on one side, you can forget about it a little bit. I mean, it's clearly awkward. And when you're sitting in the chair, you want to sometimes change your posture, but you can't.
Hmm.
Certainly, he's not feeling comfortable, but at least he's settled in well.
Yeah, in the previous events, they had it inside a room, and now it's in the playing hall itself. I don't know which one Firouzja prefers. He did actually withdraw, I think, after a couple of rounds, but hopefully he's recovered a bit at least for this one. And yeah, I mean, the win against Magnus would definitely, ease down a pain a little bit at least.
Yes.
Maybe we
No, he
can
must
jump
have
into
been
Gukesh.
pretty happy with that, and he managed to get quite some advantage. So posed quite a few problems, and that is something he must be happy with.
Sahaj, can we jump to Divya's game? Because I think we talked about G3, but maybe I'm seeing another mouse slip. Um,
Oh,
she pushed it too far.
oh. I'm seeing this idea for the first time. Wow. Apparently, G5 is also possible in this position, but computer evaluates this as a slight edge for black for now. But okay, not the position has to be way more complicated than that. And looks like Divya is in preparation still, as long as she makes the next move very, very quickly. Because if you're not in prep here, it could it could really end up very badly for you.
Hmm. And so, I mean,
Ah.
I'm just wondering, where does the white king go? Like, is it still planning to go to the king side? Because I'm still confused. Because usually you play g4, you want to castle on the other side of the board. Is the plan still like, h3, bishop g2, and so on? Is it even to go g5, h4?
Okay. I think both of them are decent. I think G5 is probably what I would choose, but Bishop G2 seems more principled. But in either case, Black has this D5 break, which you have to be careful about. She plays Bishop G2. I think still in prep, more or less. I think Vishy sir said like something around 50, like when you have 1 hour 15 minutes in a classical like 90-minute game. So that's the benchmark. So still in prep. And now, by the way, one of the only moves for Humpy G here, Bishop B4, but pretty normal one.
Can't be that severe, right? I mean, I can probably play d6 if I want.
Right now?
Yeah. I mean, you'll go
Are
h3.
you planning to play G5 as black at any point?
I guess white's thing will, after d6, you'll have to play h3. I mean,
Yes.
to be honest, I didn't understand why bishop b4 was so important. I thought bishop c5 is also quite reasonable.
I think the idea is, I think what it's showing me is to play Bishop B4 and to play D5 basically.
Okay,
Ah,
that is one way of forcing it.
d5 also attacks g4 this time, right? So it's very hard
Hmm.
to kind of counter it. Well, Divya does look prepared though. I think she's only used 3 minutes. So like a slight lead on the clock, but not sure objectively if this is as great as it looks. So not sure what Humpy is thinking right now.
It's a difficult position, I think. I like this idea of D6 because I'm always worried about black playing G5. I don't know if this is warranted or not, but because I was considering playing g5 myself here. But maybe before you play g5, I can play f4 also. Yeah.
Interesting. I think they almost fell asleep there. Saj, maybe we can go to the Gukesh game quickly. I think we've had a few moves. Would love to see the updates there.
So we stopped at knight b8.
Hmm.
White goes d4, knight d7, knight d2, bishop b7, bishop c2, rook e8, knight f1. I think this is still very much mainstream theory.
Yeah. Knight
Vishu
G3,
sir,
G6.
how many games do you have here? Like just off of the off of your memory, how many games do you think you've played in this position?
I would say 15 or so. I mean, there was a time when I played quite a few of these, but let's see. Van der Sterren played a couple of times. Mamadiyarov did. And then Magnus played a couple of games with me, so that's already at least 6 or 8. And if you add a few others, Belyavsky, this, that. I can
And Vishu sir, in terms
I
of
can
like
remember,
chess
maybe I'd push it up to 20, but I don't think it's much more than that.
And Vishu sir, honestly, like in terms of chess preparation on like this position, like in terms of hours, how much time do you think you have spent on this?
Brave was quite important. Kamsky would play it, so for the match I had to check that. And quite a few players like to slip in the Brave once in a while. I must be over a long time, must be a couple of 100 hours, easy.
Oof. That's the number that I wanted to hear. Yeah, like a couple of Chad. I don't know if you heard that. Couple of 100 hours on a position that happens after move 14. That's couple of 100 hours.
On
Yeah,
one
that's
variation.
insane. On one variation after move 14. That's crazy. That's absolutely
Well,
crazy.
it's an important opening. I'm sure I've spent much more on Ashangals, for instance. So I'm talking cumulatively over a long time, but these are the main openings if you play this thing.
And so, I mean, I know you are one of the best players in Spanish in the world. And as a Spanish player, what do you like playing the most against it? Like, is it Breyer or is it Zaitsev or is there a specific setup that you like a lot?
Whatever I have a good idea in.
Okay, fair.
Sorry, 1 second. You can do it now.
By the way, Saj,
Talking about?
we have
Or
h4 from Divya.
okay.
That's
Okay.
crazy,
Bye,
actually.
bye. I'm not ready for this. Bye.
She's, I think, going full in. She's like, आज या तो जीतेंगे या हारेंगे. I think she's took our
Sorry, it's a
advice
bit
of going for
dramatic,
the.
but cleaning, house cleaning came in.
Uh, No worries, no
So,
worries.
yeah.
By the way, look at this H4. Looks like Divya is also gonna clean today. This looks very, very, very scary. Wow. But yeah, you were telling me so the which opening do you like the most inside the Spanish, like to play as white?
Mostly it's what I have a good idea against. But
Hmm.
I've done reasonably against most of them. Zaitsev in the matches and all, I picked up quite a few points. Arshangels goes in both directions. And though again there, I remember where wins, but that might not mean nothing. It might simply mean I only remember them. So,
Fair enough, fair
I
enough.
haven't played so many of the Chigorin ones, the knight a5, c5 stuff, not that many. Now that I think about it, it must be evenly sprinkled across these lines.
Evenly sprinkled. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. And so we had a question yesterday from the chat, which I think you are the best person to answer something like this. We were wondering that Gukesh right now has two classical events. There's Norway Chess, and then there is the Olympiad, and then he plays the World Championship. So, and we are under the assumption that before the World Championship happens, you are of course doing a lot of preparation, and you probably are not playing or not showing your preparation as much as you would. And how does something like that work? in elite chess? Because I'm sure you have played, I mean, you've played so many world championships. I'm sure you have had to do this in the past as well. And how does someone like Gukesh approach this?
I can tell you my experience, which was that whenever I was playing these matches, I would play tournaments till June or July. I'm thinking typically as a match is sometime in September or October. I would play till maybe June. Then I would train for a couple of months. I might throw in one more tournament, maybe sometimes a rapid. The first time I played a rapid event in London before going on to New York to play the match. In subsequent events, it was similar. I would do some block some time for training like July, but play something in August. You don't want to be only playing, but you don't want to be rusty either. That's the balance to find. I think playing in the Olympiad is plenty for him. It keeps him in. If you've only been training for a month before the championship, it's fine. But if you've been training for 3 or 4, maybe you've forgotten how to play, and I think that's what you want to avoid. So I think the Olympiad should be plenty for Gukesh. I imagine Cinderella is doing something similar. He wraps up St. Louis and all that in end of August. He'll probably play the Olympiad, and I don't know if he's done for the year before the match.
And so I think Sundar was interesting. I think he had like this mind-blowing performance of the candidates, and we talked about it for a video as well. But since then, I think he's played a couple of events. Like, have you followed those events, and like, how do you kind of collaborate what happened to the candidates and in the next couple of events he played?
The candidates is a high, but I feel already in Bucharest he had stabilized and he showed that he can punch back very quickly. Won this game with Jordan, beat Vincent, and this sort of. I think he can leave in a very calm state. Leave Bucharest in a calm state because he's doing quite well, and especially given his new situation, which I think in the beginning he had to get used to, mainly psychologically. But they're both playing quite well. Also, Gukesh is hanging in there. I mean, I wouldn't say it's his peak, but I wouldn't say it's horrible either. He's hanging in there, and both of them will tread water like this, but I think they should be able to get back to a very reasonable shape before their matches.
And so Bishop H6 was a huge step in that direction, I think. And
yeah, that's a nice one to play, no?
Yeah. And so just a follow-up question, between Norway chess and Olympiad, at which event do you not show your world championship preparation? Or is it both of them?
In the modern context, it seems to me you can show what you want. Maybe there's one idea you want to keep, but for the most part, you're playing well-known systems. If you have an idea hidden deep somewhere there, you may not even need to show it. It seems to me that it's not a big deal these days. All this hiding preparation sounds very strange. I think Grishchuk once said it correctly. He just said, I don't care, I'll show my best idea in a blitz game. Then I'll find another idea. And that was a nice attitude, I thought.
That's a nice way of looking at it.
And by the way, I think Humpy just played knight g8, which apparently equalized the game, I think, to at least to some degree. Equalizes the, very soft word here. I think the position does look crazy, but maybe it is Divya got.
I like the move. Next day I'll take on g5 and then bring my knight to g6 or something. It's got potential. So
maybe it throws off Divya because it's possible that she did not look at it. It was not the top move of the engine as it kind of balanced out.
I think that's also part of Humpy's thinking. Now the question is Divya going to play bishop d2 and try to castle long? But how do you do that? How do you castle long? You'll have to move the queen out somewhere. If it goes to e2 or f3, knight d4 is going to be a pain. So you don't have somewhere to put the queen comfortably. If you put the knight on e2, then the queen has no squares to go out. So castling is actually going to be quite a few moves down the line.
I was thinking
In fact,
bishop
she may just
e3
give up and
maybe.
play king f1. Maybe that makes sense. I think king f1 is not a bad move here. Just not to decide and threaten knight d5.
Yeah, that's king f1 is actually knight d5 looks actually very tempting in this position. Also
Yeah.
fits the theme of the opening. But what about this bishop e3? Because now I'm keeping an eye on the d4 square, and I'm not sure if I will play queen e2 or queen f3. Maybe I'll go queen d2 instead, and then I try
Okay,
to
for bishop e3 though, let me play something. Can I play f5? Maybe
Oof,
not.
f5. I think this queen h5, yeah, probably.
Yes, king f8, something like that. But
Oh,
yeah,
this is
it's
crazy.
still suspicious. Let's try something else. Instead of f5, can I go head g, rook h1, bishop h1? But again, what's my follow-up, right?
Because black is kind of in the same pickle because knight d5 could also happen on the other side as well, I guess.
Correct. I was wondering whether I could play knight h7 instead of knight g8, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
But I never threatened capturing on g5. The other idea is to go knight f8 and then play knight d7 and then go knight f8 and maybe knight e6. And
Mm-hmm.
that's a good rotation. But putting it on g8, I mean, basically rules out e6. So what is your destination? You're going to g6 and you're happy there, or what?
Yeah, so you're saying after knight g8, it goes to e7, g6, where it's not, let's say, super active.
So she could do the other one. After knight g8, if you make a move bishop e3, I could play knight d4. And after queen d2, bring this knight to e6 and that knight to e7. Uh,
So knight e7 and then knight e6 basically, and this
like
knight to c6.
I like
It's
all
in a
these
complex.
plans, but but you can only play one.
Hmm.
I saw this engine line. I just want to kind of show 2, 3 moves there. One of the moves is bishop d2, just to unpin the knight and develop the bishop. Instead of e3, we go to d2. And then one of the moves is for black to just take on c3. And now we take with the pawn. And after bishop e6, queen to b1,
Oh, wow.
b6, and queen to b5. And after bishop d7, castle. So, I mean,
Maybe a bit unnecessary to castle, but it's funny regardless.
I think bit is understatement of the year. What is also, I don't understand why I had to go bishop d7. Could I go on knight g7?
It
Or
was.
maybe it just plays f4 and it's happy there. That's possible.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking, that why else would you go bc3 if you don't want to play f4?
Yeah.
Um, so like here, when you mentioned here after bishop e6, I thought f4 is very, very interesting here. Maybe not rightly timed, but actually, why not? Yeah, f4 works, no? Okay, computer doesn't like it so much.
Because the g5 pawn should be a little bit loose afterwards.
Ah, okay, so
e4,
takes
bishop f4,
and
head g5, rook h1, bishop h1. Maybe somehow. But then it's better to have a knight on d7 or something where it can threaten to come to, I think.
e6, yeah, at some point. Tough decisions.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, just want to take a quick look at Magnus versus Vincent, because I'm looking at the bar and it shows Vincent as being slightly better. So I want to understand and get your insights here, Vishy sir. Okay. What do you make of this position? It happened, I think, let's go from the top. It was an English opening. Knight c3, bishop b4. So it's a bit of a modern stuff here. Takes on c3, takes, plays d6. I'm already out of theory here. White plays e4, knight d7. To put the knight on c5, I guess. Bishop d3, knight c5. Bishop c2, knight f6 to attack e4. Queen e2, and now we have a5, and then we have a4, and then Magnus plays knight b1. Wow, so just want to put a highlight here. Knight from f3 went to b1. Wow.
wow.
Why?
Okay, I played this line myself against Magnus.
This is a line?
And I got more or less the same thing. If you think about it, it's just a Rosalimo.
I'm trying to think, where does a black knight go from f6 to b8?
That would be
Is it?
f3 to b1. I admit
Sorry,
that might be hard to find, but I've never seen knight b1. But
yeah.
you must have seen dozens of games with f3 and knight f1 e3, for instance. It's quite a typical idea in this position. But anyway, I remember the computer is very happy with this a5 plan, because if white plays a4, that fixes the pawn structure a bit too much. And if you allow black to play a4,
Yeah.
when the knight was on f3, black sometimes had these ideas, or even the pawn on f3, black sometimes had these ideas with knight h5 threatening f5.
Yes.
Perhaps Magnus is delaying it for this reason.
But then in this
Though
case,
it's for me,
after
still knight b1 is very strange. I mean, I think you can play knight a3 first and then play bishop d2 and castle on. And maybe Magnus remembers something from his Rosolimos. So some sort of so there the colors would be reversed, and black playing knight a6 and defending the pawn on c5. Some idea like that. Maybe he remembered some idea and is doing it. It's fascinating to see. I don't like it, but when a serious player does it, it's at least worth thinking about.
I think swapping roles for the pieces is kind of the theme of the day. We discuss also the knight going to d4 and the second knight coming to c6, and again the f3 knight coming to b1 now. So quite crazy actually. And the bar seems to say that black is better, but it's not so clear exactly how much. Okay. Shall we have a look at the Firuzja Prague game, Sahaj, I think, because we have a few developments. And I think both sides have castled queenside.
So this is the game. Just putting it up right now. There it is. Typical QGD, yeah. But that h6 g5 looks a bit strange.
Yes. But as long as the knight can later on swing to d6, you're never really risking anything, right?
No, I believe you 100%. 100%. What
Also, it's
should
hard
be
for you to
white's...
play bishop f5 or control the f5 square in any way. So for the moment, these are all well-known lines. Anyway, Firuzja is just playing chess. I mean, he doesn't have some forced advantage, but he's just putting his pieces in good squares. Now the question is, does he want to play knight a4? And more important, does black want to capture it? Black can capture it, go king b8, and get ready with f5, f4, or something like that.
So sometimes it gets tricky with rook c3 and then, I don't know, some sacrifice somewhere.
Yeah.
And
Okay, we'll find out anyway. He's gone knight a4.
he's
Oh,
gone, yeah.
beautiful.
There it is. So Firuzja has gone knight f4. By the way, there's also an update in the Divya game. She actually played f4 directly on move 8. No bishop e3, no knight e2, just f4 instantly.
Wow, she's really out for blood here. So pawn takes, bishop takes. Oh, we did look at this, no, Vishay said. You said if you take here and the pawn on g5 becomes a bit loose. I remember. So I think that we can actually see that on the board right now.
Is there an alternative to just not taking on f4? I think that's the only move, right?
I think if you don't play ef4, then I can play f5, and
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
that looks
Yeah, that should be
scary.
very nice for white because also the black bishop on c8 is kind of out of it after that.
Yeah.
So I would think you're forced to take.
And Vishy sir, I think we have this theme of confessionals, and we saw Divya also kind of give a couple of funny ones about some people sleeping in the front row yesterday. Have you ever done something like this? And what are your thoughts about the confessionals in general?
I used to say that they introduced it, and somehow, unless I wouldn't have minded doing it, but I would have liked them to remind me every few minutes saying, "Will you go again?" The idea to go yourself is a nice flexibility, but most of the time I just forgot that I had this possibility. And so I hardly ever used it. And sometimes I'd come home, come to my room afterwards and remember that I had it. But I am still mystified as to what exactly Divya was confessing. I have no idea what she was confessing. She was uh, generally went there. That also they do. I think Magnus likes this just riffing, and Hikaru as well likes to do it. So I
And
guess they were
Vishu
at least in a
sir,
good mood when it happened.
since we're talking about this subject, I have a question. Has this ever happened to you, maybe like recently or in the past, when you had a great result, but you wore some kind of a t-shirt which was lucky for you, and then you saved that t-shirt to play it when in the next game, so that the luck can sort of carry on in this sense. I think a lot of chess players do that in this sense. Have you ever done anything like this before?
Sure, I have my favorite shirts, and if you see photos of me in some years, those shirts would crop up very, very often. I felt it's not only luck. I would say I felt good in those clothes, and then if you feel good in those clothes, you uh, wear them and you go and things like that. I But it crosses your mind that I did well in these clothes, and so maybe they're good for me.
Nice.
Exactly.
Because I was also thinking that since Divya made a confessional of 6 minutes yesterday, and the fact that she defeated the women's world champion, I feel like that superstition has to carry. Like every day, we must see like a 6 minute confessional from Divya.
True, but it was good for Divya to beat her in with black in the Armageddon.
Mhm.
But I think still, I remember the classical wins get you a lot of points.
That is true.
True. And so I think we already have a
Three
trend of
and
people
3 points is quite a nice bonus.
Yeah,
Mm.
I think so. People discover mistakes during these confessionals. I think Hikaru or somebody discovered it last year, or was it Prag, Sahaj? I think maybe it was Prag. And yesterday, Divya as well kind of discovered something. Oh, that doesn't work while she's doing the confessional. So, yeah, it's fun to watch actually
Mm.
them kind
It's
of
a
calculating
great
these
idea,
things.
especially that moment you mentioned when you realize that a line, when you say it out loud, you realize that a line you were thinking about simply doesn't work. But that's one of the reasons they don't allow you to sit and write on your score sheet the whole line that you calculated. Even if you calculated it, you're not checking it. You can't just ask for an extra pen and notepad and just write your variations and what you're thinking. And it must be for this, that in the process, you'll suddenly realize what's wrong with it.
Very interesting, actually.
By the way, bishop takes f4 was taken, and now I think Hampeji is thinking about pawn takes g5 or something else. I'm not really sure if there's other moves. Maybe she's not liking bishop g5.
It's also a decent move.
And considering that Divya's last five moves are just push, push, push everywhere. I mean, I think edge g5 feels too positional to me. I feel like her plan is to take back with the bishop, push h5, h6, and just go. Yeah.
Yeah, could be. She played what? D3, G4, H4, G5. So,
h4, g5, and f4.
and F4, yeah.
So
Wow.
out of nine moves, four or five of them were with the pawn. And e4 as well, of course. Yeah.
Mhm.
It's crazy. Okay. Trying to take a look. By the way, Zujiner apparently has a slight advantage over Bibisara if you want to check that out. I'm not really sure if that's an advantage because it's a Benoni position, which looks kind of I mean, you normally the computer screams that white has an edge here, but it's not really that simple. Vishu sir, your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. I think the computer, well, the computer might be right for itself, but it doesn't trust the Benoni, that's for sure.
Hmm.
Which is maybe something for us to think about.
This brings me to a question. So, what do you think is the most underrated opening?
Is there such a thing? I mean, if anything is underrated, people start playing it all the time.
True, true. Okay, but let's say in the last 10 years, an opening that did not get the recognition that it should have deserved.
I don't really know. Openings come and go into fashion very, very quickly. And then while they are fashionable because of some new idea, they score incredibly well. I can't think of an opening that's underrated.
The chat is saying the London system, by the way.
Wait,
It's
wait.
purely the chat.
Wait, I'm sorry. You said you could not see.
How can the London system be underestimated? Or
If
it's
we
the one
edit this in
opening.
the right
I
way,
mean,
Vishu
if
sir
you
said
if you
London
talk to some
system.
youngster who learned the game 1 or 2 years ago, they say London system. So that's something. So no, I find it hard to understand the London as it's not an underrated system at all. It peaked in popularity a while back, but it is definitely not underrated, I think.
I don't want to ask if he thinks it's overrated because I'm pretty sure he's
Yeah,
gonna
I think
say
we
yes.
can skip that question.
So I'm not gonna ask that question anyway. We'll scratch that question.
Well, what can we say? There was a time 6, 7 years ago when you just got it nonstop. Just like the Italian blew up, the London also blew up for a while.
So also the Scandinavian, I think Magnus played a few times, and then I think we had Arjun played in the Olympiad, but haven't really seen it, I think, at all since then.
The Scandinavia has always been a pretty decent opening, but you get a sort of Caro-Kann with your queen running all over the place. But
yeah. And Saj, maybe we jump to some other game. I think.
I think let's take a look at Wesley Gukesh, yeah, because that's some updates have happened there. So this was the Breyer. So G6, Bishop G5. I remember some B3 A4 idea here, but I'm not sure if that's correct. H6, Bishop D2. He plays Bishop G7 and now A4 finally, a very typical break in Spanish. Knight B6 takes, and now he plays B3 to control the C4 square. Do you think Wesley looks comfortable here, sir, or do you think Gukesh has? It's still very, very early days.
I like Wesley's position more than Gukesh's. It's not very big, but for instance, H6 makes me slightly uncomfortable, and it seems that white can play Bishop D3, Queen C2, Rook D1 or something, and just settle in there.
And that's, I would love to know your opinion. So usually we see this move, white often plays Bishop G5 and then drops the bishop back to D2. So your thoughts on why white would do this instead of just putting the bishop on D2 directly?
This position.
The bishop has to settle somewhere, and knight b6 is designed to come to c4 and take those two key squares. So, in fact, Wesley has managed to get in b3 and then put the bishop on d2. On e3, the problem is you don't defend e4, the e4 square. So if you put the bishop on e3, black can capture, and then you have to take with the bishop, because if you take with the pawn, I just win the pawn on e4. And
Mhm.
so that is often a reason to just play bishop d2.
So I think what Sahil meant is that why is it that we include the move bishop g5 and then we play bishop d? Why not
To
bishop
provoke
d2
hit
straight
6.
away?
To provoke
To
hit
provoke.
6. So when the bishop goes back to e3, then sometimes you go queen d2 and what looks like an extra move
Mhm.
is simply one more move you have to make. You have to go king h7 or something. Then for a while they were very happy with h5. But those were in the lines when white was getting an f4. But seems to me that right now, after what has happened, white can simply play bishop d3 and it should be comfortable. There's no d5 break or anything happening for a while.
Gukesh is slightly ahead on the clock, but he's been thinking for like 15 minutes now, I think, in this position. So definitely coming up with a plan which is not so obvious for him right now.
So it looks like Humpy G has also made a move, and she did not take on g5. She actually played, I would say, a very natural looking move, bishop to e6, and keeping the
E6,
tension on g5. So I'm thinking something like queen d2 or knight e2 and long castle. And I don't know, it feels like Divya has an amazing position because even if you castle on the long side, these two bishops can be so scary.
Yeah.
It looks like a wild position, like the kind of position you would blunder in once you have those, final few moves before the 40th. There is no extra time as well before the 40th move. I think this definitely looks like a result incoming. Either way, I don't know who wins, but
Yes.
this is a very,
Even
very
some move like
interesting
a3 here just to kick or knight g2 and try to play f4. I mean d4. Or in fact d4 as well. But maybe d4, d5 is kind of okay for you. So let me start with knight g2 and then just play queen d2 and castle long. Should be quite okay, I think.
And the chat is letting us know that Magnus had a confession where he said, I feel like, weak right now. He's not feeling his best. Very interesting. At some point, we'll play that one once we have it. But nice to always.
Anyway, confessionals not made under oath. So you can say anything you want. Just keeping the possibility in mind.
True, true.
True. So Divya's turn, knight e2. And chat, haven't asked you a question yet, but chat, imagine this is your position. You're playing with the black pieces, and you have unfortunately just touched this bishop on the board because you wanted to play something, but now that move is bad. Where do you move this bishop? Or do you capture on c3 or do you not? You have three options here, a5, c5 or c3. Which one do you choose and why?
Interesting, actually. Okay, I see bishop a5 in the chat. There's one really bad choice. That's obvious.
Yes.
I think
And I think the second one is kind of like maybe the more logical, but it's probably worse in comparison.
So majority will
But
saying a5. I see one bishop c5 though.
that is correct. It would be bishop f5, I guess, in this position. It doesn't change the evaluation much, but bishop c3 gives up double bishop. Bishop c5, of course, lands in a nasty tactic, which I'm sure the chat has found with d4 and d5. So nicely done. But GG chat on that.
Two people said bishop a3. I don't know where that came from, but anyway.
That was not the option. That was not one of the options.
None of the above.
You see, you ask enough questions, you understand. Like you have to set the parameters each time, you know. So long thing for Divya. Queen d2 is possible, knight d2 is possible. Both of them looking decent. I also kind of like the move d4 straight away. Because if you take on c3, I'm happy to just go bc3 and
if I go d5?
But there is a problem with that I did not see d5. But d5. I don't want to take on d5 because bishop d5 looks very annoying and I would have to do some cal. What if I just played like knight e2 here, for example?
D4.
d4. Something just really doesn't want me to take the pawn on e4. I'll go queen d2, simple.
Oh, really? Can I play F5?
f5.
Maybe not. Maybe you just castle and you play D5.
Oh, I don't know what happened there. My bad. I think we were here.
Okay, Divya has gone queen D2. Not knight
Okay.
D4. And not
So no
D4.
knight e2, yeah.
Yeah.
d4 was kind of interesting though.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe in the next move, because now bishop c3 is not possible anyways.
Yeah.
So Vishisha, now if I go pawn takes g5, are you still planning to go pawn takes or is bishop takes, let's say, looking interesting?
I don't know which is stronger. I might say bishop g5 actually makes some sense because it forces you to decide you're going to play f6 or you're going to go knight g7 or how you're going to go about it exactly.
Well, maybe that's what I was thinking, that it was a bit strange that Hampiji didn't take g5 immediately, but maybe she didn't like bishop g5 in the
Yeah,
first
she's
place.
keeping the whole thing going, no?
Correct.
Maybe we can have the bird's eye view for a second, Sahaj. Actually, would love to get Sir's opinion on how many results we can expect. Because so yesterday when we have had this stage of the game in round one, we thought it's gonna be like a bunch of draws, but then we saw, what really happened. So if we have the bird's eye view of the 6 games, I don't know if it's possible, but yeah, there it is. So if you could just your thoughts on how many results we could expect today in the classical section at least.
In the classical section, I would say.
So you don't have to say how many or who's going to win. You can just tell us match by match, like win, draw,
Yeah.
loss, win, draw, loss, like that.
I think Wesley Gukesh is probably going to be a draw still, though Wesley is better. Magnus Vincent could get unpredictable because I think both of them are spoiling for a fight. I mean, this knight a3 plan is original, but I'm still trying to decide if it's good or not. And Firuzha, I think it's a nice setup. Having got to his knight to c5, at least practically, it's got to be pleasant for him.
Also, Muzichuk versus Juvenjun kind of looks like it's about to be just handshakes very soon.
Yeah, the thing is, she's trying to see if she can exchange bishops and put a rook on e5 and anything, but it's so thin, I don't think it's that important actually for white.
If memory serves me right, I think Anna drew yesterday very quickly as well, no? It was like some like I remember it was the first game to finish.
Yeah.
Vishisha, we know you have to leave very soon. Thanks a lot for joining, and I think we can expect a lot of drama today. We'd love to get your thoughts on that at some point, but thanks a lot for joining, sir, today.
Thanks, sir. Thanks, Sai.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And chat, that was the 5-time world champion Vishy Anand sir joining us and giving his thoughts. And Sahaj, I have to be honest, such crazy openings happening over the board today. Like I have no idea what's happening, to be honest. Like just this Divya game alone, just this one game. I was just thinking, bro, I don't know this opening. I don't know chess. That was my
second
entire...
move पे second अगर गुकेश और निहाल का गेम मैंने ना देखा होता एक महीने, and it was like a completely on a absolute chance that I saw that game. Yeah, absolute. I was not following the tournament religiously, so I just phone पे I was like अरे ये tournament चल रहा है, निहाल खेल रहा है, let me just see how they're doing. That's when I saw D3. If I didn't see that, then this would be completely new to me, and just shows how fast chess is moving by, how fast it is.
My childhood coach would, disown me if I played d3, he would say, you are an absolute idiot. I'm sorry, but that's what he would tell me. I remember my childhood lessons, and he would be like, okay, I mean, you cannot block the bishop. That is not possible. And this is just insane how chess has evolved. And I think Indians have really a lot of credit, I think, to be given there, because d3 logically looks wrong. You think like, okay, bishop block ho raha hai, I can move the pawn 2 squares at some point. Why should I move it 1 square? But Indian कहते हैं भाई तो क्या हो गया, एक पीस गलत है तो भाई दूसरा वाला सही है, भाई G4 H4 फेंक देंगे, भाई कैसल कैसल किसको करना है, भाई कैसल 20 मूव बाद 25 मूव बाद कर लेंगे. सो आई थिंक Indians really making it exciting right now. And yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I see Divya getting up. Sejbhai, I'm going to be back in just 2 seconds. Please continue.
Um, I'm guessing Sahilbhai is not here. So we are here. Queen D2, I think is the move that she's thinking on. I'm not sure Sahilbhai kahan hai, but here we are. No, 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 don't mute me, bhai. What is this, Vivan bhai? What am I reading here? Sahaj bhai, continue karna. Exactly, bhai, continue karna hai. And I think bird's eye view to humne dekha hi. I think games are starting. I think apart from Divya, I think more or less thoda calm sa lag raha hai aaj. I do agree with Vishy sir that Wesley versus Gukesh most likely is gonna end in a draw. This is the game right over here. And I think Gukesh right now is in some trouble. Like some issues with space, but I think कितने सारे pieces हैं board पे, तो एक वो 0.3 0.4 का advantage है, but it should be holdable for Gukesh. अरुण जी पूछ रहे हैं, सहज भाई, what according to you Gukesh needs to work on most before his championship match, and how do you work on it as a chess player? So, bhai, it's a very nuanced question. There's a lot of things I think you have to work towards. Even when things are looking good, you still have to work, through them. But Gukesh ke liye, ek wo, like, I don't think there is any advice, any specific advice that I can provide that's gonna immediately help him. Of course, I have to assess him, I have to understand him as a player, and then something like this makes sense. Gukesh ke liye, just so you know, chat, जो भी generic advice आप सोच रहे हो, that doesn't apply to Gukesh because he's an extremely advanced player. तो saying कि भाई थोड़ा जल्दी खेलो, थोड़ा थोड़ा slow खेलो, like आपका fast chess is not as good. I mean, he already knows that. I mean, but it's like if he tries to purposefully play fast, then he has to make compromises in the middle game, which could actually make his play a bit worse. So it's very nuanced, something like this. But I would say that since this tournament, and I would say a little bit in GCT as well. Not GCT, I think it was GCT, right, Tiku bhai? Like in the last rounds of that event, I started to see like Gukesh improving a lot in faster chess.
I feel like, it's a journey. I think, for example, and this journey is not like a straight line up here. It's a curve. So, for example, if you look at any growth of any stock price, you look at growth of anything in the world, right? It will be like a diagonally up line, but it's curvy. So sometimes it will go up, sometimes it will down. But overall, if you zoom out a bit, you will see that upward trend. And I do think we have seen that upward trend in Rapid and Bliss Gukesh. There is absolutely no doubt about it. So I think he's getting better, and I think we saw a signal of that yesterday by Bishop H6. मतलब केमर वहां 5 मिनट तो बस सोचते रह गया कि भाई मेरे पास डिफेंस ही नहीं है कोई. Like he just sat there for 5 minutes. So I think Gukesh has improved. Now, is his classical chess at his peak right now? Not really. But maybe this is the kind of tournament he needs. Imagine Chad, just imagine if he wins this tournament. Forget winning. If he finishes second behind Magnus Carlsen, even that I think could be a huge boost for him. I think.
भाई ये क्या बीच बीच में ये जो चीजें बोलते हैं ना हम, लाइक मैग्नस इज द ओनली गाय हु लॉस्ट इन द फर्स्ट राउंड इन क्लासिकल, ठीक है, उसके अलावा सबका ड्रॉ हुआ था, लाइक सबके पास एक एक पॉइंट है। मैग्नस टेक्निकली अभी लास्ट आ रहा है, बट बातों बातों में ही भाई वो सेकंड भी आ जाए मैग्नस के पीछे तो इट्स फाइन। इट
Why?
जस्ट गोस
Because
टू शो यू भाई हाउ डोमिनेंट मैग्नस हैज बीन।
agreed. I think Magnus का जलवा कुछ अलग ही है भाई. I know सलमान खान ने उस पे गाना बनाया, but I think वो गाना Magnus को ज़्यादा सूट होता है. And I think the simplest factor is he has a live rating of 2835 even after losing yesterday, and he's roughly 43 points ahead of the world number 2. So it's just insane. And I think if he really, and he's not even like in his a preparation mode. If he was, I think his rating would be higher. Regardless, I think Magnus abhi samne nahi hai, Gukesh hai, and he's been thinking for 29 and a half minutes. Sahaj bhai and Chad, we discussed this in previous events. जब आप 20 मिनट से ऊपर सोचते हो, usually you are kind of recalculating variations, and that is not good for your overall strength, and also for the game, and also your mindset. And भाई जल्दी खेलना पड़ेगा थोड़ा.
No, true. 30 minutes is a lot of time, but okay, like maybe this is the first time that his preparation finished. I mean, if we do the math, he had 1 hour, 56 minutes, something like this before he started thinking. So clearly he was, completely booked until this point, and iske baad now he's creating a plan. However, I must say that advantage जो white का दिख रहा है भाई, it looks very, very nice. Overall, firstly, you have space. You've got your nice knights on f3 and g3. Bishop d3 can be a problem to put pressure on the b5 pawn. Provoking c6 from black is like, I mean, usually you might have to do it to defend this pawn, but this is such an ugly move because your bishop is completely gone. And also this knight on b6 doesn't really have any squares. This knight on f6, I can't really move around much. I optically 100% I'm choosing Wesley here.
Agreed. And I feel like Wesley so ऐसी पोजीशन में थ्राइव करते हैं. आई थिंक ही इज वेरी स्ट्रेटेजिक एंड बट ऑल्दो वेस्ली का एक प्रॉब्लम ये भी है, लाइक ही इज नोन टू बी one of those logical guys. Yeah, like for example, if there's a very, very risky option that might give him the edge, he might not go for it. That's true for players like MVL, Wesley, जो अभी थोड़ा सा they are in the older generation, so to speak. And I don't know if we have that वो जो confession था Magnus का सहवाल. Do we have that? जहाँ पे उन्होंने बोला कि I feel like I'm weak and old or something he said. I don't know. Do we have that? अगर है तो प्ले करते भाई बहुत जल्दी. विल बी वेरी नाइस टू सी क्या कहा मैग्नस कार्लसन ने अपने कन्फेशन में, बिकॉज कल के बाद थोड़ा मे बी ही इज फीलिंग अ बिट लो. या सहज भाई.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. And we last thing we want is Magnus जब भी हारता है भाई उसके बाद आग लग जाती है हर जगह. तो unless we are seeing a 9 out of 9 incoming, bhai, everyone has to be super careful. And chat mein someone is letting us know that Magnus is worse. We know, but like I think that is because the depth is like super low for the engine there, and that's in no way White is worse there. Magnus की position में only he is playing for a win there for sure. But वो थोड़े आप थोड़ा depth थोड़ा छोड़ोगे तो I think it will equalize for sure. श्रेयान जी बोल रहे हैं सहज भाई गुकेश ब्लिट्स इज नॉट गुड बट इन रैपिड हिज टॉप प्लेयर टॉप 10 स्ट्रेंथ इजीली. टॉप 10 नहीं है वो. आई थिंक ही वुड बी अराउंड टॉप 20 और टॉप 25 मे बी in rapid, which is still amazing. I think I did take a look at his rapid rating. It's around 2682 and 2700 आपकी होती है तो आपकी रैंक 18th है मतलब रैपिड में. तो I think he hasn't broken that 2700 wala mark there. Once he does that, then he's in the conversation, I think. But he's getting very close. But I do agree with you that his rapid is, I think, much stronger than his blitz, at least right now. But वो adjustment period के बारे में जो हम बात कर रहे हैं, I mean, we have been talking about it for a long time. The fact that it is adjusting in rapid is a great sign because it's only a matter of time when it translates into blitz as well.
By the way, is Narov in Norway abhi?
Yes, he is.
Ooh, very interesting.
We
Yeah?
actually
So
saw a
maybe
bunch of like videos of him
हाँ.
in the elevator and chilling around. Yes.
So इसका मतलब he might be helping Visara, and I mean that's definitely helpful. And
By
she did win her first
100%
game.
he's helping Bibisara by 100%.
Oof. This is
तो इट्स टफ भाई, मतलब या वैशाली को मिस कर रहे हैं भाई.
actually.
बिकॉज वैशाली होती तो हम बोलते हैं हमारे पास भी है भाई, लेट्स गो.
Wow. Chat, I think regardless, do like the stream. Let's get more people in because हमें पता है, yesterday in my mind, I can promise you, I was thinking आज का दिन थोड़ा slow लग रहा है, maybe we'll see a lot of draws. But रात तक I was like, content ही content. I was literally thinking of putting that Akshay Kumar meme सहज भाई, जब कहता ना पैसा ही पैसा होगा, like content ही content होगा. Like that's the feel I got literally after yesterday. So आज भी देखने को मिल सकता है. And by the way, tomorrow is when the real magic starts, Sahej bhai. We're going to have Prague versus Magnus tomorrow, and then we're going to have Gukesh versus Magnus on the next day. So this event पूरा ना मतलब एक मूवी की तरह सेटअप किया इस बार उन्होंने, मतलब क्लाइमैक्स पे क्लाइमैक्स, ट्विस्ट पे ट्विस्ट.
I imagine. Just imagine, last round, Gukesh versus Magnus, both of them on the same points, and Gukesh playing with the black pieces. Magnus tries to put pressure, and then Gukesh just holds on, goes into Armageddon, and उसके बाद का prediction मैं नहीं करने वाला because already this is pure cinema. That's
भाई
what we're hoping for.
प्रेडिक्शन एक ही है भाई, एंड दैट इज टेबल बैंगिंग. वी नीड दैट. किसी को तो बैंग करना ही पड़ेगा भाई, जब तक नहीं होगा हम टूर्नामेंट खत्म नहीं होने देंगे. एंड बाय द वे, हाउ लॉन्ग इज द कन्फेशंस है भाई? हाँ, सचिन साल भाई, इज ओलंपियाड टीम डिसाइडेड? नॉट रियली. आई थिंक मेरे हिसाब से, आई थिंक हाँ, मई या जून के एंड तक वो रेटिंग क्लोज होगी. एज ऑफ नाउ वी नो द लाइकली पार्टिसिपेंट्स, बट मीनवाइल आज का पहला कन्फेशन आते रहेंगे बहुत सारे. लेट्स हैव इट ऑन आवर स्क्रीन्स.
Well, this idea is inspired by the man himself, Vincent Keymer, and his game against Maxim from Bucharest last week, where he, in a Sicilian, he just maneuvered his knight to h3, and as he said himself, it stopped all the play on that file. So I'm trying to do the same. Don't think it's as effective here, but it is noticeable. Also recently, Peter showed me a position where it's kind of reversed colors, and the only difference is that in that one case, like black or white has the square on h6 or h3 for the knight. In the other one, there's a pawn there, and the evaluation sort of swings by a point in an innocuous looking position. So everything in the world is just telling me that knight needs to be an a3. That's how it is.
And that was the goat of chess, bhai. Unka pehla confessional, and it's always nice to see Magnus, start the trend. जब Magnus ऐसे कमरे में जाते हैं, बाकी लोग कहते हैं कहाँ जा रहा है Magnus? Oh, confession, जैसे विशेष ने कहा, sometimes you forget about it, and hopefully that's a reminder. Still not seen Divya in the confessional booth. Still not seen Gukesh or Prag as well. So hopefully we'll see them. Will you cover us chess? Yes, we will cover. I think Arjun and Vidita playing, I think, and it's going to be interesting because we also have Sindarov and Nodirbek and all those Uzbekistan youngsters. So बड़ा मजा आएगा. But फिलहाल के लिए all eyes on Norway chess. By B3 के बाद 37 minutes के लिए सोच रहे हैं Gukesh. 37 minutes. I don't know what you think about this, chat, but this feels like a red flag right now. इतना देर क्या सोचना है भाई? इतनी तो मैंने अपनी शादी की प्लानिंग नहीं करी थी भाई. चल क्या रहा है? I know the position is not like super easy. It's like you've already developed all your pieces. जो obvious चालें आपने चल दी, but 38 minutes now almost, that cannot be the correct approach, I think. Oof, looking tough for Gukesh. And कई बार ना you kind of make a mistake after this. You just quickly make a strategic mistake because आप कई बार confuse कर देते हो अपने आप को calculation में. भाई मुश्किल लग रहा है भाई, मुश्किल लग रहा है. 38 minutes is too much. And by the way, look at this. Wesley not even at the board. भाई वो आराम से इतनी देर में तो मतलब वो मूवी देख के आ गया था आदि यार, इंटरमिशन तक. सहज आ रहे हैं, सहज भाई अपना नेट रिसेट कर रहे हैं एक बार. इट विल टेक रफली 67 seconds, चैट उन्होंने बोला है. सो ही विल बी बैक सून. if Gukesh is going to blunder in coming few moves, yeah, I don't think he'll blunder in the coming few moves. I mean, he has a lot of time. But what usually happens is, up you think for a while, you don't see a clear solution to your problems. B3 खेला है, White is playing a very restrictive game. आपके pieces को पीछे ऐसे control करके बैठे, समझ like, it's like होता है ना, जैसे movies देखते हैं जहाँ पे वो anaconda आता है, squeeze करता है इंसान को, वैसे ही like squeeze कर रहे हैं. He's not giving Gukesh any active moves. And you're like, ये खेलूंगा तो ये आ रहा है, ये खेलूंगा तो ये आ रहा है. Where is my counterplay coming from? This is where you need a lot of patience. And of course, intuition is going to help you a lot as well. But Gukesh calculator है. He prefers clear solutions to his problems. वो यहाँ में भी नहीं मिल रहा है उनको something convincing. And he's thinking for a long time. 39 minutes now. 40 minutes पहुंचने वाले हैं. He needs to play now. He needs to, okay, कोई clear solution नहीं है, कोई almost clear solution ढूंढ लो भाई. Maybe it's not 100% solution, but let's go with 99. Let's go with 95. Because हमने कल देखा क्या हुआ टाइम प्रेशर में. टाइम प्रेशर में मैग्नस कार्लसन को 1 मिनट में 10 मूव खेलने थे. You cannot simply do it. Nobody in the world can do it. So you need the time on the clock for the final moves. Abhi, they have played 19 moves. Gukesh के 18 हुए हैं, but we already know that the position is quite complicated because he's been thinking for so long. Come on, Gukesh, come on. 40 minutes now. Closing to the chat. How many minutes in total do you think Gukesh takes for this move? It's already 39 minutes and 45 seconds. कितने minute Gukesh लेंगे chat overall? Your guess. Spam कर दो भाई. Let's see who's correct. I'm going to take a guess. Okay? I'm going to take a guess. I'm going to say he takes 43 minutes is my guess. Let's see. Chat, what's your guess? लेकिन जितना भी है, hopefully it comes in soon, whatever his move is. Because otherwise it's going to be very tricky. I really feel ये Norway chess बना ही है ऐसा टूर्नामेंट की जहां पे आप गलती करोगे. बेसिकली आप बहुत बड़ी गलती करोगे. Come on, Guki. I mean, it's not a critical position. He can take on a1, for example. Rook takes a1 is a move, right? There are solutions possible which don't really require such a critical move. Like you can quickly do it in c5 ek chal hai, which is very logical as well usually, but of course you have to accept a move like d5. See, he's still not convinced. He's still not convinced. I see queen d7. Queen d7 dekhne mein kafi logical lag rahi hai move. But also what is the queen doing on d7 is my question. Like I'm not sure like if d7 is an improvement from d8. It connects the rooks, sure. But I want to keep my rook on e8 anyways. Agar queen d7 ke baad rook a8 mara, I might still just take with the bishop or the knight and not with the rook. So queen d7, I'm not sure. Why this side you guys talks to himself, bro? Mera co-commentator internet decide kar raha hai, bhai. He'll be back. And meanwhile, I personally think Gukesh ke liye, bhai, he looks stressed. He looks stressed. Gukesh, bhai, kal flashback. Go into a, chat, whenever you're feeling low in life, the simplest solution is to go back into your life when you thought you had huge problems and then they auto-resolved and you suffered in your mind for no reason, or you tackled a tough problem in the past. And Gukesh does not have to look too much into the past, right? He has to look back to yesterday when he held on to that crazy endgame, queen endgame, jahan pawn down the, he held on and defended like the world champion he is. And then played that crazy attacking, game against Vincent Keymer, crushed him in 18 moves. So he doesn't have to look back to gain some confidence and just play, man. It's already 42 minutes and 6 seconds. He's looking for a golden.
मेरा इंटरनेट गया, उसको मैंने रिसेट किया, वापस आया, and then Gukesh is still thinking, bhai. Like I feel this is now way too much to think in any position. 42 minutes is way too much.
And it's not like a tactical position. That's my problem with this. It's not a tactical position. You can take on a1. You can play some moves which are very logical. I think he's looking for a clean solution, Sehaj bhai. It's like, you're going for a weight loss program. नहीं भाई, 5 kg महीने के या maybe 2 महीने में 8 kg तो lose करने ही है सहज भाई. 2 महीने में 8 kg lose करना ही है, वरना I will not do it. भाई 2 kg lose कर लो, like start. And now he finally plays knight to d7 after a long think.
But भाई गोल कभी भी 8 kg lose करने का नहीं होता. वो just एक happy accident होता है. गोल होता है कि आपको आपको बस healthy होना है at the end of the day, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, healthy होना है and Gukesh, your move काफी healthy लग रही है. It just took a lot of time to come to that decision. And by the gears of what Super Chat भेजे, thanks a lot by Salva. Next 10 days stream till 1:30 just for us. 12 a.m. Maggie and coffee for one difference. Thanks a lot by yaar. But I think we'll be here. And yesterday I think we were way beyond. Went way beyond 1:30 if I'm not mistaken, Sahaj, because Armageddon
Yes.
games चलती जा रही थी. So we'll be here. Don't worry. क्योंकि crazy games हमें कल देखने को मिली है, आज भी कंटिन्यू होंगी. एंड सहज भाई, व्हाट डू यू थिंक अबाउट दिस मूव नाइट टू D7 जो गुकेश ने खेलने के लिए 44 मिनट्स लिए?
I think in principle the move is not anything crazy.
आई थिंक सहज भाई ये क्या तरीका है भाई एनालिसिस से भागने का? भाई अगली बार विशी से मुझसे सवाल पूछेंगे ना, मैं भी नेट डिस्कनेक्ट कर दूंगा, क्योंकि मुझे भी नहीं आता कोई चेस. आज लिटरली बस सहज भाई विशी से एनालाइज कर रहे थे. आई वाज लाइक इनमें से एक ओपनिंग मैंने जिंदगी में कभी देखी नहीं है, तो मैं तो आज बिल्कुल शांत था भाई. लेट द जीएम एनालाइज, आई एम गोना
there was
चिल.
some technical possibility, bhai.
है
Uh,
सहज भाई?
can you hear me?
भाई आप डिस्कनेक्टेड थे पिछले 15-20 सेकंड से, सो यू हैव
Oh,
टू रीडू.
Oh, acha. Sorry, my bad. Like I was saying that knight bd7 is kind
भाई
of a
वेस्ली
filler
हमें देख
move
रहा
for
है.
me.
यो वेस्ली,
वो मेरे
रिमेंबर वी
इंटरनेट को
मेट
जज
एट
कर रहा है भाई.
टाटा स्टील इंडिया मिले थे हम.
वो
हाँ सॉरी
बोल
सॉरी
रहा है,
सॉरी.
देख. वो मेरे इंटरनेट को जज कर रहा है भाई. ठीक करो इसको. कब कब से चल रहा है ये. Sorry, Wesley. But I think knight bd7 in principle I think is a great move. But generally speaking, when you're spending more than 40 minutes on the clock, I think there has to be some tactical thing that you are considering. Yeah, ठीक है. Knight bd7 की जगह was Gukesh thinking about d5 or something along those lines. Yeah. If he's thinking like this, then okay, makes sense. But to play knight bd7, 40 minutes is a lot, I feel.
Agreed. It's a lot. And I think knight D7 is a logical move. He could have played in literally 40 seconds in a bullet game. But I think he really was looking for a clean solution. कि भाई ये है अगली 15 चालें मेरी कैसी लग रही हैं. But he didn't find it. And finally he went for the decent option. But I think the problem is कि बहुत time लग गया. But okay, luckily for him, he had a time advantage at the start. So that's the good news, chat. कि इतना पीछे नहीं गए clock के ऊपर. It's a 18-minute edge right now, which is kind of manageable. So Gukesh kind of thinking, Sehaj, bhai, maybe it's time to go to the Prague game, because it feels like, according to the bar at least, he has a minor edge. I don't see the edge on the actual position though, but I do see the bishop pair. And I see कि white ने थोड़ा सा एक attack सा build up करने की कोशिश की है. Sometimes they can be even queen b6. I don't know if rook b8 is queen b6 working, Sehaj bhai?
Yeah, it is, bhai. It is, of course. GG.
Oh!
What vision.
And
Vision
chat,
Pro Max.
I guarantee you I got this from Puzzle Rush. I saw this tactic, I think, in the last couple of weeks somewhere. So puzzle to solve karo bhai, get a diamond membership because 50% off chal raha hai, by the way, till 28th. Just 2 more days to go. 50% off. You can get tactics like these. So rook b8 mat khelna Prag bhai, please.
एंड चैट आपको लग रहा होगा कि हम लोग जैसे ऐसे प्रमोट कर रहे हैं, लाइक इट्स नॉट ट्रू. बट आई टेल यू दैट इन अ पजल रश you would get this exact same position and black will play rook b8 and then you have to find queen b6. So it's like जो
हाँ.
पैटर्न टिकू भाई ने समझाया ना, वैसे ही आप पजल रश सॉल्व करते हो. एंड ऑल ऑफ द पजल्स आर क्रिएटेड, आई थिंक 99% ऑफ देम आर क्रिएटेड फ्रॉम एक्चुअल गेम्स. तो it has a lot of practical value as well in that sense.
Also पता है, like usually chat it's pattern recognition. So कई बार लोग कहते हैं कि यार वो same position बार बार आती है puzzle rush में. You will never miss that pattern ever. That is the point. Like you do it again and again ताकि you forever remember कि आपके गेम में वो पैटर्न जब दिखे, you can instantly find it even if you have 2 seconds on the clock. And as we saw, जब seconds clock पे होते हैं भाई, वर्ल्ड के टॉप प्लेयर्स नहीं खेल पाते, तो इसलिए tactics are very important. By the way, knight d7 played. I love that move by Prag. 4 मिनट लिए 40 के बदले, and you are exchanging off or trying to exchange white's most dangerous and active piece.
Hi, it's actually kind of funny. Yeah? Both Gukesh and Prag played
हाँ.
knight d7 as their last move. Gukesh took 44 minutes and Prag took 4 minutes. But okay, completely different position, completely different nuances, but it's just an interesting start as it is. But after the move knight d7, I think maybe Wesley is still thinking that he's slightly better because queen side पे कितने सारे pieces हैं and black का king भी queen side पे है, तो it looks like you can create some attack. But if you are able to exchange this knight, let's say knight d7 आ जाता है, bishop takes d7 or queen d7, doesn't matter. There is no attack anymore in this position. Without the knight, there is no attack. There is nothing to sacrifice on b7, nothing to keep the square guarded. Max you can do is queen f or rook a3, जिसमें already दो चालें लगेंगी आपको, and I can defend with
Yeah.
a6 or b6, or I can also play c5, which will hit the queen. So basically, Prague is completely safe once the knights are traded.
Agreed, and I love कि उसने a6 नहीं खेला है. कई बार I think I had this position with black against some IM once, and I was playing this setup for the first time as black, and कुछ sacrifice आ गया a6 पे. I was like shell shocked. ये कैसे हो गया भाई? इस queens गया में attack कब से लगने लगे? So and
भाई
also
वो
like
यानोव्स्की
c5.
वाली होती है ना, यानोव्स्की QGT, जहाँ पे थर्ड मूव नाइट c3 के बाद आप a6 सीधा खेलते हो,
हाँ.
वो वाली में ये आ सकता है, उसमें
Yeah.
पॉसिबल है.
Agreed. So I think love that कि कभी कोई weakness create नहीं करी है. And I think ये knight on c5, I mean, you have no option, right? The only question is, do I take the knight or do I take the bishop? Wow, which is the better piece? Because knight a4 back is a step in the wrong direction for sure. I think you're going back and that doesn't make any sense. So which piece does white take, Saj? Do you take the
भाई
bishop or the knight? I feel like the bishop is a bad piece, yeah? Blocked by the pawn.
Why the thing is that I agree with you. I like knight d7, I like knight d6, but when I look at them, I see that I have zero attack afterwards, and then I think I will only play knight a4. कि कम से कम अटैक तो मेरा जिंदा है, कुछ कुछ
But भाई,
चांसेस तो है मेरे पास.
अभी फिरोजा ने टांग उठा के अभी रखी है उस कुर्सी पे. आई फील लाइक does Firouzja want a long game? I feel like he might, because if you're going for knight a4, you're also taking some risk, right? Because मैंने knight अभी लाया था c5 पे, अब मैं वापस लेके जा रहा हूं. I mean, you might very likely taking some risk here. Like black could be just better objectively.
Black is already better, I think. We can see black is better objectively. But after a move like knight a4, okay, black's plan is not super clear. Like I'm seeing ideas like h5 and h4, which I think in hindsight looks pretty strong and pretty logical as well. But the real problem is कि ठीक है, आपने knight a4 पे तो रख दिया, but इस knight का future क्या है? Like, okay, how do you generate the attack now? Because if you play knight c5 again, then there is no point of playing knight a4 in the first place because you're just wasting tempo. So if you are gonna play knight a4, then you have to create some, extra plan in this position that helps your case, right? And I think I see that. If you play h5, there is an interesting move here, queen to c2. And अभी के लिए थोड़ा weird लग रहा है, but we are vacating the square on b3 for our knight. ताकि ये knight ऐसे jump करके b3 पे आ जाए, and then we'll play knight c5, ताकि if you capture, I can capture back with my knight, and my knight is still super, like one of maybe the best piece that is attacking the king on the queen side. That
Agreed.
seems logical to me, bhai.
Agreed. I think अगर दूसरा knight c5 पे आएगा, that's definitely gonna make it interesting. And ये h5 move देखने में काफी logical लग रही है, but initially you don't consider it sometimes. It's like something which you see and then it just all makes sense. But maybe not. It's not as easy for Prag to find. And by the way, Prag not at the board. Time wise, Prag के पास एक हल्की सी lead है clock के ऊपर भी. So काफी stable game for Prag, I think. यहाँ पे maybe Prag has good chances to maybe at least hold the position and also like maybe push. By the way, you can see Firouzja, he's like rubbing his leg there. I think he must be in minor pain for sure. I mean, it's not easy to sit like this for 4, 5, 6 hours, even in the Armageddon. By the way, Firouzja didn't play the Armageddon yesterday, Sahej bhai. So कल उसको खेलने को मिला ही नहीं. अगर आज खेलना पड़ा, like we're gonna see like how comfortable this really is. Will not be easy to play like this.
वो क्लॉक का सिचुएशन चेंज करना पड़ेगा भाई. 1 second के इंक्रीमेंट में तो हाथ ही नहीं पहुंचेगा वहां तक, especially with the leg. So that has to be addressed for sure. Hopefully it does. But let's come back to the original position chat. This is knight d7, and Firouzja is thinking both sides having more than an hour. Prag has 10 minutes more, at least for now. So healthy time advantage there. Maybe as Firouzja thinks, एक switch मारते हैं भाई कहीं पे. Which game looks the most appealing to you, Tikku bhai?
Very interesting.
Gukesh
I
तो
think
अभी भी
maybe I would
सोच ही
love
रहा है
to
यार.
एक ना Carlsen game पे मारते हैं. I will just look at the couple of moves जो खेला, because especially the knight on a3 quite looks interesting to me. Like, reminds me of like some beautiful games that I've seen. But
भाई
what happened since then?
देखो दिव्या ने कल जुवेंजुन को हराया, ठीक है. यू कैन आर्ग्यू कि ठीक है, लाइक आफ्टर माय गेम थोड़ा मोटिवेशन तो आया होगा. फिर मैग्नस को भी याद आया भाई, उसने भी नाइट ए3 खेल के हराया था मुझे. दैट्स व्हाई फ्रॉम f3 ही प्लेज नाइट d2, नाइट b1 and knight a3 to win the game. Bhai, this is
Hmm.
some nice assist by yours truly.
Almost like, chess में assist किया तो chess assist हो सकता है सहज भाई अभी, like it's also possible.
अरे उफ
Okay.
उफ, क्या बात है.
But meanwhile, I think time दोनों का बराबर है, but it does seem like both the players are taking some long things here. So not much has changed in the Magnus Carlsen game, by the way. Vincent Keymer, by the way, got crushed by Gukesh in the tiebreaker. Almost won the classical itself. So don't know how he's feeling, how his mindset is. Has the black pieces against the goat, who's really like roaring loud right now because he really wants to get a win under his belt. Bishop d2 played now, developing the last minor piece. Yeah, roughly solid stage by maybe like equal. We can close it and then we can go to the Divya game for a second.
No, not equal. I think Magnus is going to win this.
Really?
By Magnus has a slight edge for sure. Bhai,
Hmm.
I'll tell you two moves, yeah? Rook g1 and g4.
No way, bhai. No way, really?
By best moves, eh? Not even me being creative. This is not me being creative. This is the best move in the position. एक बार G4 आ गया भाई फिर उसके बाद वापस डिस्कस करते हैं पोजीशन है because then I don't think it you're gonna say it's a draw.
That to me is insane. Agar G4 aa gaya, then I think we're going to see a result in the classical itself. Very, very likely. So, chat, do not go anywhere. Carlsen coming up back very, very soon. Let's see if he does that. Sej bhai, one look at the Divya game because I think we have a bunch of moves. And finally, she managed to castle. Unka king queen side pe ja chuka hai. Black is also ready to castle queen side. Maybe the game is kind of simplified now a bit. Like ये थोड़ा सा जो starting का drama था, although she has just played d4 and threatening a fork.
भाई ये सिंपल तो नहीं लगा. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल d5 से यू आर विनिंग अ पीस सो दैट्स अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट नुआंस इन द पोजीशन. एंड सेकेंडली I think the most obvious move here is d5, and I see it's not in top 3, so it must be a bad move. And I'm trying to figure out why it's a bad move because pawn takes, knight takes, bishop takes, and bishop takes does nothing. So what am I missing? कुछ queen h2 है क्या? क्या मिस कर रहा हूँ मैं यहाँ पे?
कई बार सारे कमेंट्स नहीं पढ़ने चाहिए मन में भी मुझे लग रहा है सहज भाई बट ओके.
ओ चेसकॉम वाले हाँ पढ़े मैंने भाई पढ़े भाई क्या कुछ भी लिखते हो भाई तुम लोग.
कुछ भी चल रहा है भाई. एक बंदा लिखता praying for the mindset of the commentators, but anyways. Meanwhile, okay, Divya has gotten from a chair. D4 aa chuka hai. Sehaj bhai, I think D5, I mean, looks logical, but is there a problem with D5 from black here? Just to break in the center.
Yeah, d5 is what I was thinking. बट d5 के बाद कुछ प्रॉब्लम है भाई. देर इज d4 बिशप b6 pawn takes knight takes I guess knight takes bishop takes एंड कुछ रुकी वन चेक देके आप
सहज भाई,
कास्टलिंग रोक सकते हो.
क्यूमर
I
भी
guess.
अगर B4 पे नाइट B4 मार दे तो कुछ हो सकता है
नहीं
क्या?
ये तो नहीं होगा भाई. टेक्स एंड क्वीन d3 से बच नाइट e2 है ना मेरे पास. नाइट बच रहा है. नाइट e2 से बच तो इसलिए वो नाइट बिफोर. और ऑल्सो हम्पी विल नेवर गो नाइट बिफोर भाई. हम्पी जी इज वेरी वेरी सॉलिड आई थिंक. वेरी पोजिशनल प्रिंसिपल्ड इन दैट सेंस. वो ऐसे रिस्क नहीं लेगी.
मेरे को सुंदरो प्रक की गेम याद आ गई बट या दिस इज नॉट द सेम. एंड D4 के बाद अब हम्पी इज थिंकिंग apparently the best move is just to take on C3 and then play D5. So apparently that's very important. So B4 आने के बदले पहले ही C3 मार दो. Give up the bishop, which it's a tough decision, but then you play D5 and break in the center.
Yeah, correct. And I think this is also a good exercise for people in the chat. Like when you see, something like bishop c3 and d5, then you should always question in this sense. Like हमेशा engine to use the engine in the best way possible, you must always question the engine. कि भाई तू कह रहा है वो सही है, but लेकिन वो सही क्यों है? Because I feel a lot of players just agree with what the engine is saying without actually questioning it. And when this is exactly why we question why not d5 immediately. अगर वही खेलना ही था तो bishop c3 बाद में भी तो मार सकते हो. But then you realize b4 के बाद there are some problems happening to the king, and okay, tactically makes sense why bishop c3 is possible. And if you do the same thing now, pawn takes, knight takes, note that your knight on c3 is not there anymore. So even if you go bishop d5, queen d5, there is no check. There is no check on the king. I cannot stop you from castling. And the entire plan, behind allowing d5 is just basically gone. Now, this is a good move for Humpy G, but it's also a very difficult one because आप on purpose अपना double bishop advantage and the any possibility of attack on the queen side, you're just giving it away. So a
Agreed.
very tough decision.
And I want to address a comment because this is a popular one जो मैं shorts पे देखता हूँ Chesscom India के. Bro, whoever is the admin of this channel, stop uploading all shots on Divya with a laughing emoji. So I suggest Mr. Pratik नाम है I think आपका, प्लीज जाके काउंट करें कि दिव्या के ऊपर कितने शॉट्स है आउट ऑफ द लास्ट 20. एंड अगर आपको लगता है कि वो नंबर 2 या पिछले 40 में से कितने हैं, अगर वो लगता है आपको नंबर 10% से लेस है, देन आप सोचें कि आप खाली वही शॉट्स क्यों देख रहे हैं. हम तो सब पे अपलोड कर रहे हैं, बट एल्गोरिथम आपको सिर्फ एक ही प्लेयर के रेकमेंड कर रहा है. सो इट्स ऑन यू ब्रदर,
तो
नॉट ऑन अस.
ये कैसा लॉजिक है भाई? पहले दिव्या के शॉट्स देख, फिर ये बता दिव्या के शॉट्स क्यों देख रहा है?
नहीं मतलब वो कह रहे हैं कि वी ओनली अपलोड दिव्या शॉट्स, लाइक वो कह रहे हैं कि
No, ऑफ कोर्स नॉट. वो रेज
भाई
बेट,
हर
रेज
किसी
बेट
के
10 on
शॉट्स है,
10.
सब प्लेयर्स के, खाली आप ही हैं जो एक ही के शॉट्स देख रहे हैं. Meanwhile, going to the game of Gukesh now, let's quickly go there because I think कुछ तो अपडेट हुआ है. And Wesley, after 9 minutes, played bishop to d3, so attacking that weak pawn on b5. And how do you defend this? I think एक option b4 हो सकता है. I don't want to play c6 because we'll block my bishop. So Saj, what's the plan here?
भाई पहले तो ये पॉन को बचाओ, एंड इफ यू प्ले c6 दैट्स अ बैड स्ट्रेटेजिक डिसीजन इन स्पैनिश पोजीशंस. जनरली आप c6 तब खेलते हो जब आपको d5 फेंकना होता है, नहीं तो आप c5 खेलते हो टू ट्राई एंड गेन मोर स्पेस on the other side of the board. In fact, I'm genuinely considering the move b4 here, just to sack the pawn. b4 cb, ये तो खुलेगा ना बिशप, इसमें कुछ कुछ तो मिलेगा. e takes d4, knight takes. I'm not sure if this is tactically sound. Okay, tactically it's not very sound, but point 3 का advantage है, so not really a big deal. knight e4 भी मर ही रहा है इधर. But yeah, I think this is what I would consider in this position, and I think that's what Wesley won. Wesley is just saying defend this pawn by playing c6, because once you play c6, you have weaknesses on d6. Your bishop is now super passive. This pawn is now doing nothing basically. So lots of problems could be there.
हमारे दोनों एडिटर्स लिख रहे हैं थैंक्स फॉर एड्रेसिंग दैट साइड भाई, बिकॉज इतने कमेंट्स आ रहे थे ना उस पे, वो दिव्या वाला वो कमेंट, तो दे आर ग्लैड कि चलो भी.
Like
हाँ,
डीएम पे किया उन्होंने या फिर चैट में? भाई चैट में लिखो भाई.
ग्रुप पे लिखा था दोनों ने एक ही टाइम पे भाई, एक ही टाइम पे. दैट टेल्स यू हाउ मेनी कमेंट्स वी गॉट अबाउट दिस. बट एनीवेज, नाउ वी हैव क्लैरिफाइड इट, सो अपनी एल्गो चेक करें. मीनवाइल गोइंग टू बिशप d3 सेट, आई थिंक आई लव द मूव b4.
भाई वो बंदा ना अभी अभी आप पूरा लिस्ट लेके आएगा, देखना. वो 40 के 40 वीडियो देखेगा, उसका वो डालेगा उसको, वो
नहीं
चैट
देखेगा ना भाई,
फिर
उसके
बाद
रेकमेंड नहीं
देखेगा
होंगी 40 उसको.
नहीं नहीं, शॉर्ट्स में आप वो मतलब यू कैन सॉर्ट देम ना, न्यूएस्ट टू ओल्डेस्ट.
हाँ वो देखेगा तो उसका वो ओपिनियन क्लियर हो जाएगा भाई. देन इट्स ग्रेट.
एग्जैक्टली.
मीनवाइल सहज भाई, फिरूजा की गेम पे जाके देखेंगे तो आपके चेहरे पे स्माइल आ जाएगी, बिकॉज नाइट टेक्स d7 मार दिया है फिरूजा ने. उनको नहीं खेलनी लंबी गेम, एंड नाउ प्राग इज एटलीस्ट इक्वल. अटैक शटैक फटैक सब खत्म.
Yeah, there is no attack on the board, but I mean clear that Firuza is okay with taking a draw, but we know Prag is not. Prag ये खेलेगा for sure. कोई रिस्क ही नहीं है Prag के लिए. ये नाइट उठा के c5 पे रख दो, only Firuza is playing. But with the knight on f3, I think the situation is completely different now. By the way, interesting nuance here. Like out of queen d7 and bishop d7, I think I'm not really sure, but I think out of 1,000 chess players, if you give them this position and you say pick a move, I think 999 will play queen takes d7 here. But actually bishop d7 is the best.
So वो एक बंदा मैं हो गया.
नहीं आप हो, आप मतलब देखने के बाद बोल रहे हो, देखने से पहले बोल रहे हो. दैट्स द डिफरेंस. देखने के बाद तो भाई वो तो फिर 100 के 100 बंदे हो बिशप d7 ही बोलेंगे.
हाँ.
देखने से पहले आई थिंक क्वीन d7 इज मेकिंग वे मोर सेंस टू मी.
आई थिंक वही होगा आइडिया कि क्वीन d7 बिशप f5 खेलने से पहले ही वाइट क्वीन c2 खेल देगा, एंड देन यू डोंट गेट लाइक योर बिशप f5 मूव. एंड बिशप d7 का फायदा मे बी कुड बी माय super strong intuition says maybe queen a4 ka plan becomes less strong, yeah, because you will have c5 maybe. That's my guess.
Oh really? Is that the plan? Yeah. Actually, no. C5 is not necessary. Actually, no, it is the best move. Bye, bye, bye. Crazy.
भाई कहा था भाई, क्रेजी इंट्यूशन कहा था भाई।
इंट्यूशन तो नहीं थी भाई ये।
ये
ये
इंट्यूशन थी
वाली
भाई, ये
इंट्यूशन नहीं
इंट्यूशन थी
थी। नहीं 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 नहीं, झूठ बोल रहे
भाई।
हो। झूठ बोल रहे हो।
भाई
दिस वन आई नो।
भाई
भाई
कमाल है भाई, विश्वास ही नहीं है
I
भाई को,
coach
बताओ।
I coach all the time भाई, I know the difference, come on। I can
बताओ भाई,
tell।
क्या बताओ। बताओ भाई, बताओ, विश्वास ही नहीं कर रहे भाई लोग। बट एनीवेज,
मेरे स्टूडेंट्स
चैट,
भी
मुझे
यही कहते हैं भाई।
मुझे पता है कि तुम्हें विश्वास है, एंड चैट, आई एम ग्लैड फॉर योर फेथ
तो
इन,
चैट
वोट फॉर
कितने
साहिल
लोगों को
टिकू।
विश्वास है टिक्कू भाई पे, ऑन ऑन दिस स्पेसिफिक सब्जेक्ट? एक बार यस, और अगर आपको विश्वास है तो यस, नहीं है तो नो।
लेट्स गो
अब
चैट, वोट
इतनी
फॉर साहिल
यूनिटी ना,
टिकू।
आपको इतनी यूनिटी आपको चैट में नहीं दिखेगी भाई। लाइक अगेन आई एम टेलिंग यू।
लेट्स गो चैट, लेट्स गो। यस दिख रहे हैं मुझे,
ओहो।
यस यस दिख
या
रहे हैं, ऑटो
कौन कौन दिख
ट्रांसलेट।
रहा है भाई? एक बंदे को छोड़ दो यस, उसके अलावा
दो,
सब नो ही है।
तीन,
वो एक
चार,
जो है ना, वो आपका ही ऑल्ट अकाउंट है।
भाई पांच बंदे, छह बंदे दिख गए भाई, देख लो
कितने
भाई,
लोगों
देखो
ने
है।
नो लिखा वो भी तो बताओ।
भाई मेरी डिक्शनरी में नो है ही नहीं। ऐसा कोई चीज नहीं है जो हम अकम्प्लिश नहीं कर सकते। नो डज नॉट एग्जिस्ट इन माय डिक्शनरी, एंड बिशप टेक्स इज प्लेड। सी प्रग सीज इट।
भाई प्रग तो निकालेगा ना। प्रग, आई कंप्लीटली एग्री। Like Prag is that one guy who would play bishop d7. That was how I was
हाँ
gonna finish my sentence anyways।
यार, सबका यस नो ठीक था, एक बंदे ने हेल नो लिखा भाई, ये क्या है भाई? लाइक दैट्स द ओनली वन हु हर्ट। ये
Chat,
क्या है भाई?
never, never, like जितनी लैंग्वेज में आपको नहीं लिखना आता सब लिखो भाई। लेट्स गो।
बाय द वे चैट, कोई कह रहा है वाई सो लेस लाइक्स, तो करो ना लाइक। बाय द वे मीन वाइल, अब ये पोजीशन प्रग के लिए मुझे चंगी लग रही है, बिकॉज जो अटैक बनाया था वो खत्म हो चुका है, एंड A7 B7 आराम से डिफेंडेड है। सो फिरूजा मे बी इज होपिंग फॉर अ ड्रॉ नाउ, लॉन्ग टर्म बिशप पेयर अपने पास है, H5 H4 का प्लान है। सो प्रग लुकिंग इन डिसेंट शेप एक्चुअली नाउ, फॉर मी एटलीस्ट। एंड the only question is Sehaj bhai now, Gukesh कब चलेगा? Because now he's under an
व्हाट
hour,
डू यू मीन कब
and
चलेगा? फिर से सोच रहा है वो?
bhai, he's the only
Oh, he
player
played
in the
before।
entire. Yeah, but he just played it after a long time. He's the only player below an hour on the clock, Sehaj. The only player.
Wow। Yeah, both open and women, by the way। He's the only
Yeah,
guy।
exactly. So this could be like something. He found the best move. Like he played some good moves, but he took a lot of time.
वाओ।
Somebody said,
B4 एक्चुअली इज अ वेरी नाइस मूव, द पॉइंट टेक, इससे ना मतलब एटलीस्ट वेस्टली, अब मतलब इट कैन नॉट मेक यू सफर। एटलीस्ट यू प्रूव कि जो एडवांटेज है वो टैक्टिकली प्रूव करो, या फिर आप ड्रॉ करो। यू नो, सिंपल। आई लव दिस मूव। क्या हुआ टिक्कू भाई, कुछ देखा आपने बढ़िया मसालेदार? कुछ बताओ
कमेंट
भाई,
था,
कुछ मसाला हमको भी बताओ भाई।
सहज भाई, हैव यू एवर बीटन प्रग और अर्जुन? एंड आई वाज जस्ट थिंकिंग कि ये मेरा ही ऑल्ट होगा, बिकॉज इन दोनों को ही मैंने
सहज भाई, हैव यू बीटन प्रग और अर्जुन? नहीं नहीं भाई, प्रग से ड्रॉ हुआ है, अर्जुन से कभी खेला नहीं मैं भाई। Like, no, it's weird actually. I haven't even played Arjun in like some title Tuesday or like some online. It's
भाई
weird.
वो
This
खेल
is,
रहा होगा अभी।
bhai, just so you know, Tiku bhai, and just so chat, you also know, the only reason I played that tournament was because I was watching the commentary of Sahil and Vedant, and भाई मैं साहिल भाई ने ना उसी टाइम पे लास्ट मिनट अर्जुन आ गया, लास्ट मिनट अर्जुन आ गया। मैंने कहा ओके, नाउ आई एम गोना प्ले फॉर श्योर, बिकॉज लाइक आई इट्स लाइक आई एम प्लेइंग चेस फॉर 25 years and I still haven't played Arjun, like what is this? So that was my
भाई
one of my main motivations
वी
to play।
वी न्यू ही विल जॉइन, बिकॉज आई थिंक उसको EWC स्पॉट चाहिए, एंड वी टॉक टू हिज मैनेजर, वी लाइक भाई आया कि नहीं। ऐसे लास्ट मिनट एंट्री उबालते हैं ना, ऐसे वो मतलब वैसे वो WWE में होता है, एक बंदा दो बंदे
हाँ
फाइट कर, तीसरे बंदे का म्यूजिक बजता है, टेन
भाई,
टेन,
नंबर
देन सन।
30 पे जब वो आया था ना, वो ट्रिपल एच आया था, याद है रॉयल रंबल में? भाई वो
हाँ,
सीन
सो
मेरे
सो
को भूलता नहीं है।
सो
चैट आपको याद, ट्रिपल एच ही था ना वो, जो 30th में आया था। और फिर उसके बाद वो हारा था, लेकिन लेकिन वो कितना क्रेजी एंट्रेंस था वो भाई।
सो बिल्कुल वैसी एंट्रेंस, लाइक हर किसी के ऑड्स कम हो गए, बट एट द एंड विदित जीते भाई, सो दैट इज क्रेजी। एंड द क्रेजी पार्ट इज, दो प्लेयर क्वालिफाई हुए, एक बंदा, और फाइनल मुंबई में है, एक बंदा मुंबई से ही है, और एक बंदा मुंबई के धरती के ऑपोजिट कोने में है। Like there is no in the middle. Like एक बंदा US में है opposite कोने में और एक बंदा है भाई मुंबई में. So I think the expenditure of getting them in one place is zero and then zero 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 zero.
Agreed, bhai. Question to both. If you were to rank the top three countries in chess as of now, what would it be? Actually, you're not gonna like my answer, bhai. I know you're not gonna like my answer. So, Tikku bhai, why don't you start and I will say after you because chat is not gonna like my answer here.
So I think on paper US seems to be the strongest country because उनके top four देखो.
Literally, I was gonna say the same, and I was like, people will.
टॉप फोर क्या है ठीक है ध्यान से हाँ हिकारू फैबी वेस्ली एंड अरोनियन देयर इज नो डाउट दे हैव द स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट टीम लेकिन इंडिया उज्बेकिस्तान जैसी टीम्स में एक वो टीम स्पिरिट है सो 1+1+1+1 is greater than 4 somehow like they play well as a team somehow so I think uh, I'm still gonna say India, but if वो US की टीम थोड़ी unity से खेले, they are big individual players who maybe don't collaborate, discuss together, क्या हमारी strategy है, कौन push कर रहा है, they just show up at the board and play. ऐसा मेरे को लगता है is happening. But if they were to collaborate and make it play as a team, and Hikaru plays first of all, वो खेला ही नहीं पिछले 2-3 Olympiad, I think they'll be the strongest. There's no doubt about it. But maybe if Hikaru doesn't play, and
By
then
Hikaru or Hans, imagine Hikaru, Hans, Fabi, Aronian.
उफ हैंस तो मैंने बोला भी नहीं भाई क्रेजी क्रेजी
By Hikaru, Hans, Fabi, Aron, like what? Like okay, you can put Arjun on board 3, but उनके board 3 में भी मतलब Aronian ही बैठा होगा. Yeah, I mean it's not. I mean, of course Arjun can beat anyone on a good day, but I'm not taking that away from him. But I feel like you're not the massive, favorite in that match in any sense. So I think US would be number one for me as well, in that sense, and I think India would be number two, and then Uzbekistan. Maybe Uzbekistan is like they're getting a bit close. I would say, but I think India is still number one.
Yeah, agreed. And I think
और
of course
अगर हम
Uzbekistan is catching up.
और अगर हम जैसे कंट्रीज की बात कर रहे हैं लाइक जहाँ पे एकदम बहुत लाइक देयर हैज बीन एक्सेप्शनल टैलेंट बट ओके बिकॉज ऑफ लाइक let's say political reasons it couldn't show itself the best. I would say like Iran could be one of them as well. They produce Firuza, they produce Parham, Amin Tabatabai, like तीनों 2750 के players हैं. Like, and they are all 20, 21 years old. Okay, Firuza is a bit older, but okay, like that's an insane lineup, no? And Daneshwar as well. That he like he's also 2680. That team could be ridiculous. Like definitely one of the contenders to win the Olympiad.
Sahaj bhai, Nidhi bhai had an idea. We could take a position and just kind of ask AI to predict कि white के winning odds कितने होंगे, black के and draw के. So I'm gonna ask you, chat. ठीक है, you're kind of
But
being
that doesn't
compared
work.
to.
I've done it
I
before.
know it does. I know. But I just want to do it for fun. Just once I want to do it. I know it's not accurate. It doesn't understand chess, but just for curiosity, I just input the Gukesh wala and Wesley wala snapshot and everything into ChatGPT. What do you think it predicts as the percentage victory chances for Wesley, percentage victory chances for Gukesh, and draw percentage? The reason I'm saying is it's very interesting to me कि उसने ये बोला. This doesn't make sense to me. So I'm curious, what do you think the answer is?
I think the answer is gonna be very, very random because I don't think the engine can calculate. AI cannot calculate. It cannot understand or read chess positions like that. That's the biggest problem right now. I know in some time this will be fixed, but right now that's this is the case. But percentage wise, I think it's very even. 33, 33, 33, I think. There is no chance that I think Gukesh is worse or that Wesley is slightly. I mean, I know on bar Wesley is slightly better, but I think this is very, very nuanced. So all equal chances, I would say.
So I think I agree with you. ChatGPT कह रहा है Wesley winning is 20%, Gukesh winning is 25%, and draw is like 55 or 60 के बीच में. So quite crazy कि Gukesh की और ज़्यादा better बोल रहा है जीतने के. Maybe he knows कि मैं Indian हूँ तो.
No. I think I agree with Claude there because I think
really?
B4 के बाद ना थोड़ा I don't know which AI you're using, but yeah, I do agree with that because I think B4 के बाद pawn takes B4 and pawn takes D4, knight takes D4, knight takes E4, and okay, like that looks a bit scary, no?
Interesting. Interesting,
थोड़ा
actually.
कैलकुलेशन करना पड़ेगा. उसने अगर C4 खेल दिया, I think Gukesh has fantastic chances here.
So very practically, this move is nice because it gives an opportunity for Wesley to go wrong. And the fact that he's thinking for 8 minutes already means partially the gamble worked. And look at Gokesh's body language. Can we go full screen? Like, look at him right now. Compare it to how he was like 15 minutes back. जब वो सोच रहे थे वो 40 मूव के लिए जितने में वेस्ली पिक्चर देख के आ गए धुरंधर पार्ट 1. Like, well, I feel like he looks lot more confident, Sahaj, in his body language. And I think maybe he is happy with what he has in front of him.
Yeah, 100%. I think Gukesh looks super calm, super composed. Wesley तो वैसे ही चल रहा था, तो hard to make a read on him. And Tikku bhai, some update. Looks like Firuza is now much worse. He has played this move A4, which was not liked by the engine. And the more you leave it, the worse the position becomes. Because भाई A4 क्यों खेला आपने? आपको A5 खेलना है ना? ये और खराब कर रहा है पोजीशन.
Bhai,
So let's
it's
say I'll go rook C8. What this looks like a
हाँ
develop कर रहे हो, whatever. A5, it's 0.5 now. G4 apparently is good. White's knight, let's say, goes to D2 पे apparently it's very very bad because of Queen F6 and DA pawn
exactly.
में कुछ problem है. तो 91 जाना पड़ेगा आपको. And okay, Queen F6 or H5, let's play anyway. And can I play A6? Oh, A6, yeah, nuanced है थोड़ा. नहीं,
नहीं,
ठीक है. It's not like the position is becoming absolutely worse though. It's still fine.
I feel like G4 खेलना is I think what maybe he underestimated Firouzja because हम discuss कर रहे थे H5 पहले याद है, like we're discussing H5 as a move and suddenly G4 खेलना is like basically giving up on that plan maybe in some cases. So maybe G4 is something he underestimated because of Queen F6 ka idea to attack F2. And if we again draw that rectangle, like after knight D2 in some lines, like white ke sare piece queen side pe literally, black ke bhi sare piece queen side pe aa sakte hain very soon. And agar suddenly aap king side pe attack kar do, it's not easy for white to defend that pawn on F2. And if you lose F2, you lose the entire bag. E3 gaya, G3 gaya, G2 gaya, D4 gaya. So I think वो F2 एक दिमाग में रखना चाहिए टारगेट प्लग को. That could be his way of winning the game at some point and whenever Firouzja kind of misses a beat. And look at Firouzja by the way right now. I don't know if it's because he missed something, maybe he's in pain, but he doesn't look comfortable at all.
Yeah. I mean, how can you be comfortable in this scenario? It's very hard to be comfortable, I think. But I think he had a fantastic game yesterday and a fantastic result yesterday and today also. I mean, at least he's putting some problems to Prag, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see how Prag retaliates here. Abhi ke liye to, I think the most likely result could be like headed towards a draw.
Agreed. And meanwhile, we do have a move from Wesley, so he's just taken on A8. I I don't think that's the best attempt, but at least it's a move played very quickly, just around 10 minutes taken. And Sahaj, I think simplifications could be in order here. I think काफी piece exchange हो सकते हैं, rook exchange हो गया है. You could take on E5 exchange pawns as well. And maybe that B4 move, was something Wesley completely missed. He really underestimated it at least. And now that delivered the shock value that Gukesh needed. And this could be the opportunity. Yeah, अगर Wesley simplify करने लगे draw के लिए, maybe there's a hidden opportunity for Gukesh.
Yeah, correct. Let's see if he takes back with the queen or the bishop. I think the queen is looking the most logical. And ये queen और bishop की जो Alekhines gun बन गई है E4 के pawn के against. I feel this is. Is it too early to say that it's Gukesh playing for a win here?
I don't think so actually.
I don't
Because
think it's early.
yeah, I agree. Because look at the knight. Let's look at white's pieces first of all. Knight on G3 has no good squares. G6 ने सब रोका हुआ है. अब ये pawn double होने वाले हैं उसके यहाँ पे white के very if we take on B4. Let's say queen takes 8 खेला. उसके बाद like what is white's next move? For example, my engine says take on E5. And usually in these structures, when you take on E5, it's like white saying, bye, equal, draw, equal. Yeah? Usually in most cases, that's the scenario. And it's going to trade a bunch of pieces. Black had less space, so that's also going to benefit black. and pressure on e4 is still valid, I mean, Gukesh should be happy. Yeah, A-file also under control. I mean, it feels like
Hmm.
a much, much better version of what he had literally just 3 moves back.
Yeah, correct. Strange actually that he went for this. Still, Gukesh has not taken on 8 yet, so still need to get an update there. What happens? Um,
And
by
chat,
the way, Magnus
Gukesh
Vincent में कुछ updates हुई हैं. If you want to
just
take
before
a
we
look there.
shift,
Yeah.
Gukesh, by the way, is world number 18 right now. He's 0.1 rating behind Nepo. So hopefully he gets that point today. Really want to cross Nepo very quickly. And uske baad Prag hai aage. I think we want to see Gukesh in the world top 10 Sahaj. That's where he belongs. अगर कल शाम की गेम की तरह उन्होंने 4-5 गेम खेल दिए ना, तो फिर से वो डर आ जाएगा ओपोनेंट थोड़ा बहुत कि भाई गुकेश कुड रियली प्ले अ मार्वलस गेम, जो डर 24 में था लोगों को उनके अगेंस्ट, वही चाहिए वापस बस.
Yeah.
Takes with the queen, by the way.
I think that makes a lot of sense. And
Okay, let's
now
go.
pawn takes b4 was not working because of pawn takes d4. We already know that.
भाई टाइम थोड़ा सा इश्यू यहाँ पे जरूर है, 20 मिनट. गुकेश इज रिलैक्सिंग बट थोड़ा ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा क्लॉक का. So chat, I just want to point out, can you the bird's eye view से HY? Because अभी लग रहा है कि सारी games are dead equal. So only Zujiner is slightly better against Bibisara. And I think बाकी सब games में Prag is slightly better against Firuza. HY बिल्कुल same as yesterday. कोई crazy games नहीं है. How many results do you expect? I think Vishista mentioned some ideas there, but what's your opinion? How many results can we expect?
I think वो bird's eye view में देखने में ज़्यादा मज़ा आएगा. I feel so. Let's wait for that. But I mean, as far as Gukesh versus Wesley is concerned, I think Gukesh has a good chance to win here. So yeah, top left corner, Firouzja versus Prague, most likely a draw. Magnus versus Vincent, no, I think Magnus wins. Yeah, Magnus
Magnus
wins. I
wins.
think, yeah, Magnus wins this. I mean, too early to say, but I think he has a very interesting, complicated position where he can try to put pressure like he usually does. Looks very comfortable for Magnus, actually. Also, time-wise, Magnus is like some 10-15 minutes ahead, which really helps his case. And then there is Wesley versus Gukesh, which is the normal Spanish, the Breyer variation we spoke about. Optically looks like White has the space with the central pawns with d4 and e4, but because Black has played b4 to undermine that structure and also that queen on a8 जो अभी जो capture करी है, वो queen जो e4 के जो center के pawn की तरफ देख रही है, that's like a big threat. So I'm leaning more towards Gukesh in this game. I think Gukesh can win this with Black, but anything can happen. I think at best it should be a draw. Then Zujiner versus Bibisara. By the way, Bibisara winning her first classical game and the only classical game in the women's section. So, but that too with the black pieces. And now she's playing black again. But this time looks like Zujiner has gotten the better of her. बेनोनी की पोजीशन थी बट तो यूजुअली वाइट को एडवांटेज शुरुआत में रहता ही है बट लेकिन दिस टाइम इट फील्स लाइक दिस इज नॉट एन ओपनिंग एनी मोर. इट्स लाइक अब आप मिडिल गेम में आ गए हो तो वो जो प्लस 0.5 0.6 का जो एडवांटेज था, आई थिंक दैट्स अ रियल एडवांटेज नाउ, नॉट रियली एन ओपनिंग थिंग एनी मोर. एना वर्सेज जुवेंजुन, आई एम नॉट श्योर व्हाई दे आर स्टिल प्लेइंग बिकॉज ये गेम लाइक आधा घंटा पहले खत्म हो जाना चाहिए था. मतलब बिशप e2 बिशप d1 इज जस्ट अ डेड ड्रॉ. And lastly, we have Divya versus Humpy. By the way, Tikku Bhai, let's jump to Divya versus Humpy because she did
Let's
take
go.
bishop c3 and then she did play d5. So very exciting chess. But if I had to make a prediction on this, I think it's going to be a draw, this one. So open में 2 result and women's में 1 result. So total 3 results is what I think. And your thoughts, Tikku Bhai?
I'm going to say 2 results maybe. I don't know which game will end a draw, but I feel like, and tell me if you agree with me, chat and Sahaj, I feel like players could be a temptation है to go into Armageddon. I feel like they enjoy it. अगर उनको एक ऑप्शन मिल रहा है ना कुछ क्रेजी खेलने का, जस्ट टू टेक द ड्रॉ एंड गोइंग टू आर्मागेडन, दे माइट जस्ट चूज द आर्मागेडन बिकॉज दे रियली enjoy playing that format. So I'm going to choose two results. But as for the Divya game, यार वो बिशप बड़े अच्छे लग रहे हैं, लेकिन लाइक हम कहते हैं वो गाना था बड़े अच्छे लगते हैं, लाइक बिशप अच्छे लगते हैं सहज भाई. आई
दैट
फील लाइक लुक
अगर
एट.
आप में से कोई वंडर कर रहा हो कि कब मैं पहले ऐसे हेडफोन्स लगाता था, लाइक हेडफोन्स लगा के मैं बढ़िया से एकदम स्ट्रीमर वाइब्स के साथ मैं कमेंट्री करता था, यू माइट बी वंडरिंग व्हाई डिड आई टेक अवे द हेडफोन्स. जस्ट रिवाइंड द वीडियो 10 seconds and you'll know why.
Because Sahaj Bhai has a different taste in music. That's basically it. उनका वो true traditional Indian music की कदर नहीं है Sahaj Bhai. Very bad. But
भाई
the point
ट्रू
is,
ट्रेडिशनल म्यूजिक अगर तुमने गाया होता ना तो वो ट्रू ट्रेडिशनल म्यूजिक नहीं होता वो कुछ और
no, but
होता
still,
वो.
yeah. I mean, look at the bishop on f4. Look at the bishop on h1. I mean, c7 attacked है. Maybe the d5 square is what black has, but I feel like optically देखने में white की position अभी थोड़ी better लग रही है मुझे. Like I don't know why. It just feels more. I say optically, it looks like I have more play. For example.
Yeah, 100%. It looks more comfortable for black, that is for sure.
भाई white भाई
Um,
मैं white बोल रहा था.
No, for me it's black. Sorry, for
Oh
me it's
wow.
black right now. Because I
Oh,
think
very interesting.
because she found bishop c3 and d5, no? Because if she didn't find that, then I would choose Divya. But now it feels like position thoda simplify ho rahi hai, and moves like e5 are so natural to play here. But that can be a horrible strategic decision. She goes queen g3, by the way. Of course, she's not gonna fall for tricks like that. And now long castle, and by engine already assessing this as slightly better for black.
आई डोंट नो भाई, मुझे ब्लू एरो दिख रहा है. I'm like ब्लैक के पास एक ही चाल है. सो आई स्टिल फील लाइक आई वुड स्टिल टेक वाइट हियर प्योरली बेस्ड ऑन द बिशप्स. बट ऑफ कोर्स डी टेक c4 के बाद यू हैव टू बी एक्यूरेट. आई थिंक द d5 square could be occupied. So let's see. फिलहाल के लिए roughly in somewhere in the middle, and time wise I think दोनों players doing pretty well, so no stress there on the clock. Bhai, by the way, Prag has played a move and it's h5. So we talked about g4 being the best, but he goes for the more logical move, in my opinion, h5. And at least he has some plan, right, on the king side. Agar white kuch nahi karega, so I will continue with my plan.
भाई कुछ भी मूव नहीं किया तो h4 h3 looks very, that's why he didn't play g4 because I think he can play h4 also, gh4 and then h3 also, ताकि वो h file पूरी खुल जाए and रुक को थोड़ी activity मिल जाए basically. And also like if you draw the rectangle again, right, हमने किया हुआ है काफी बार, like no pieces of white, I mean except for the knight there is nothing on the king side. It's a good time to strike.
Yep. And I think wo jo a pawn hai, it's just a tiny amount of force. Nothing that, it's nothing compared to what's needed basically for white to launch a successful attack. So I think यहाँ पे easy नहीं है attack करना. I have not played a6, I have not played b6, I have not given you any weaknesses, any hooks to create chances. So Fuja कुछ तो यहाँ पे different करना पड़ेगा. I'm thinking queen c2 and bishop f5. So वो traditional pattern सहज भाई कि भाई दो bishop है opponent के पास. Let me exchange one, and then basically I maybe hope to equalize.
But so hard to play this, I think. Bishop f5, I think, is the f5 square is maybe the only point where white can focus on. Imagine if the knight was on f5, bhai, that would be beautiful. But that's not the case, and it's probably not going to happen anytime soon. Queen c2 looks interesting, but it also kind of goes against what Firouzja wants to do. Like his last move was a4, bhai. Like after a move like a4, how many of us are really not playing a5? I think. Oh, Queen c2 played.
भाई जलवा है
Nice.
भाई, जलवा फिरोजा का जलवा भाई. इज लाइक उसने देखा है, उसने कहा भाई, उसने पहले ए पॉन की तरफ देखा कि वो ए5 पे आएगा, फिर उसने अपनी टांग की तरफ देखा, फिर उसने क्वीन c2 खेल दिया भाई. आई थिंक फेयर इनफ. आई थिंक सेफ चॉइस.
ये
एंड
नहीं a5 खेलना चाहता, वो थोड़ा दूर था वो, That's why.
अरे
He
अरे अरे
just
अरे
said.
भाई, सर कुछ कह रहे थे आप?
Oh
ओ,
yeah.
Anna Muzichuk and Ju Wenjun have drawn. I think we saw that end game. I think very close to a draw. So one Armageddon confirmed, chat already.
Magnus तो खेलता है position. अभी भी खेलता
Um,
भाई. I'm just kidding. But
maybe.
yeah,
I mean, yeah. I mean,
I
depends.
think this
कौन
is
से
the
color से कह रहे हैं?
second quick draw for Anna, no? Yeah,
Yes.
second quick draw for Anna. And then actually against Zhu Jinner also, she drew with white and then she lost the Armageddon and then uh basically she drew the game again.
Hmm. Yep. So I think maybe playing it safe. It's not a bad strategy, of course. I think you get the Armageddons. And Gukesh mentioned this, by the way, in an interview yesterday. Ki bhai, I'm happy ki I got an Armageddon today because it trains me, keeps me prepared for this format. And kal ko to aage rounds mein, it's not going to be a surprise for me. I'm kind of training myself in Rapid as well. So very interesting. And meanwhile, जाएंगे किस गेम पे जाए भाई आई थिंक गुकेश ही गेम पे जाए maybe but okay Wesley still thinking so no major updates in any of the games actually so far.
Yeah, nothing crazy. But I think last time also, yesterday also, we were saying the same thing. Yeah, like looking very quiet because time ज़्यादा है chat. So just give it some time, and I think when that no increment reality hits, like it will every single day this tournament, you will see some quick chess, you will see some blunders. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
And then it kind of begs the question Sahej bhai ki agar the fun is hiding behind that time pressure phase and it's without increment, then what could be the most entertaining classical chess time control you can think of? It's still at core classical, but it's the most interesting to watch.
Mm, okay, as a chess player, I have to say classical. Like classical is the best to watch. But my favorite time control is rapid. Like I love to play rapid. Classical में I think issue ये रहता है कि आप players बहुत ज़्यादा सोचते हैं तो you can't really engage with the position like the players do. And believe me, chat, if you could engage in the position like the way they do, like it's like watching a movie. It's like watching a whole series. पूरा Big Bang Theory का season 1 है मतलब एक game because so many things happen. So they are keeping very busy, but because we cannot necessarily engage at that it's not necessarily about कितना आप deep जा सकते हो. It's more about के like when you are observing someone's game and when you're playing a game, it's completely different. So to play, I think rapid, but I think to watch maybe rapid as well. Tiku, by you?
I would say yeah, I think I prefer Blitz mostly because it's more fun or even Bullet online. But I think in terms of let's say for watching entertainment, अगर classical में ही हमें stick करना है. Let's say we are kind of tied to classical chess. Imagine like a format जहाँ पे it is 60 minutes and 10-second increment. That's the entire format. Like it would be exciting because you might skip this first couple of hours of normal chess and then directly dive deep into the action. You don't have time for more than two long things. Like Gukesh's 40-minute thing would be impossible with a 60-minute time control. I'm just thinking like that could be a nice classical chess format. I think we've seen it. I think in WR chess somewhere, which was kind of similar. But I'm kind of curious if we can have it at some point in some event. But yeah, Rapid and Blitz is obviously more exciting to watch and खेलने के लिए. I think many chess players will tell you classical is the best. And yeah, it depends on what your ambitions are. भाई किसी को world champion बनना है तो of course वो बोलेगा भाई मुझे classical chess पसंद है, and that would make a lot of sense. By the way, H4 played, so Prag says भाई तुम अपना करो जो करना है. Bishop F5. I am just kind of playing my plan on the king side. Taken. Okay. Now what does he do? GH4 should be automatic, and then Bishop F5 is what we're expecting.
जी
Oh,
एच
come
फोर जी
on,
एच
come on.
फोर या फिर जी फोर भी खेल सकते हो आप. लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट
Actually.
g4, but I like gh4 more for sure. It's more in line with the ideas of the variation. The queen f6 h3 is a very typical plan ताकि ये knight f3 का जो खाली बैठा हुआ है, it can get into some issues.
The
But
more he
Prag looking
pauses,
good, bhai.
yeah, the more he pauses, the more I'm worried कि G4 ना खेलते. Chances बढ़ते जा रहे हैं. So I'm hoping he just takes on H4 quickly. That's one way to look at it. But because of long games, the stakes feel so high in classic. I think the stakes are high because of what it means, right? I mean, Norway chess, it's like one of the most prestigious events in the world, like World Championship hai. It's also been there for so many decades. So many top players have kind of held that title. Magnus held on to it for so many years. Vishy sir held on to it. And others like, yeah, I'm not going to mention everybody, but the point is like, it comes with a legacy, not necessarily the time control. Like nowadays, if you look at cricket, like T20 World Cup maybe is not on par with the normal World Cup, but still it's getting quite popular. I think जीत की खुशी almost उतनी होती है जितनी ODI World Cup के लिए हो. So yeah, let's see how chess adapts to the faster time controls.
Well said, well said. Let's see what Prague goes for. By the
Position
way,
को देख
Zoo
लो.
Jenner almost winning by.
Oh wow.
This is the
Bibi
position.
Sara is
Big
going to
mistake
lose
by
this.
Bibi Sara. Chess is such a great leveler, no? In that sense.
It's insane actually. Okay, she did not take on a6, which is kind of a surprise because ये a pawn ही अब नाक में दम करेगा, right? You can just push it to a7 literally, and you still can't take it because b5 would hang
Yeah,
if it's on a6.
for sure.
So
Oh,
this looks really
interesting
tough.
question from the chat, Tikuvai. Anshul Bhai is asking, okay, he's asking to me, but I'll ask you as well. Sahej Bhai, what is the best analogy you can give between life and chess, which is very true?
So
Difficult
oh,
question, no?
acha. I mean, maybe not an analogy per se, but I think it works in probabilities, right? I think chess, you're predicting, I think what your opponent or whatever can do, and it's not about playing it perfectly. It's about just kind of predicting what he can do and kind of preempting not only um, the moves, his psychology, and everything. So life is also similar. It's more predicting. Okay, if I do this, this is my goal. How can I reach it? I think it's very similar. Chess has fixed rules, but I think for me, it imitates life because the main goal is to calculate, get better with your intuition, and make better decisions over time. That's how you get better at chess. I think, and it's the same for every other thing in life, right? It's not really कि chess कुछ
No,
खतरा
I
special है.
think he meant like ऐसा कोई chess का quote या फिर chess की कुछ बात ऐसे जो life से relate करती हो.
Oh,
Like, and I think there's like 1,000. Like, I'm just trying to think which one. Like, I think
Hmm.
one that you can think about is like and I think it applies to let's say yesterday, or one of Magnus's losses, for example. The clock doesn't care how good your position is, and neither does life. That's something you can kind of connect with chess and life. जैसे आपकी position +10 हो सकती है. I mean, you can also compare it with life, like, of course, by yourself, but your position can be +10, but if you lose on time, you just lose. So that could be one.
मैं विशाल भाई का भी कोट पढ़ रहा हूँ, बट आई कांट स्पीक इट आउट लाउड. चैट भाई, ये कौन से कोट है भाई? इसमें कुछ और गलत चीजें लिखी है, ये मत करो चैट.
भाई ये
एंड
तो नहीं
मीनवाइल,
ये तो नहीं लिखा था भाई.
हाँ, ये आई हैव नॉट सीन दैट वन बिफोर. सो लेट्स स्टिक टू चेस. एंड चैट देखो, अब तो क्रिकेट का भी तो पता है स्कोर, कौन जीतने वाला है. आरसीबी इज विनिंग, सो लेट्स फोकस ऑन द चेस. एंड मीनवाइल प्रग अभी भी h4 नहीं मारा है भाई. वो g4 खेलने वाला है, आई एम टेलिंग यू. वो नहीं खेलेगा gh4. सहज भाई अटक गए भाई.
नहीं, I'm here. कौन सी पोजीशन पे बात कर रहे हो? I was breaking and I was waiting. Tell me now.
Sahej bhai, Google कर cricket score. He's a big cricket fan, by the way. If you know.
Yeah. That's exactly what I was doing right now. You were saying
हाँ.
G5, yeah?
Prague game, bhai, Prague game.
We are on Prague.
हाँ.
Wait,
So I
okay.
think he's still thinking. I think G4 became just more likely. The
तो
longer he
आप
thinks,
ऐसे हंसना शुरू कर दिया और उसने प्रग ने खेला भी नहीं, मतलब.
वही तो कह रहा हूँ. I
You
think
telling
he's just,
move. सहज भाई क्रिकेट के स्कोर्स गूगल कर रहे हैं. प्रग hasn't even played.
प्राग चल दे भाई. बहुत टाइम ले रहे हो भाई. Like in chess, queen is always powerful in real life also. You have a queen? Deske paas. Oh, interesting. I didn't know you had one. But okay, maybe.
कभी कभी वो क्वीन 2/2 भी हो जाती है किसी रैपिड इवेंट में. EWC केवल ऑलमोस्ट 2/2, फिर वो टाइम पे हार
Almost,
जाती
almost, almost. But okay.
है. डेड विनिंग पोजीशन.
हाँ
और कि क्या क्या गेम था, लेकिन यार वो क्या मतलब आई थिंक फ्रॉम मूव वन
भाई
आई थिंक शी इज कंप्लीटली आउटप्लेड या व्हाट अ
भाई
गेम इट वाज। आई वाज वाचिंग द होल थिंग लाइक लिटरली मजा आया भाई देख के वो।
भाई वही ना, लाइक मतलब आई कुडंट बिलीव एक्चुअली वो विन नहीं हुआ बट
ना मुझे लगा आई कांट बिलीव इट से आप कहीं और जाने वाले हो।
नहीं नहीं, आई कुडंट बिलीव विन नहीं हुआ,
खतरों
बट
से
वही चेस
खेलते
इज
हो
हार्ड
भाई।
मैन। टेनिस में तुमने एक पॉइंट कर लिया ना, वो तुम्हारा है, लाइक इट्स योर्स, यू कैन से तुम फेडरर से खेल के आए हो, एक पॉइंट तुमने मारा। चेस में कुछ नहीं मिलता भाई, इफ यू लूज द गेम यू हैव नथिंग, ऑल यू हैव इज 0-1
I
रिटन
mean, you
अगेंस्ट योर
have
नेम।
something. It's not like you have nothing. You have something for you. At least walk away knowing that you made that 2500 sweat. That's it, and that's enough.
भाई भाई आई हैव मेड मेनी 2500 स्वेट भाई, बट ऑल आई गेट
भाई
इज स्वेट
बट
भाई,
लेकिन
रिजल्ट
मेरे को
कब
ना किसी
मिलेंगे?
ने मेरे को आई थिंक किसी चेस प्लेयर ने, नॉट माई कोच एक्चुअली, एक एलीट चेस प्लेयर ने एक बहुत बढ़िया एडवाइस दी थी कि कभी भी कोई कोई अच्छी पोजीशन होती है आपकी, आप वो हारते हो राइट, लाइक यू ऑब्वियसली फील बैड, बट आस्क योर सेल्फ कि ये सेम पोजीशन सेम प्लेयर के साथ अगर मैं 10 बार खेलता तो क्या क्या मैं उसको एक बार हरा सकता हूँ? एंड इफ द आंसर इज येस देन यू आर ऑन द राइट पाथ। बिकॉज अगर आप उसको एक बार हराओगे, क्योंकि बिकॉज द यू आर ऑलरेडी डूइंग द हार्ड पार्ट विच इज गेटिंग द विनिंग पोजिशन। एज लॉन्ग एज यू कीप डूइंग दैट स्टेटिस्टिकली एक एक गेम तो जीतोगे ही ना। फिर उसके बाद जब एक गेम जीतोगे फिर वो पूरा पैटर्न सेट हो जाता है, फिर उसके बाद यू स्टार्ट इंक्रीजिंग दैट नंबर।
That makes sense, that makes sense. And meanwhile, I think the fact that Prag is still thinking, okay, he's not making a move. Chad, I think, काफी interesting. Let's go to Gukesh's game. We have a few moves there actually, and we saw a bunch of exchanges after Rook takes a8, Queen takes a8 के बाद exactly what we thought. D takes E5 मार दिया वहां पे वेस्ली ने. आया Knight takes, and now Rook takes because Pawn takes मारना would block the bishop, and of course B4 भी hanging है ही है. So he takes with the Rook now, and would you say this is already equal? Has Gukesh equalized, Sahaj?
I I mean equal. I think look, he wants to play for a win for sure. Gukesh is definitely thinking about playing for a win here, भाई. I would be shocked if otherwise. वो board पे ही नहीं बैठा भाई. He's so calm and confident right now that he knows that he has solved the problems from the opening, and now it's Wesley who has to defend.
Very interesting. Uh, what is the term for a person who keeps losing continuously? Very interesting. I don't know if you have a
Tikku,
term for that.
Tikku.
भाई I don't play only to avoid that term. तो अब तो सही है, खेलना ही छोड़ दो भाई. The alpha walk
और
will happen.
डिलीवरी मेरा थोड़ा बेटर होता ना, टाइम बेटर करता तो ये बहुत बढ़िया जोक था भाई.
हाँ
मेरी
हाँ
डिलीवरी प्रॉब्लम है भाई, ये डिलीवरी थोड़ा इम्प्रूव करना पड़ेगा. नॉर्वे चेस 3 आवर्स ऑफ बोरिंग चेस. भाई आप हमको बोरिंग कह रहे हो, व्हाट इज दिस? किंग मेकर आपसे, आई मीन यू आर अ रेगुलर भाई, व्हाट इज दिस? सहज भाई, एक जीएम को पास के एटलीस्ट कितने गेम याद होते हैं? आई थिंक इसका कोई नंबर नहीं है भाई. इट्स नॉट लाइक कि आपको 100 गेम याद होंगे तो आप जीएम बन जाओगे, बट इट्स लाइक आई वुड से एट सम पॉइंट इन माई लाइफ आई कुड रिकॉल, like you remember those my six, आपने सुना होगा my 60 memorable games. I could recite the whole book. Like I could tell you कहाँ पे क्या, but अब for sure not. I would be lucky if I could tell. I remember game 9 pretty well because that's the game that Fisher lost, and that's the only game that Fisher lost in that book. And that's the game I remember because okay, it was like a very weird thing. Yeah, Fisher losing to a like a 7-year-old. It's like a wow. So that's what I would remember. But apart from that, I wouldn't say that that most grandmasters spend their time remembering games by.
बट मैंने से अगर पूछोगे ना कि भाई ये पोजीशन कहाँ से है, तो सीधा बोलता है ये खेला गया था मानूस और डानूस के बीच 1922 के एक रैंडम क्लब में, जहाँ पे मानूस जी बहुत सैड थे, उनकी बीवी छोड़ के भाग गई थी, तो उन्होंने चेस खेलना चालू किया. डिप्रेस, लाइक ही विल टेल यू ऑल द डिटेल्स. ही नोज एग्जैक्टली व्हाट्स हैपनिंग ऑन द बोर्ड. That's how you become the goat of chess, by knowing about Manus and Danus. So yeah, let's see what happens. Meanwhile, सहज भाई गुकेश भाई के ओपोनेंट सोच रहे हैं. सो दिव्या ही गेम में जाके देखते हैं, एक दो अपडेट्स है वहां पे. क्वीन जीती का कैसल कर दिया है हम्पी जी ने. 92 आया डेवलपमेंट इन लाइफ एंड ऑन द बोर्ड. डी टेक्स C4, बिशप टेक्स एंड बिशप टू G4. सो बेस्ट मूव पे बेस्ट मूव हम्पी खेल रही हैं. and she has an accuracy of 96.8 versus 96.9 for Divya. मतलब dead equal accuracy वे दोनों की.
Wow. And I think optically, I still like Humpy G's position a little bit more. I don't know why. I really don't know why, but just एक वो feeling है. I feel like after Bishop E2 and Knight D4, double bishops versus double knights, and let me tell you that I mean knights are my favorite pieces, but double bishops के against भाई डर लगता है. बहुत डर लगता है भाई double bishops के against. So I think you have to be very very careful. And as I speak, एक बड़ी मसालेदार tactic दिमाग में आई मेरे. So rook D2, bishop E2, rook E2, black खेलता है knight takes D4 and chat question for you. Why can I not play rook D2? भाई C3 में knight pin हो रहा है. What's going on?
Oof, nice. Nice,
What's
nice,
going on,
nice.
chat? Any suggestions?
It's very interesting कि after bishop e2 आपको d5 खेलना है instead of rook e2. So
Yeah,
Divya, of
well,
course,
saw that as well. Yes.
very interesting. Divya ने देखा होगा.
Knight B3 मत बोलो यार वो तो that I just asked the question for some reason. When Knight B3 is there, you're right. Bishop E5 चलो. Yes, yes, yes. Chat has found it. It is indeed Knight E2 check.
बाप रे.
And after this, if you take, there is Queen D1, which is a checkmate.
भाई
But of
हर
course, this is not
चाल
going to
पे.
happen.
Imagine being a professional player. Every single move you need to spot all of these tactics 10 moves in advance. That's how complicated professional chess is. मतलब to play like an accuracy of 95 or 98 or 99 is मतलब आपकी 100 में से 99 moves स्टॉकफिश को मैच कर रही हैं कंप्यूटर को. मतलब it's so hard to be a professional player, man. Like it's insane how good these guys are actually. And by the way, Prag did finally take on h4. So he again found the best move. Another case in point, like how these guys decide between g4 and gh4 precisely with intuition calculation, finding the best move and still maintaining the edge he has. Beautiful play.
I'm still wondering how Wesley's because I think at this point he understands the position is really bad. So what do you do? You just wait? Maybe yeah. King A2 I see as a move which I cannot even imagine. Bishop F5 looks interesting. आपका जो आइडिया था डबल बिशप है अपोनेंट के पास तो एक बिशप ट्रेड कर लेते हैं.
I don't think black will take. और h3 हमने maybe रोक दिया है for now. So what does Prag do? Wait, bishop f6 just to kind of,
Bishop F6.
improve just open the g file a bit, defend h4. If you take, I take with the queen, cover up f5. So
I'll take.
Queen takes. And now h3
And now-
is on the cards.
और H3 है.
Yeah.
रुक G8 नहीं खेलोगे आप बता रुक G8 खेलोगे.
Rook g8 भी tempting है
Knight
actually. वो भी काफी tempting है.
5 then f4
I thought I'll just take, pawn takes.
बिशप टेक्स.
Now-
अरे वाह, ये तो ड्रॉ है भाई. यहाँ तो मतलब कोई रुक एंडिंग ही आ जाएगी ना. माइनर पीस रखो क्योंकि then you if you trade the minor pieces early on chat then you run the risk that you could simplify let's say into an endgame a rook pawn endgame where your opponent is a pawn up but it's theoretically drawn. So I would at least keep one pair of minor pieces just to keep it complicated.
वो डर
By the
पता
way,
क्या वो
bishop
नाइट
f5 के
e5
बाद
से ना फिर d3 c5 बैठेगा फिर उसी बिशप से मारना पड़ेगा मुझे. फिर मैं कहूंगा पहले ही मार दिया होता यार. वो चक्कर है. जैसे क्वीन e6 नाइट d3 नाउ.
queen d6 probably.
हाँ नाइट d3.
हाँ क्वीन e6 ना ताकि नाइट d3 नाइट से भी टेम्पो से आए. मतलब अपोनेंट की चालें भी ये बोल रहे हैं जिसमें हमें फायदा
भाई
हो.
वो मेरा लेवल ही
भाई
ऐसा है भाई.
बोर्ड
वो
पे भी ऐसे ही सोच रहे होगे तुम.
वो लेवल ही मेरा ऐसा है भाई. क्वीन 6 मेड सेंस बिकॉज़ f5 इसका कंट्रोल कर रहा था. सो नाउ लाइक नाइट
Oh,
d3 नाइट
f5,
c5.
f5. That's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, that's smart actually. But queen f5 now maybe. Then rook g8, rook g5 is there. Yeah,
हाँ इंटरेस्टिंग.
rook g8, rook g5 looks interesting. So if you play knight d3 now, rook g8. गई ना ये तो f3 खेलना पड़ेगा भाई.
Not easy,
f3 तो we know f3 खेलते ही आपकी losing है. Golden pawn.
Very interesting. एक मूवी आई थी सहज भाई, आपने अगर देखी हो, जहाँ पे द गाय हैज अ रिमोट एंड यू कैन बेसिकली press that button and you can fast forward the boring parts of your life essentially. And then movie के end में दिखाते हैं कि भाई he regrets fast forwarding the boring moments because they build up to the good ones, whatever. I feel like I would love to skip the next half an hour though and just move to the time travel phase. भाई मुझे
I
देखना है यार
would
ब्लंडर यार.
I would skip the part where you told me about the movie. I was
बट आपको
just
बटन नहीं
like,
मिलेगा भाई.
हाँ
मिलेगा ही नहीं
बटन
बटन भाई आपको.
नहीं भाई हम बहुत
नहीं नहीं
बहुत
मिलेगा बटन भाई.
बढ़िया से छुपाया है क्या बटन?
हाँ भाई, इंडिया वालों के लिए भाई.
Oh,
बट स्टिल
crazy.
आई फील लाइक मतलब लाइक बहुत सोच रहे हैं लोग आई थिंक. एंड गुकेश का 40 मिनट थिंग वाज द इनिशियल thing, and now Wesley is also still thinking. 45 minutes for Wesley compared to 55 for Gukesh. He's 10 minutes behind. So that tells you
Yeah,
कितना लोग सोच रहे हैं.
for sure भाई, for sure. तो चैट में कोई लिख रहा है सहज भाई, हैव यू गॉट विंडमिल टैक्टिक इन ओटीबी? अब मैं अब लाइक आई डोंट वांट टू एडमिट इट बट आई एम नॉट रियली श्योर व्हिच वन इज विंडमिल, क्योंकि मेरे को नाम नहीं. अभी चैट में किसी ने लिखा भी था पहले कि लाइक व्हाई डू यू कंफ्यूज, आई एम वेरी बैड विद नेम्स लाइक इन जनरल चैट, सो आई एम जस्ट गोना लुक इट अप व्हिच वन इट इज.
वो जो रुक G7, रुक F7, रुक G7, रुक D7, रुक G7, रुक A7 वाला.
ओ हजारों बार भाई, वो तो लाइक बहुत अच्छा, वो जो चेक दे के अब हाँ आया हुआ है मेरे
हाँ
बोर्ड पे आया हुआ है.
हाँ.
बट वो सेवेंथ रैंक को क्लीन करने की बजाय जी फाइल पे मेट हो जाती है यूजुअली. अगर आप प्रैक्टिकल गेम खेल रहे हो ना, तो आपको वो क्लीन करने की जरूरत नहीं होती. दैट्स जस्ट देयर टू बिकॉज इट लुक्स नाइस.
सहज में
ओ
कमेंट आया है. आई डोंट नो इफ यू वांट टू रीड इट.
भाई 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 भाई, डेंजर है चैट भाई, बहुत डेंजरस है चैट आज. Tehej bhai, is the H pawn of Prague looks like a silent danger here for a while. He just played bishop f6. Bhai, this H pawn, it's like a something that is there, and as long as it's there, white is gonna have some problems. Basically, अभी नहीं दिखेगा वो, बट जो भी आप ट्रेड्स करोगे पोजीशन में, आप जितना भी मैन्यूवर करोगे पोजीशन में, यू हैव टू काइंड ऑफ फर्स्टली कीप एन आई, एक तिरछी नज़र चाहिए टू डिफेंड द G2 पॉन. लेट्स से व्हेन आई प्ले रुक G8, एक 91 खेल के, तो एक प्रेशर है कि हमेशा इसको बचाना पड़ेगा. यू नेवर नो वाई. एंड सेकेंडली आई कैन ऑलवेज प्ले H3, जिससे मेरे को H फाइल मिल रही है, सेकेंड रैंक मिल रहा है. टू बी ऑनेस्ट आई डोंट लाइक H3 so much. I like rook G8 a lot more. But yeah, that's where the advantage comes in. So that pawn on H4 could very well be the reason why Prag wins this game, if he
By the
does.
way, first thing, I think Arjun apparently blundered mate in 2 against Param and Title Tuesday. That's crazy. And second thing, we have the first Armageddon. Look at the opening, Sahaj. Kya crazy opening hui hai. The king went all the way to G3 for white. And still white has the edge. So Anna Muzichuk finding some interesting opening lines which were traditionally bad, but she confused Ju Wenjun and she's better now.
भाई एना मुजुचुक का गेम दिख तो नहीं रहा मुझे यहाँ पे.
वो राउंड 4 में जाओ, राउंड 4 में.
Okay, got it. There it is. Oh wait, what opening is this, bhai? Oh, bye. Look at this, chat. Look at this. This actually happened in my game, and this is a true story. I defeated a grandmaster from India in this opening, Knight F3 in Commonwealth Championships, and one of my friends saw me. Okay, this is a true story. I played here King G3. Oh wow, she also played King G3. Bhai, that's a huge risk. Mate हो सकती है यहाँ पे, by the way. But in this position, I played this against, I think it was Priya Darshan who I played against. But anyway, I won the game. Then one of my friends who was watching this, bhai, kya game खेला यार. I'm also gonna try it in the game. So he played it, and do you know what happened in the game? Let me show you the follow-up. Bhai, आर्मागेडन की बात. Queen G6, Knight H4, Queen H5, all forced, yeah. H3, Knight F6. ठीक है. Not H3. He played Knight takes C7, King D8, H3, Knight F6, Knight takes A8. Black to play and win, chat. And I promise you, Armageddon level move है. नहीं तो बोलता नहीं.
Okay. Is it
Armageddon level move है, chat.
tuck and forward क्या?
नहीं, I don't think you have seen it.
Tuck and forward नहीं है. Really?
हाँ, right. Now I
हाँ
understand. G5 no भाई, नहीं मैंने भी वही
नहीं
सोचा
नहीं
था tuck and forward सुन के, because I thought Tiku was saying G5, but chat, the idea is actually ridiculously good. It is actually to play queen takes h4 check,
oof.
king h4, and then simply knight e4. Like, take the moment to understand black is a queen and a rook down, and only the knight is developed. बाकी सारे pieces घर पे हैं, and white is lost. Like, this is the
Crazy.
weirdest like opening I've ever seen in my life. But she didn't know it, yeah. She didn't know king. She played king d8 and got into a worse position. But let's continue with the game.
भाई it's crazy how many tactics you can find in worse positions and पहले कोई देखता ही नहीं था lines again engines पे यार without engines you wouldn't even play these lines so that's crazy and now knight f3 the only move for Anna Muzichuk to get an advantage by the way she's still a minute ahead on the clock कि अब king भी h2 पे घर पे आ चुका है you have to kind of bet on her यार she is gonna potentially win this game.
Yeah, 100%. I think has very good chances for sure. But time जो 3 मिनट का जो एडवांटेज था टिकू भाई, अब वो सिर्फ आधे मिनट का एडवांटेज लग रहा है. एंड येस, द
Mm.
पोजीशन इज गुड, बट रिमेंबर वी स्पोक अबाउट दिस, लाइक जब आप क्रंच मोमेंट्स में होते हो तब आपकी ऑलरेडी विनिंग होनी चाहिए.
Mm.
नहीं तो इट्स लाइक यू, इट्स जस्ट एनीथिंग कैन हैपन, देन इट्स अ गैम्बल बेसिकली.
You know, somebody said Wesley moved, and my first thought process was, भाई थोड़ा हिल भी गया तो क्या हो गया? I just realized वो चेस की बात कर रहा है. भाई, damn, sorry chat, sorry, my bad.
Sahaj and Tiku, your favorite chess tactic? I don't think I've ever thought about having a favorite tactic. I have some patterns which I really admired. But tactics are too basic, I think, to have a favorite one, in my opinion. Tiku bhai, what do you think?
The Bote's Gambit भाई. When my opponent does it though, like मतलब that's my favorite because दूसरे की रानी मारने में जो मजा है, वो chess में, I mean, I would say taking your opponent's queen feels better than checkmating your opponent. Chad, would you agree with that?
No,
Taking
of
the
course not. What?
I have to say
Bhai,
authentically
checkmating is the best. It's the best feeling in the
नहीं
world. What are you
बिकॉज
saying?
चेकमेट करने को मिलता नहीं है हर बार ऑपोनेंट करने देता भी नहीं वैसे भी सो आई थिंक टेकिंग योर ओपोनेंट्स क्वीन
What do you mean
फील्स
करने नहीं
बेटर
देता? When it's
बिकॉज
beautiful,
सी
your opponent. Bhai, if you remember that game between chat, go. You can go look it up. This is true things. When Arjun played against Jan Subeli in Olympiad last round, जब वो Scandinavian खेला था, Jan actually let him checkmate with a pawn. They do allow it when it's really
नहीं नहीं
beautiful, and that's the
इफ
best
यू
feeling, I think.
इफ यू विन द क्वीन you're gonna likely get the checkmate as well so you get both if you get the checkmate you don't get the queen
You know, एक वो गेम था अली रेजा और कार्तिकेयन का.
हाँ
Chad, I don't think you will know this because this game happened like in 2017 or 2018, from Asian continental या फिर Asian individuals, like one of them. And Firuza was white, and each round was like 3, 4, 5, something like this. Firuza white से खेल रहा था, and Karthikeyan Murali, the former national champion basically, sacrificed his queen on move 7. Just go look at that game, भाई मजा आ जाएगा आपको.
by the way, completely, busted for Ju Wenjun. She's gonna lose her second game in a row in the Armageddon. So team Vaishali के लिए some extra confidence points there, I think.
Yeah, good point. Very good point. एंड इफ क्वीन जी8 जाना पड़ेगा भाई, ये तो बहुत अगली लग रहा है देख के. अब नाइट f5.
The third best move is bishop f6. Hoping for bishop d4 and that tells you everything. Okay, this is completely winning, yeah. Looks nice. And this is why this is faster time control is so much fun, man. So much action, mistakes. And 1 minute for 1 minute 45 seconds for Ju Wenjun. This it's over. Looks like it's over. Oof. The best move is king d7. And that tells you भाई कि ये गेम खत्म है भाई. Finish.
ऑल्सो भाई 1 सेकंड का इंक्रीमेंट है इन द आर्मागेडन, सो नीड टू बी
40 moves
सुपर
के
केयरफुल.
बाद 40 moves के बाद है भाई अभी कोई इंक्रीमेंट नहीं है सो दीस गाइस आर ऑन देयर ओन एज ऑफ नाउ
Good point. Good point. By the way,
I mean,
Zoo
Bishop.
Junior is now completely winning is against Bibisara. Bibisara भी मतलब I think सोच रही होगी what is Armageddon? होता क्या है Armageddon? Because first game उसने classical में जीत लिया and second game is also getting over in classical as well.
आई थिंक
I
क्लासिकल
am
में विन करने का अलग ही मजा है.
we have a super chat from Ronit Math Center. I am IIT aspirant addicted to chess. How can I quit? Bhai, you are on the wrong channel to ask a question like that. Let me just say, because yeah, I don't think we have any advice. And question is, it's not about leaving something, right? It's about managing your life in the best way possible. So if you have you can limit your chess. You don't have to play it all the time. And I'm sure when you say ke I have to quit chess, it means you're playing blitz all the time. So blitz के अलावा कुछ और कर लो ना भाई, पजल्स कर लो, वो वैसे भी 10 मिनट से ज़्यादा नहीं कर पाओगे आप शुरुआत में.
आई थिंक भाई, आई मीन देयर आर सर्टेन थिंग्स यू हैव टू डू इन लाइफ. या इफ अगर आप नीट की तैयारी कर रहे हो या आईआईटी की तैयारी कर रहे हो भाई, आई पर्सनली फील चेस से कंपेयर कर लो. देयर आर पीपल हु स्टडी चेस फॉर 10 hours a day, 12 hours a day, go crazy. Some of them make it to the top, some of them don't. There are people who will study chess for 5 hours a day, but some of them still make it to the top. So I think just kind of going crazy over one thing, sometimes adding that extra dimension, right? कभी आधा घंटा चेस खेल लिया, कभी वॉक पे चले गए, कभी कुछ कर लिया, sometimes
Ooh,
can actually relax your mind.
bhai, I think Anna
Wait,
Muzichuk just made a mistake and now Juvenjun is back. लगता है मैंने वो कौन सा मोमेंट होता है चैट, वो जो मार्वल में होता है, द वन यू कैन नॉट चेंज लाइक अमंग्स डिफरेंट रियलिटीज, एक मोमेंट होता है ना, इवेंट, कोई तो इवेंट होता है. सो टिकू सेइंग वेट व्हाट वाज दैट इवेंट फॉर मी, जो मैंने रोक दिया अभी भाई, बट एक बार टिकू भाई
भाई
बोल ही दो.
अगर ये ब्लैक जीत गया तो मैं चेस छोड़ दूंगा भाई. I literally, I have zero faith in chess as
तो
a game if
नाउ
black wins
जुवेंजुन
this.
हैज टू रीजंस टू विन दिस गेम. टू रीजंस.
Exactly.
पहला है कि ऑफ
I
कोर्स हराना है, दूसरा टिकू भाई.
भाई जू वेंजून
कैनन
की
इवेंट,
गेम
थैंक्स
से
चैट.
मैंने सिसिलियन डिफेंस सीखा है. आई ह्यूज अप्रिसिएशन फॉर गेम्स, बट मैन किंग D8 पे पड़ा है भाई.
ब्लंडर, ब्लंडर, जुवेंजुन इज विनिंग नाउ एंड शी हैज मोर टाइम ऑन द क्लॉक एज वेल. तो टिकू भाई वो जो पीछे वो जो यूट्यूब का जो
Let's
वो जो वो
go!
है.
Oh, come on! I told you, brother. Impossible.
अरे
Sorry, भाई.
26 सेकंड है भाई, 26 भाई. जुवेंजुन देखेगी ना, उसको लगेगा कि आप ऐसे उनको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो.
भाई लूडो मैंने ऑर्डर कर दिया था अमेजोन पे. ऑलमोस्ट आई हैड
और by
ऑर्डर
the
इट
way, I
यार,
think we
बच गए.
By the way, I think we missed a super chat. Chahat Agarwal says, "Hi, appreciation for you two. You guys have nailed the combo of GM analysis plus fun commentary. No shade to CBI, but your coverage has been much better." Arey, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chahat, for the nice words. Bhai. I
Wait,
think CBI
mate?
is also doing a wonderful job. Oh, what?
What? The good news is कि I am back.
So, so that's
I
the
didn't
bad
know.
news. That's
Why?
definitely the
That's
bad
the
news that
excellent news.
Tikwe has not quit chess.
But I told you, chat. I told you, भाई जब King D8 पे होता है ना भाई, ये इवैल चलती रहती है. But it's not easy. And
Bhai,
but
wait a second, wait a second. Didn't Ju Wenjun blunder yesterday as well against Divya in that last moment?
हाँ,
That knight
the
f4 check?
queen. Yes,
So that's the
yes, the
second
queen.
time she has made a blunder in Armageddon.
So my question
वो
is,
भी last
chat.
moment पे.
Who felt better? Was it Divya who won Ju Wenjun's queen, or was it Anna Muzichuk who checkmated Ju Wenjun? Like who felt better after the game? Because both won technically. Because Divya got to capture her queen and checkmate the king and win the game.
भाई चेस छोड़ ही दो.
Why not?
छोड़ ही दो, ऐसे ऐसे फन के लिए छोड़ दो.
Why not? I think Divya felt better. Why queen मारने में अलग ही मजा है. I don't know. I am gonna
भाई वेट है
stand
सीधी.
strong
I
on
think
that
they're both.
point.
They're. I don't think Divya. I think Divya felt definitely happier, but I think it was more relief because Divya was defending that position for such a long time, and it turns out like she made a zero into a one basically. A zero जो game lost होना चाहिए था, वो जीत गई वो. That's why she was happy, not because she took the queen. And in this scenario, I mean, Anna Muzichuk was winning from move 10 itself. तो यहाँ पे checkmate का उतना effect नहीं है. But given the same circumstances, you take the queen or you checkmate, checkmate wins 100% times.
And also, by the way, I mean, Vaishali ke odds बढ़ गए यार. I mean, Vaishali is going to play a world championship against Ju Wenjun, and clearly 2 games, 2 mistakes is already a good sign कि time pressure में Ju Wenjun is tactically vulnerable. So that's great sign for Team Vaishali. Meanwhile, this game is over. Let's jump back to the other one, Sej bhai. I think let's start with the world champion. We have a minor. Oh, we have Divya's confessional. Let's see after some people sleeping in the first row yesterday. आज क्या notice किया दिव्या देशमुख ने?
Hi. I think so far my game has been quite interesting, especially the opening. 98 was in my file, but then I couldn't remember what to do after it because so I didn't pay too much attention to it, but it seems like a very human move, so I should have, I guess. And I think after f4 takes, I thought she could go knight e7, knight g6, knight e5 plan earlier so that she can stop my development and kind of like pose problems by, let's say, bishop g4 not allowing me to castle and stuff. But then she played bishop e6, which was quite like a bit of a relief. Then I'm not sure where, maybe I should have gone knight g2 earlier, but I was kind of worried about bishop g4, and then she takes my knight, and the pin is really annoying to deal with. So I don't know where I should have played a better move, but I know for sure there were better moves than what I got, because before she played knight e7, I was quite fed up, but not fed up, but like I was a bit annoyed because after long castle, I saw knight d4, and then there were just so many tactics in the air, and I don't think that b5 is working instead of knight g4 because even if she manages to take on c3 and my queen cannot recapture, I think I should be stable enough to protect my king. So I was kind of relieved she went knight e7 and allowed me to gain space with d4. Also, this d4, I've been wanting to play d4 for a while, but it's not been convenient because she always has this d5 break, and I wasn't able to find a proper moment to do it because I wanted my king to be safe. So then, and also there were like a few checks coming in if she goes d5 now. So I think I'm kind of satisfied with my position. Could have definitely done better on the time part, but yeah, it is what it is. So I don't think she can go d5 right now because even if I don't take it, I don't think she's threatening anything. So I guess bishop g4 is an option, but I would go rook f1, and then with the bishop leaving the f7 pawn, there are some let's say long castle, and then there are some d5 bishop e3 threats which could work out. So I'm not exactly sure what she's gonna do after this, but I think I'm doing okay for now. So surprisingly today it's very cold and the halls have been shivering the whole time, and I just noticed it because this room is quite warm, so it feels better to be here than on the board. But anyways, I'll go and think about my position.
And that was Divya Deshmukh with her, I think 4 minute confessional. I think Divya is enjoying this tournament a lot. हमने बात करी थी, and you also mentioned this, right? She wants to maybe do the same what happened yesterday to continue her winning ways.
हाँ एग्जैक्टली अभी 2 मिनट बाकी हैं अभी भी, तो एक सेकंड कन्फेशनल चाहिए होगा टू मैच द वाइब्स ऑफ yesterday's result. So let's see how that happens. By the way, Divya is right now in a since we just saw the the confessional, let's actually jump to Divya versus Humpy, because She is slightly worse here, to say the least, because this pawn on d4, I really don't like it. And also pawn on g5
Ah.
looks a bit loose to me as well. यहाँ पे कोई जीतने के लिए खेल रहा है तो वो हम पे जी हैं, for sure.
Yeah, she played bishop f3. I think she was scared about bishop e2 and maybe missed d5. Yeah, was scared about d5. Couldn't evaluate it. And उसके बाद अब bishop f3 के बाद भाई आपने अपना strongest asset दे दिया यार. And now suddenly bishop पे गया. Light squares पे Humpy is gonna play around with her pieces. Queen comes to f5. I'm sure g6, d5, सारे squares she can occupy. And I agree with you. I think Humpy seems like she's clearly in the driver's seat now. And king on c1 also feels awkward, yeah? कुछ rook h8, rook h1 आ जाए गलत time पे, it could also be awkward. So it's going to take some time for Divya to stabilize. So Humpy has to be aggressive. Like कोई मौका नहीं देना दिव्या को stabilize करने का.
भाई आप aggressive बोल रहे हो तो best move here is a5.
मैं इसका आइडिया बता दो a5 का आइडिया क्या है?
कोई आइडिया नहीं है भाई, सिर्फ स्पेस गेन करना है. एंड गेम में आई थिंक कभी क्वीन ट्रेड होंगी तो a4 के बाद ये पॉन्स ब्लॉक हो जाएंगे. बहुत मतलब वेरी वेरी डीप नुआंस्ड आइडिया.
Because I like rook h8. Like for example, why not rook h8? Like it just
I
feels
didn't
like
like d5. I haven't
d5.
played it, so I'm not looking at it with an engine, but I didn't like d5. That's why I didn't like rook h8. Plus d8 पे बढ़िया है ना भाई रुक. But अटैक कर तो रहा है d4 को.
हाँ, but I was like, okay,
और
now the
also rook
queen.
h भाई rook h8 खेल के अब क्या कर, मतलब there's no access to any of these squares.
हाँ, but I'm tying on the queen. Like right now, I feel like maybe.
तो queen तो वैसे भी tied है ना. नहीं.
हाँ भाई.
ठीक
हाँ,
है बताइए
हंस
नो
क्यों?
नो भाई.
क्या हुआ भाई? हंस क्यों रहे हो? Okay, I
नहीं
think
नहीं आपके
looks
पॉपकॉर्न
interesting.
का अपग्रेड देख रहा था भाई.
अच्छा अच्छा, नाइस नाइस. भाई यार क्या करे भाई. Tough life. But meanwhile, I think
पॉपकॉर्न
agree.
ओपी भाई.
नहीं नहीं, I think Divya definitely has to be very cautious here. अगर यहाँ पे rook d3 move, I think maybe she's planning to also swing the rook if the opportunity allows to b3, maybe create some attack. But as of now, I think Humpy has the active pieces. She's also, I think both players have enough time in the clock. It won't be a major factor, but Divya maybe is 5 minutes behind. So, no, Humpy, wait, I see different timings. No, Humpy's 5 minutes behind. Okay, so maybe that extra time can be used for Divya to kind of come up with some important solutions. So this
Yeah.
game, I think, still looks close to equal for me, Sahaj. I think Humpy, of course, slightly better. Let's go to maybe the game of Magnus Carlsen, जहां पे उनका नाइट एक A7 स्क्वायर पे बैठा हुआ है. ये कैसे वहां पहुंचा, क्यों पहुंचा, इसका लाइफ का पर्पस क्या है, थोड़ा डीप में हमें लेके चलो.
भाई मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा है. नाइट ये यहाँ पे था, याद है आपको? यहाँ से f3 से d2 गया, फिर b1, फिर a3, फिर b5, फिर a7. भाई what is this? Has to be like one of the strangest routes for the knight that I've ever seen. But like Vincent is much better here, by the way, टिक्कू भाई. much better because h4 के बाद ये f4 का square बहुत it's very easily accessible for the knight. So black can always go knight g6 and put the one knight on f4, and even if you take, I can put my other knight on f4, and that's just a beautiful position. So is Magnus in trouble again?
भाई भाई शुभ शुभ बोलो. अगर मैग्नस कार्लसन 2 गेम लगातार हार गया ना, इसका एक ही मतलब हो सकता है, पता
कि
है?
मैग्नस
या
जीतने वाला है टूर्नामेंट.
नहीं, सही में या तो ही इज गोना विन द, देख अगला ओपोनेंट्स कौन है उसके. इट्स प्रग एंड गुकेश. सो
हाँ.
दैट्स माय वरी कि वो सारा जो वो एंगर है ना, वो उन दोनों की गेम में निकलेगा. एंड इट्स गोना बी 10x टफर टू बीट हिम इन द नेक्स्ट 2 गेम्स. सो मैग्नस कार्लसन या तो भाई फिर एक विनिंग स्प्री पे जाएंगे, इज गोना क्रिएट अ न्यू विनिंग स्ट्रीक रिकॉर्ड एट टॉप लेवल चेस, or he could just collapse. Like, could we for the first time ever chat? I know it's hard to imagine. Could we see Magnus Carlsen crumble under pressure for the first time in, forever? Like he loses the first game, loses the second game, has a couple of draws, loses another one. Could we see that happen for the first time? ऐसा हो सकता है क्या? Do you think it's even possible?
Many, like I remember when Gukesh lost 3 games in a row in Grand Swiss, a lot of people were making these comparisons with Magnus, that Magnus has never lost 3 games since he was basically 8 or 9 years old or something like this. But I would love to know the stat where Magnus lost the first 2 rounds of any event. I think that number would, if Vincent wins this, I think that number is probably 1 and it would be this tournament. और उसके बाद भी हम बोलेंगे मैग्नस फेवरेट है भाई.
Agreed. I think World Rapid में Magnus lost 2 games and he won that.
But
So
that's not classical, right? I'm talking, okay, I'm talking about classical only.
and you have more number of rounds there to catch up also. So also the difference there is quite unique, right? Because you get more results in World Rapid. So it's possible for you to catch up. Classical mein, the most obvious result is a draw. So it's not easy to, for example, catch up very quickly. So chat, Magnus Carlsen definitely struggling in this game. It feels like जो knight g6 knight f4 का plan है is very clean for Vincent. I think he's already seen it. वो पिछले चाल में ही कुछ knight d8 खेला h4 खेला. So he's building up for that. And Magnus has to be on his guard. And let's not forget, time not as much of a factor as it was yesterday, but अभी भी 16 चाल खेलनी है 33 minutes में, roughly 2 minutes per move.
भाई ये नाइट ये क्या कर रहा है 7 पे? Like there is no square for the knight to go to c6. I mean, the best you can do is bring it back to b5. I think the only way that the knight on a7 can be justified, and I think वो rook a2 से थोड़ा clear भी हो रहा है कि I think जब ये position थी ना ऐसे, तो Magnus said कि he wanted to double up the rooks on the a file. ठीक है, तो he said if you played rook a2, black rook a2 मार देगा and then मेरे को queen और bishop से capture करना पड़ेगा and then I don't have a rook on an open file. So he said let me play knight a7, block this rook's view and I also attack your rook on c8 and then I'll play rook a2. But after h4, rook f a1, okay, like अगर हम वो ट्रायंगल वो जो हम बनाते हैं रेक्टेंगल, ट्रायंगल बोल रहा हूँ मैं, वो रेक्टेंगल जो हम बनाते हैं क्वीन साइड पे देखो सारे मेजर पीसेस क्वीन साइड पे ही हैं, तो परफेक्ट टाइम फॉर अ किंग साइड अटैक, राइट?
Exactly, and वो कार्पो की गेम मुझे याद आ रही है जहां पे knight b7 पे था. He had played this beautiful move bishop a7 to block the a file similarly, then double the rooks on the a file and then bring the bishop back. But उसमें
भाई
difference ये था कि black had no counterplay. Black was just moving rook e8, rook d8, whatever it was. यहाँ पे Vincent has an active plan. So आप अपने सारे पीस क्वीन साइड पे तो ले जाओगे, ब्लैक एट द एंड रुक b8 कुछ खेल के बैठ जाएगा एंड सिंपली विल अटैक ऑन द किंग साइड. सो दिस फील्स लाइक अपने लाइक यू आर लाइक अ कंट्री और आपको दो तरफ से अटैक हो सकता है एंड आपने प्रीएम्प्टिवली गलत जगह अपनी आर्मी भेज दी. अटैक एक्चुअली कहीं और हो रहा है एंड दिस बॉर्डर डजंट मैटर एट ऑल. सो आई थिंक मैग्नस is kind of reevaluating his position right now in real time, and maybe he might change his plan now, Saj. He might not continue with that doubling of the rooks.
Yeah, I think very much possible. He does not look happy for sure though. I think maybe he underestimated the effect of h4. एक तो knight g6 knight f4 का threat है ही भाई, उसके ऊपर एक h3 का भी threat है जिससे पूरा ऐसे pawn chain undermine हो रहा है, because once you push g3 there are some weak spots on f3 and then maybe the knight can also go jump to h7, go to g5 to put pressure on f3 pawn. It's and f5 looks so dangerous because ये bishop जैसे ही खुलेगा भाई it will be proper तबाही on the board.
भाई साहब,
31
and I
minutes
think
for Magnus, bhai. 16 moves to be played, 31 minutes. And let's not forget, chat, Magnus lost on time yesterday.
भाई that was like, it was like a core memory, yeah, seeing Magnus like kind of fumble in time pressure, like not being able to come up with the move. It's like you never think of Magnus as the guy who cannot come up with the move. You feel like wo to nikal hi dega. And to see him struggle to find the only move he had, that knight d1 move with a minute on the clock, was just kind of human to see, but also kind of shows कि maybe he's struggling a bit right now. उनको एक win चाहिए दो. We know if he gets his confidence back, his mojo back. We saw what he pulled off at Tepe Sigmund chat. याद है ना? Like he was way behind, lost to Jordan. Suddenly, he keeps winning. पहुंच गया final day में, वो draw and end game हरा दिया उसको. Reaches the tie breaks and then defeats Arjun. So he always does this, but can he pull it off again? Is the question right now. It feels difficult in round 2. So, Sej bhai, Magnus under pressure, let's put it that way. I think struggling would be a harsh word. But Gukesh क्या कर रहे हैं? Is he having a decent position?
Think let's take a look at Gukesh. This is the position. He has just played h5. Wow, so Gukesh is definitely pushing for the win, and he goes f3 to put a blockade on this bishop. And अब h4 का भी वो उतना point नहीं है, because once you move the knight away, my pawn is defended. And it's a very complicated position. Not really sure who is the favorite here. Fight तो है board पे. I know Bar is saying white is slightly better, but I disagree. I think because let's say the best move is rook a5. White goes pawn takes before only move, by the way, chat. Rook a2 and queen c1. ठीक है, इसके बाद कुछ और ट्रेड्स नहीं हो रहे पोजीशन में, कुछ कैप्चर नहीं हो रहा, कुछ चेक आ रही है, बट ओके यू कैन इग्नोर दैट फॉर नाउ. Like the sole fact that white is a pawn up and the advantage shows as 0.2 means like there is a huge advantage in the position, the huge compensation in the position that can be explained. Rook on the 7th rank, some play on the king side. White's pawn structure on the king side is very very weak. कभी d5 आ गया तो सारे pieces will just jump on the king side, and of course white's coordination of pieces is not really ideal, especially this knight on g3. क्या कर रहा है knight g3 पे? इसको f1 पे ही आना पड़ेगा at the end of the day. So this is where the compensation lies for Gukesh overall, but he has to find rook a5.
Rook a5 is such a beautiful idea, right? आप pawn sack कर रहे हो for an initiative with black, and that's exactly what Gukesh wants. Chat हमने कितना देखा है, he over pushes sometimes, but this is the case where it's actually not over pushing. It's very strategic. Now, there's also this option of h4 Sahaj bhai, and after knight f1 just d5. That's the simplification, I think. जहाँ पे बहुत पीछे exchange हो सकते हैं and would maybe head off into a draw. But I think ये काफी interesting है rook a5 idea. Love the rook coming to a2.
भाई did you go one move deeper after d5? नहीं तो अब पक्का बोलते थे ये लाइन. एक मूव और आगे जाओ भाई.
भाई don't tell me कि f4 के बाद वो करने वाला है वो.
Yes sir, yes sir, in the spirit of Gotham chess, sacrifice the rook. Let's go. The best move in the position.
भाई साहब. So फिर तो either way Wesley is under pressure, yeah, because I still prefer black. Bishop d4 check आ रहा है. I do not want to be Wesley in that situation. After rook takes e4, bishop takes, knight takes. If you take on b4, which is the only move, by the way, I mean, bishop d4 at first glance looks like a nightmare.
Because king h1, h2 पे जा सकता है, but it definitely looks annoying for sure. But to evaluate this as equal, okay, you know you have compensation. Because white के pieces are just horrible. Yeah, this knight on f1, the rook on e1 is also a bad piece क्योंकि position में दो open files है, right? There is an e open file. Chat open file वो होती है जहाँ पे कोई pawns नहीं होते basically. So there is an e open file जहाँ पे हमारा knight बैठा हुआ है pawn के साथ, तो एक outpost में, तो वो आप access कर नहीं सकते रुक के लिए. दूसरी ओपन फाइल है ए फाइल. ठीक है, अभी तो मेरी क्वीन बैठी है वहां पे, बट चलो मैंने क्वीन को हटा दिया. आप फिर भी रुके वन नहीं खेल सकते बिकॉज दिस बिशप ऑन g7 वेरी स्मार्टली guards the a1 square. So your pieces, the white's pieces are going to be permanently bad, at least temporarily bad, for the next 5 to 10 moves, and that's where the compensation lies.
And let's not forget कि time pressure build up होने वाला है. I think it's going to be exciting because 24 moves हुई हैं. मतलब 16 चाल उनको खेलनी है in around 38 minutes for Wesley. So it's not serious time pressure, but ऐसे tactical variations में ही गलती हो सकती है. So Gukesh is thinking. Meanwhile, Prag has made a strategic error. अगर हम game switch करें, he's traded off queens and एक ऐसी एंड गेम में आ चुके हैं जहां आई थिंक द टाइड हैज ट्विस्टेड अ बिट सहज. वो पॉन e4 पे feels like a weak pawn to me, and Firouzja now in the driver's seat, I feel. And अगर जीत गए by chance, तो he could be on 6 points. That would be crazy.
I must say that queen e4 is a very strange decision to me. Like in this position, it's possible that Prag was a little concerned that the knight can sit on c5 and kuch wo knight b7, a5, a6 karke. You know, you have a lot of pieces on the queen side. So there is this fear that your opponent has this incredible attack. But still queen e4, fe4 and rook c5 जो फिरोजा ने खेला, इसके बाद I think Prag जीत नहीं सकता है ये game. Like this is 100% a two result end game. 100%. There is no, because again black's rooks have no open files and white के rook के पास भी open file नहीं है, but ये जो fifth rank है ना, इसकी वजह से हमें c5 मिल रहा है, f5 मिल रहा है, जिसकी वजह से आप f7 पे प्रेशर डाल सकते हो, f4 पे आके आप e4 पे प्रेशर डाल सकते हो, and so on and so on. Whereas black will struggle to find activity here. Like nothing is active.
And yeah, knight on e1, by the way, is such a beautiful piece. Defends g2. That's literally the only weakness black can attack. And there's no way for the bishop to reach that knight. Like bishop, agar a5 pe aa pata, you take that knight, you head off into a rook endgame, maybe you hold that. But I feel like Parag ने एक बहुत बड़ी mistake कर दिया. I agree with that. वो knight c5 से मैं spook हो गया था ना. He also got a bit spooked by that idea कि भाई there's some potential attack, and this is just a this is a sad position. I think that's the best word to use. Like यहाँ defend करना पड़ेगा without counterplay for a long, long time.
For sure, for sure. And chat एक strategic question आपके लिए, ठीक है? So I have explained, in this position why white is better, largely because of this rook on c5, rook coming to f5, putting pressure on the e4, f7 pawns, and so on and so on and so on. My question to you is, if you could change the placement of one piece by one square, ठीक है? Any piece by any square. But you cannot attack my rook, of course. You cannot play b6, for example, like, because that's a blunder. But I'm saying the same position will happen as this one, but black is actually not worse anymore. Can you guess what that move is? Because I think in strategic sense, this is how we have to think. We have to make sense of complicated concepts like that. Why is rook c5 working right now? And in which situation would rook c5 not work? Rook h8 to h2. Bhai, that's not one square. Pawn e4 to d5 is actually a very clever answer. Didn't think about that. But still, I think some chances. But what I had in mind, chat, was that black's king is on a8 right now. Okay? And if the king was on b8, just one square, एक square का difference, that's it. And suddenly black can play rook d5. And not allow you to go rook f5 anymore. क्योंकि अभी rook d5 में खेलूंगा तो rook takes, rook pawn takes के बाद मेरे पास rook c7 है. And I gained the access to the 7th rank. I play rook d7. I take this, and the position is very close to being winning for me, if not winning already. But had the king been on b8, then none of this works.
Also, like if you're really changing positions, I would love to put the pawn on f7 on d5 if possible. Like completely lock
एक
that
square
in.
बोला था ना मैंने, एक square. You are changing the squares by just one square आप change कर रहे हो. That's it.
But yeah, these pawns feel loose. I think rook f5 पे आराम से जिंदगी भर बैठे रहो वहाँ पे. And f7 is pawn is weak. Bishop is attacked. Where do you put the bishop actually? You don't want to put it on g7 because that's the counter-attacking opportunities you have with rook g8 at some point. And then the second rook could also come up and king आएगा center में. And then you could gain space and यहाँ defend करना पड़ेगा भाई. यहाँ defend करना पड़ेगा. I think this is going to be an end game. काफी
और
लंबी
लंबा
endgame
चलेगा
होगी
भाई, बहुत लंबा चलेगा भाई. By the way, Magnus has also made a move. If you wanna take a quick look there.
Sahaj bhai, before we go to Magnus, look at Gukesh's game. He played rook a5. It's on the board.
Oh wow, what a move! Pawn takes b4 and rook a2. Bhai, Gukesh is playing for a win now.
Yes. And after c takes b4 rook a2, chat queen c1 is the only move. I mean, bishop defend करना है. Queen d1 के बाद already black is better, I think, slightly. So this is getting quite interesting. Now, it doesn't mean Gukesh is winning or anything, but at least वो intent दिख रही है. And this time, Sahaj bhai, compared to some past cases, this is objectively justified. That is what makes me happy. It's not over pushing, it is pushing.
Yeah, true. Okay, he takes the pawn on b4 and now rook a2 and now queen c1. And chat, this is exactly the position we were talking about just a few moments ago, where after the move queen c1, no other trades are possible, and this is where you evaluate a position. हमेशा जब भी trades होते हैं, कुछ भी tactical होता है position में, and जब भी वो trades और वो fast moves खत्म होती हैं, when you again have to sit down and think again, that's where you evaluate. And again, point 1 ka advantage, point 2 ka advantage, whatever it is, while being an extra pawn, proves that Gukesh has way more than he needs in this position. In fact, I think Gukesh is even better here. Like, I don't think it's far off to say this. Like, अगर इस position में साहिल भाई, अगर मैं आपसे पूछूं, गुकेश अगर वेस्ली को यहाँ पे ड्रॉ पूछता है, like I think he would at least consider it, right?
Yeah. I think overall I agree with the principle. I think Gukesh is the one pushing now. So basically, if he plays the best moves for the next 5 moves or so, I think Wesley So is going to face a lot of pressure. We saw those lines, like regardless of the line he chose, there was sacrifices, pawn sacrifices, exchange sacrifices, and now we घुसे भी नहीं है position के अंदर. We just played the top of the mind, two variations that made sense, and both of them are putting pressure on Wesley So. So जो गुकेश सोच रहा है यहाँ पे कितने options? For example, there's one option which is H4, knight f1, and now knight h5. So we did not even look at this. That's another option. Now look at this. One of the best moves is actually queen a3, which I didn't even consider. Like even that is potentially drawn. So that tells me कि
Wow.
potential काफी ज्यादा है युकेश की position है, but he has to be accurate. That is important. अगर यहाँ पे दो चालों में दो minor mistakes कर दी ना, then suddenly Wesley So takes over. He kind of consolidates. At some point, I don't know, plays bishop c3. I don't know what is the move, but you have to be cautious. यहाँ precise होना पड़ेगा.
Yeah, correct. Cautious तो होना पड़ेगा भाई. And chat में someone was writing that it's 14 minutes for Gukesh. No, भाई, it's 25 to play basically 14 moves for Gukesh. I think it's more than enough time, at least for now. But the next move is kind of critical. एक जो move जो टिकू भाई ने बताई H4, that's actually quite interesting. That does work. But there is something that is very strong here, at least from what I can see. And that move is knight d7. Tikku bhai, what do you make of this move?
My bishop khul raha hai, so I'm very happy. I think you touched upon this before, that a1 square is crucial in many lines.
He plays
We
h4.
also saw, oh, he plays h4, yeah? I think that does look tempting though. I think that does look tempting, right? I think wo typical move. When the knight is on g3, play h4. When knight is on b3, play a4.
And now knight
Shanti.
has multiple squares, e2, f1, h1. क्या हुआ भाई?
Shanti ho gayi thi, bhai. Too much Shanti. And by the way, now Prag is, I would say, even more worse because उन्होंने h3 खेल दिया. I think it does look logical to activate the rook. But after rook takes h3, if we quickly go back for just 30 seconds, it feels like Firuzja ने अपनी advantage बढ़ा दी है. Why? Because मेरा understanding ये है सहज भाई कि g2 was the only weakness that Firuzja had, required the knight to stay on e1. Prag basically exchanged that weakness. And now rook f5 के बाद f2 is defended. Now I can basically play with the free hand.
भाई क्या हो रहा है भाई? Firuza, like injured Firuza is like, I mean, just unstoppable. पहले Magnus and now Prag as well. भाई, what is going on?
And वो भी not in his typical style कि भाई, you know, crazy attack. Like end game squeeze चल रहा है यहाँ पे. Like Magnus style end game squeeze. And Prag went from suddenly being better, and we were discussing about him pushing. Look at him. He understands. He screwed up somewhere. That's the look he has on his face right now. Look at his face, chat. He knows, भाई, he's thinking कहाँ गलती करी मैंने? मैं वर्स से better से worse कैसे हो गया?
I mean, for sure he knows it's worse, right? I mean, the pawn on e4 alone is enough to understand this. एक बार रुक f5 आ गया भाई, खत्म है. एंड चैट में लोग लिख रहे हैं फिरोजा भी लाइक घायल हूँ इसीलिए घातक हूँ. लेट्स गो. लव टू सी इट.
मेरे 400 किलो वाले दोस्त भी यही कहते हैं, बट वो सिर्फ घायल ही होते हैं. लेकिन बट फिरोजा अलग है भाई. And there it is, rook f5, best move played, attacking the bishop. And by the way, look at this chat. Chat, question to you now. What do you play here? Come on, chat. Simple question है. No hints, nothing. आप यहाँ क्या खेलोगे? एक बार आंसर बताओ. Sahil, I think you must have seen where I'm going with this.
What? Oh. Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. It's the same thing, yeah?
Bhai, there is only one move in this position that's even holding. Otherwise, it's objectively lost after moves like rook to f4. Chat, I see rook h6. I see, you know, other options, but bishop to d8 is the only move in the position for black. Sahaj bhai, we are dealing in only move territory now.
बाय बिशप d8 के बाद आपको प्लान देखा वाइट का?
ओह, ओफ,
एग्जैक्टली। चैट, यू
ओफ।
रिमेम्बर वो जो मैग्नस का गेम था, कहाँ वो नाइट f3 पे बैठा था, फिर वो d2 पे आया, b1 a3 b5 नाइट a7। व्हाट इफ आई टोल्ड यू देयर इज समथिंग क्रेजियर? What if I told you that's the second most impressive knight maneuver I have seen today? Because that's exactly what could happen in this game. That
And
knight on e1 chat is actually a very, very good exercise, actually, a strategic exercise. Where does that knight belong? Where should we put this knight?
भाई फिरोजा को देखो एक बार. He's he's calculating while not even looking at the board. Yes, I
Ah,
think we have it in the chat actually.
yes, Avirat. Well done. Well done for finding it. It's knight c2, knight a1, knight b3, knight c5. And because everything in white's position is defended, including the pawn on f2, and everything important is defended, black is stuck defending this, the rook is stuck defending this, bishop का तो कुछ काम ही नहीं है, वो तो वैसे ही बैठा हुआ है. But this gives white all of this possibility to maneuver and take his time. And hence you see char moves being invested just to activate the knight. Very, very rare sight.
भाई अगर फिरोजा इस तरीके से नॉर्वे चेस जीत जाए इस हालत में, तो I think he's going to be more wild from now on in life. Like he's going to go adventure sports, bungee jumping. He's like, वो कुछ अगर लग भी गई छोटी मोटी तो ठीक ही है, क्या ही
भाई
फर्क
उसको
पड़ता है.
देख के सब प्लेयर्स फॉलो ना करने लग जाए भाई. दैट्स वेरी डेंजरस. डोंट
Uh,
ट्राई दिस एट होम चैट.
नहीं, I think it's crazy actually. I think chat कई बार, I don't know if you have played chess after a long time, like you've taken a break and then you come back to chess. Sometimes I've seen people do very well when they play after a break because you're entirely playing on intuition and that is what you've learned and grasped in your entire life. So same cheese, I think maybe Firuza is kind of not calculating as much as he usually does. He's basing it on intuition, and we know how talented he is, and that's why he's playing so well. I mean, Magnus ko haraya, bhai. That has to take something different. But yeah, I know Bishop D8 only move. Prague has to find it. And for example, why not Bishop H8? Because Bishop D8 ke baad Rook F4 pe you have to find Rook H4. So that's why the
I
Bishop has to go to D8.
I think like you are asking why not bishop h8. I'm asking you why bishop h8.
Good question, actually.
Like how do you think of bishop h8? मतलब सबसे कोने में like bishop है जहाँ पे कुछ काम नहीं है उसका. कोई फ्यूचर नहीं है उसका.
भाई लाइफ में से बहुत डिसीजंस लिए भाई, तो इट्स मैटर ऑफ हैबिट एट दिस पॉइंट.
Bishop h bishop h4 में rook h5 है शायद. Yeah, probably. That's annoying. Yeah, that's very annoying. Bishop e7 में rook f7 मर रहा है. Bishop g7 ही बोल देते भाई, वो तो फिर भी चल रहा है. वो फिर भी है. दैट मेक्स सेंस. बिशप h8 कौन खेलेगा भाई?
हाँ, मतलब बेसिकली डायगोनल के बीच में चूज करना था. लाइक यू चूज दैट डायगोनल बिकॉज यू
मेरे
नीड
को
रुक
लगता है
h4
टिक्कू भाई
बेसिकली.
ने ना देखा नाइट a1 पे जा रहा है. यो इसका ये कोने में घोड़ा. लेट्स पुट द कोने. लेट्स पुट द बिशप आल्सो ऑन द कोने में. सेम सेम.
It's like a real Nike versus some fake name like Nike or whatever. Oh,
हाँ,
sorry, वो तो real name
like
brand है भाई.
this
Sorry,
is
sorry.
like a maneuver and that's like a maneuver from Temu. Yeah.
Yeah, Reebok versus Reebok भाई. Exactly difference है. But yeah. By the way, Wesley So has made a major mistake and Gukesh is now much, much better. Just what we thought. And now Rook A1 is the move.
भाई ये तो is it winning या is it not winning? That's the question. Oh,
Bhai,
queen
let's
e3
play it,
निकालना है
no?
अब उसको. No, no, no,
So
no. He
Rook
has to
A1.
find queen e3.
Rook
You see
A1.
queen e3?
Now,
Did you see queen e3? So I'll show you. Rook a1,
huh?
queen d2, queen a7 check,
Huh?
king
Huh?
h2, bishop e5 check, I think, f4, rook e1, queen e1 and this move, queen e3. It's very important. ये नहीं दिखी queen
नहीं
e3
नहीं नहीं
उस मोमेंट से तो नहीं खेलेगा ये.
भाई बिशप E5 के बदले देयर इज रुक A2.
हाँ,
दैट
बट
इज
क्वीन
विनिंग.
c1 के बाद वापस रुके वन ही आओगे ना.
भाई देयर
इसके
इज
बाद वापस रुके
अपेरेंटली
वन ही आओगे ना.
बिशप There is bishop b2 and queen f2 apparently.
भाई ये हेलो मर नहीं
Queen
रहा है
c7, queen f2, queen c7,
कि
queen
भाई
f2.
बट ओके लाइक दिस इज लाइक इवन हार्डर देन फाइंडिंग क्वीन ई3 मेरे हिसाब से
I know, but निकाल सकता है भाई
लाइक
मुकेश.
22
He could
मिनट ही
find
है
it.
भाई ही इज अ ह्यूमन
भाई
और
निकाल देगा
देखो
भाई.
भाई क्वीन डी8 चेक किंग जी7 2 पॉइंट 3 पॉइंट डाउन हो आप यहाँ पे आर यू गोना इवैल्यूएट दिस इज विनिंग फॉर यू
भाई
और
मैं नहीं,
उसके बाद में
गुकेश तो कर
देखो
सकता है
चैट
ना भाई.
बिशप ई5 चेक किंग एच1 एंड गेस वेयर द क्वीन हैज टू गो अगेन
Nice.
टेक अ गेस
Love it. Easy. This is so easy, Sej. आप ये नहीं देख पाए. You couldn't see this. I
आई
mean, I
फेल
could see
ऑफ
this in
आई
my
फेल ऑफ
sleep.
या पिछले 2 दिन से कुछ ना कुछ कुछ हुआ है पिछले 2 दिन से आई एम नॉट श्योर व्हाट इट इज बट आई जस्ट फेल ऑफ या
2-3 दिन हो गए
कुछ
एक्चुअली.
तो 2 दिन भाई इट फील्स लाइक 2 दिन भाई 2 घंटे भी नहीं हुए ऐसा लग रहा है
Tikku with his unrealistic hopes. भाई देखो गुकेश है भाई. देखो देखो, even dreaming for the world championship was unrealistic, but it happened. And of course, आदित्य भाई in the hall. आदित्य भाई क्या चल रहा है हॉल में? Because there is no delay. So कोई use case आपका है नहीं, बता दो क्या चल रहा है हॉल में.
भाई रुके वन निकाल लिया उसने इट वुड बी अमेजिंग एक्चुअली बिकॉज देन द गेम कैन बी ओवर लिटरली इन क्लासिकल इटसेल्फ प्रग तो आई थिंक नहीं बचा पाएगा भाई सैडली
भाई he's
ओ
playing the
रुके
rook.
वन प्लेड
He's played it.
बढ़िया
Wow.
बढ़िया रुके वन के आते ही एक और बढ़िया बंदा आया है कमेंट्री में
yo, भाई what a
लेट्स
timing.
गो राकेश भाई व्हाट्स अप
राकेश भाई वेट
नमस्ते
कर रहे थे क्या, मतलब उसकी जीतने का?
भाई मैं सोचा कि कल भी ना यही टाइम पे ऐसा वो एनर्जी बूस्ट आया था एंड रिजल्ट्स थोड़े फेवर में आ गए थे सो होपफुली गुकी जीत जाए एंड पराग बचा ले आई होप
भाई साहब, भाई रूके वन इज अ ब्यूटीफुल फाइंड. हम देख रहे थे कुछ वेरी वेरी सिंपल वेरिएशंस एक्चुअली. कुछ 9 मूव की वेरिएशन थी. क्वीन को बस अपना एक बिशप, एक रूक और एक नाइट सैक करना था. वेरी सिंपल, बट स्टिल आई फील लाइक मतलब द फैक्ट दैट ही इज बेटर विद ब्लैक अगेंस्ट वेस्ली. सो कल की गेम के बाद वी आर सीइंग समथिंग ऑफ अ शिफ्ट हियर आई थिंक इन एटीट्यूड फ्रॉम गुकेश.
या चैट में भी प्रथम भाई बोल रहे हैं वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बैक इन फॉर्म एंड सहज भाई इट लुक्स लाइक 4 साल हो गए ये स्टेटमेंट सुन के दैट द वर्ल्ड चैंपियन इज बैक इन फॉर्म मतलब काउंटिंग
because
डिंग हाँ
since
डिंग एंड
Magnus left the world
करेक्ट
champion was not in form bhai that is true
एग्जैक्टली
world champion has not been in form तो बढ़िया भाई by the way the best move here for Wesley is to play bishop b1 and इसके बाद bishop a6 bishop h4 bishop to d3 and white has to just sack the queen that's the best way everything else is losing for Wesley by the way
बट यू डोंट प्लान ऑन डूइंग दिस ना मतलब एज
Yeah.
वेस्ली ऐसा है एंड व्हाट इफ
मतलब
आई
मिस
प्ले
होगा फिर बाद में
क्वीन
बिशप
d2
d3
या
आएगा
कुछ
क्वीन
सहज
d2
भाई
हाँ क्वीन
हाँ
d2 पे क्वीन h7 चेक आई थिंक वाज द मूव एंड बिशप e3 इज इंपॉर्टेंट है बिशप e3 में रूक टेक c1 चेक इज अ नाइस इंटरमेजो कुछ
करेक्ट
क्वीन ओवरलोड हो जाएगी तो किंग गोज टू h2 एंड अभी मैं कुछ बोल रहा था बिशप e5 चेक और रूक a2 टिक्कू भाई वाज सेइंग रूक a2 इज मच स्ट्रॉन्गर हियर आई थिंक ही कुड
And
बी
much
राइट
simpler also. Much simpler also, Sej bhai, as we saw
हाँ वेरी वेरी
clearly.
सिंपल भाई सो सिंपल टिक्कू भाई ने 1 सेकंड में निकाला भाई स्टॉक फिश देख के
करेक्ट
रुके टू बट आई थिंक भाई आई थिंक ऑनेस्टली अगर गुकेश कैलकुलेट भी कर रहा है ना इवन इफ ही सीज बिशप e5 चेक f4 rook takes queen takes and now I agree the next move is difficult queen e3 is very hard to find but if he sees this he's gonna think okay I'm close to winning
वाओ
I think a
भाई
simple
बट
filter is कि भाई let's say rook a1 queen d2 के बाद what other options does he have, right? मतलब apart from queen a7 check, like I don't see any of the crazy options. The only option
ओ
I see
बिशप
is rook
b1
a2
प्लेड
repetition.
बिशप
Ooh,
b1
on the
प्लेड
board.
टिक्कू भाई
भाई
now bishop
only move
a6
bishop a6.
queen sacrifice
That's
incoming
that's simple, no? Bishop a6 is simple though. Like it makes sense. You want to play bishop d3, you also attack the knight on e2 with knight g3 ideas, so it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and chat, you must be knowing this thing about drawback chess. Bishop on d3 was controlling वो पूरा diagonal f1 से a6 तक. Bishop moves out. Now it's your time. Control करो वो diagonal.
bhai what a nice like explanation of the drawback principle love it That's exactly why he should go for bishop a6 भाई. Let's go.
And
भाई
20
मजा आ रहा है
minutes
देख के
now.
गेम भाई. बहुत मजा आ रहा है भाई ये गेम देख के. We need to win this भाई. Let's go. 2750
Bhai,
incoming.
it's 2 minutes per move for Gukesh, by the way. And less than that because 11 चाल खेलनी है 20 मिनट में. So जितना भी complications है, if he had an additional, I don't know, 40 minutes here would have been very, very helpful actually.
Mm, I mean 40 minutes anywhere is helpful भाई.
नहीं वही कह रहा हूँ like
अगर आप हार भी रहे हो तो आप टूर्नामेंट हॉल छोड़ के अपने होटल रूम जा सकते हो, फिर 40 मिनट बाद वापस आ सकते हो.
या फिर नहीं भी आ सकते वापस एक्चुअली कई बार वो
आप
भी
नहीं
चलता
भी
है
आ
actually
सकते हो
ऐसा.
वापस. That has happened before, yes.
Oh, Prague has blundered by the way. He played rook
अरे
d6.
अरे 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 क्या बात कर रहे हो.
So that looks like it's going to be difficult now to hold. And yeah.
But knight c2 is it the only move? मतलब कुछ और खेलेगा तो advantage is gone.
Yeah, it's the only move that's
नहीं नहीं.
objectively winning. At least that's what the bar says. But
Winning for you,
Correct.
yeah. For me, it's plus 1.1 only.
for me, it's plus 1.9. But regardless, like even if I play something
भाई I
else,
think वो
like
मेरे को सेटिंग चेंज करना रहेगा. 1 sec. Yeah, there we go.
but regardless, like even if he
बढ़
doesn't
रहा
play
है.
knight c2, I still feel like it's very tough to hold this long term.
हाँ बढ़ रहा है. You're right.
भाई और Alireza goes to 6 out of 6. मतलब with 2 wins in the classical.
Yeah. Man, this is
But
tough
2
for Prague.
out
Yeah,
of
he was
2 तो
better.
is like ridiculous, yeah.
With an injury, don't forget. मतलब वो भी
Yeah.
tough situation है.
पैरी पोना करना पड़ेगा on round 3. Sir, please.
By the
I
way,
think
Bishop
ब्रेक अभी ले लो ताकि फिरोजा ठीक हो जाए, फिर उसके बाद खेलते हैं.
He's played Bishop a6 in just 10 seconds. Gukesh, let's go. He's on point now. Wesley under huge pressure. Let's go full screen.
I want to see Guki का reaction. भाई he looks locked in, Sahaj भाई.
अरे देखा नहीं टिकू भाई ने, but never mind. What does he play now? Bishop takes h4. That's the best move.
क्या नहीं देखा भाई?
एक it's okay. मौका छूट
अच्छा.
गया.
अच्छा.
I'll show you again, don't worry.
हाँ.
भाई पता है यहाँ पे 2 बेस्ट चालें हैं, ठीक है. पहली है बिशप टेक्स h4 एंड चैट फॉर like like can you guess what the second best move is in this position? It's funny. It's very funny actually.
कुछ तो
The
अजीब ही होगा अभी तो बोल
first
रहे.
move is bishop h4. Second move is b5 bishop b5 and then bishop h4. तो ये तो बिशप h4 तो फोर्स्ड ही है भाई.
By the way, Gukesh mentioned yesterday कि उनको देखना चाहिए था कि after that pawn push to g3 की move number क्या है. So he felt like he should have seen it. So they can see the move number on the screen and then they can kind of use that to guess कि 50 move हुए हैं कि नहीं. But he didn't see कि भाई g3 कौन से move पे खेला गया
बट
था.
क्लॉक पे नहीं है ना वो.
हाँ, क्लॉक पे नहीं है. He
क्लॉक
could
में
have
नहीं
looked
दिखता
up.
भाई. आई नो. आई हैव द सेम
हाँ,
क्लॉक.
मतलब he could have looked up at the screen basically. So that's why you see him now. कौन से look at the screen as well? Of course, right now it's not relevant, but
भाई लोग quick update. Can we go to the Carlsen game because पहला mistake by Vincent and Magnus can actually crash through क्योंकि rook on d7 is unprotected तो c5 चाल है Magnus
भाई
के
अभी
पास.
तो वर्स था. मैग्नस इतना बढ़िया अटैक आ रहा था एंड 2 मिनट के लिए छोड़ा है. नाउ इज जस्ट कंप्लीटली ऑलमोस्ट विनिंग. या ही हैज अ बिगर एडवांटेज देन प्रग राइट नाउ. सॉरी फिरोज आई मीन.
हाँ. And I think वो c5 है ना पूरा pawn structure फट रहा है and black's rook is unprotected and that's the problem. टिको भाई.
I think he wanted to play knight f4, but he wanted to defend c7 first, basically. उसको वो calculate नहीं करना था. Apparently that's doable and there's compensation, but वो analyze करना समझना is not easy. And golden opportunity for Magnus, I think, यहाँ पे. But does he have the time to figure this out? C5, does he have that time?
भाई you're right. मतलब कल वो टाइम की वजह से ही हारा. So he will definitely try to be, little bit faster on the clock.
But let's see. C5 is the move. I mean, he is looking on the queen side for sure. Let's try to do some analysis, guys. So C5, BC5. अच्छा सिर्फ BC. Oh भाई, it's not BC5 here. Because I thought B
Bishop
takes
E6 होगा
C5
ना?
के बाद ये मर रहा है. Because there is Bishop C6. And that defends the rook, attacks your knight, and then black can take on C5. So instead, after C5, you have to find rook A7. This very, very cool intermezzo.
Probably ये miss किया Vincent ने, this rook is an
हाँ.
intermezzo. So
Okay, that's not
Magnus with
easy.
a
That's not
charm.
easy. That's not easy. By the way, Gukesh
फराज
game
भाई
में
बोल रहे हैं 1.87 फॉर मैग्नस ऑन सेसे. तो काफी बड़ा एडवांटेज है. एंड टिको में गुकेश गेम है, या वी हैव बिशप h4.
yeah, Wesley
You're
played
right.
it, yeah. So let's
Going
jump there
back.
quickly. We'll come back to Magnus. So he plays the best move and अब queen ले लेते हैं भाई. You know, we talked about this at length today. ले लेते हैं queen by bishop d3.
भाई एक बार since we are reaching the crunch moments of the game, एक bird's eye view कर लें क्या? Just to understand how many Armageddons we can expect today, and basically how many results are we expecting today overall. Of course, one Armageddon has already finished. I'm not sure if we spoke about it, but Anna Muzichuk has defeated Ju Wen-jun in the Armageddon. So Ju Wen-jun lost both of her games now, by the way, both of them in Armageddon. So that's not the best start for the women's world champion. And बाकी के जो 5 games हैं, I think Firuza is currently looking, that looks like it's going to get finished in classical. Magnus, I think
Yeah.
we can share the sentiment again. Yeah? If he finds C5, rook A7, then classical में ही खत्म होगा ये. Gukesh versus Wesley, I'm not sure, bhai. Thoda, like, what do you guys think between Gukesh versus Wesley? Of course, Gukesh has a great advantage, but time is a slight, issue, and plus advantage winning नहीं है. Like, Wesley अभी भी बचा सकता है.
I think
I
maybe
think
Gukesh और Carlsen में से एक result आएगा, एक Armageddon. I think one of them will probably save it, one of them will probably not be able to save it. Rakesh bhai, your thoughts?
+1 भाई. और
So
गुकेश के चांसेस में
Gukesh,
उसमें 60-40 बोलूंगा, मतलब जीतने के वर्सेस कार्लसन.
so you think Gukesh will be like a normal draw,
हाँ.
like, and then it goes into an Armageddon, and then
नहीं, I'm
Magnus
saying
wins in
Gukesh
classical.
wins in classical and Magnus wins in Armageddon.
Why,
ऐसा
if
मुझे
Gukesh
लग
wins
रहा है.
in classical would be ridiculous, no?
भाई ऐसा वर्ल्ड चैंपियन है, इतना भी बुरा प्लेयर नहीं है.
I mean, still, it's not that it's good or bad. It's just ridiculous the fact that he like won yesterday, and now he's winning in classical. Bhai, that's crazy. Come on, we have to celebrate that. That's amazing.
Of course, of course. And by Sahaj bhai, you have like played so many tournaments and won. So होता है ना, one at some point you know कि this is your tournament if something goes in your way, like in your stride. So
एक वो
वो
luck
हो गया
factor
शायद.
चाहिए रहता है.
Correct, exactly.
जैसे,
And
I mean, you can see Vaishali, for example, got that luck factor against Zujiner, was it? Or
Tanzongi,
was it
Tanzongi, वो
Tanzongi?
रुके one three
Tanzongi,
piece.
वो जो रुके वन करके वो जो एक मूव का टैक्टिक मिस किया था उसने. वैशाली, she got that lucky break, and उसके बाद she went on a rampage after that. Like, you need
Correct.
that lucky break.
and perfect timing by the way, क्योंकि Magnus से game 2 दिन बाद ही है. So if you get some tomorrow, I think Gukesh plays against. Oh, he plays Firuzja. Okay. So, but लेकिन he has white against Firuzja, white against Magnus. So
अरे भाई,
that
Magnus
is.
didn't find it.
Ooh.
He did not find the move. Actually, no jokes. He did find the move, but he played. He should have found C5 and then Rook A7, but he played it immediately, and now the position is equal again. Bhai, no
क्या हुआ?
ways, no ways. Knight D4 is one of the best moves in this position.
ए भाई,
No
no way he
ways.
plays this.
Why
No
no
way.
ways? Are you joking me?
बहुत
It
मुश्किल
works
था.
actually. Pawn takes, and D5 रोक नहीं सकते क्योंकि बिशप के पास कोई घर नहीं है.
Tough.
No
Tough.
ways. Does Magnus play it, chat? Yes or no? Tiku bhai, your thoughts?
No chance,
94,
bhai.
yes or
No
no?
chance.
No.
No chance. No chance. Yeah, I don't think time है उसके पास.
I'll put a, if you give me odds, I'll put Maggie's on this that Magnus finds 94.
How many Maggies though?
I mean, odds कितने दे रहे हो वो तो बताओ. बहुत difficult चाल है
One
भाई.
is to one is. I think I don't know. 1:3
चलो छोड़ो,
maybe.
उसने 97 मार दिया, छोड़ो.
Why?
Bhai,
That's a blunder.
ओ भाई उसने नाइट सैक तो किया देख, लेकिन तो आधी मैगी तो मिलनी चाहिए, बट दैट
अभी
वाज द
बनाता हूँ
रॉन्ग
मैं,
सैक्रिफाइस.
लेकिन विदाउट मसाला दूंगा भाई, मजा नहीं आएगा उस मैगी खाने में. बट भाई दिस इज
भाई एक
क्रेजी
काम करो,
मैन.
मसाला दे दो, मैगी आप रख लो.
चलेगा भाई, चलेगा चलेगा. बट
हाँ.
दिस इज क्रेजी मैन. नाइट टेक्स C7 एंड ही वेंट फॉर सम आइडिया सिमिलर कि भाई he takes the pawn, maybe he plans some B5 and the bishop might be trapped. At least I'm hoping that's the logic here. But if Magnus goes down, Rakesh bhai, I mean, this is like he's gonna drop down to 2-8-3-0 or something. Like
Oh my
दो
God,
game
इतना
classical
कम,
game.
इतना कम रेटिंग.
भाई उसके लिए तो कम है ना भाई. रिलेटिव अंबानी के अगर मतलब 100 करोड़ का नेटवर्थ पे आ जाए तो ही इज लाइक वो माय गॉड
भाई
आई
वो
एम सो
फिर भी
पुअर. इट्स
50
रिलेटिव
पॉइंट
नो.
ज्यादा है उसके सबसे.
तब भी
Hey,
इट्स
but
रिलेटिव नो.
starting an event with like one Armageddon loss and one
ये
classical
ना वो
loss.
वाले हो गए जो शर्मा जी का लड़का होता है, 99% से 98% हो गए. हाय हाय हाय, क्या हो गया ये. दिस इज सो बैड. यू फेल
भाई
ऑफ.
पर but the thing is like for him it's never happened. I think you mentioned this right कि पहली दो games ही हारना classical event में white black दोनों color से. And objectively, you know, he's played. I mean, Firuzja, who was not even in best shape, and yeah, this is crazy. By
Big
the way,
one.
we have a result. Humpy and
Let's
Divya
go.
have drawn.
By the way, there
So
was a brilliancy
Armageddon.
by Humpy ji. Sorry, Divya. In this position, knight takes g6. Just wanted to show this. Rook g6 and knight d4, rook g6 and takes. And they just agreed to a draw. That means Arma incoming.
Yeah, and it's going to be a rematch of the Women's World Cup last year का, जिसमें दिव्या जीती थी against Humpy. So let's see if Divya can repeat it. And Divya will get 10 minutes, Humpy will get 7.
और दिव्या
मजा
पिछला
आएगा भाई.
वाला आर्मेगेडन भी जीती थी भाई, वो भी ब्लैक से जीती थी वो, लाइक 7 मिनट्स लेके
Yeah,
उसने वर्ल्ड चैंपियन को हराया ब्लैक से. तो इट्स अ
correct.
बिट ऑफ अ डेंजरस. उसने किसी और को भी हराया रिसेंटली, बट वी डोंट टॉक अबाउट दैट. बट यस.
And you know what? This might be the only Armageddon today because बाकी चारों game में one guy is completely winning. Firuzja is winning, Keymer is winning, Gukesh is winning, and Zuzhina is winning. So वो enjoy कर लो Armageddon chat because और दूसरा शायद ना मिले आज. So चलते हैं भाई उकेश की गेम में, देखते हैं. 12 मिनट है उसके पास. By the way, he's already won the queen. Queen जेब में
I
भाई.
think he did play bishop d3, bishop takes, rook takes, and now rook takes. Pressure on the c7 pawn and potential of a fortress. He's trying to understand how the fortress is built here. Because knights जब तक जिंदा है तब तक बहुत मुश्किल रहेगा fortress. But it should be a draw, no? I don't think this is winning for Gukesh.
Okay, question. Let's say कि knights और bishops exchange हो गए.
Dead draw.
It's a draw, yeah?
Yeah. Actually, knights और exchange knights, आप एक काम करो, आप मुझे बस ये पॉन दे दो, ठीक है? C7 का पॉन जो
हाँ,
मर ही
but
रहा है
ये
नेक्स्ट
हाँ
मूव में,
ये पॉन मिल रहा है
यही
ना,
पॉन
लेकिन
दे
more
दो मेरे को.
important है.
मैं आपको
हाँ.
बिशप मैं आपको सूखा बिशप दे देता हूँ. I'll give you all of the pieces highlighted on the square can be removed from the board. That this position is a draw. I can put my rook on d1 and then to d5, and you cannot make progress.
So, Sej bhai, is it fair to say that Gukesh should try to somehow, attack White's king जब तक उसके पास है pieces like something like bishop h6 right now, मतलब hitting the
But I
rook
think,
idea है, check.
this is a typical situation where you have this feeling that you're winning, and you should find a win. And somewhere, because you have 11 minutes on your clock, you must not forget that you have 11 minutes on your clock. And उसके बाद भी 10 सेकंड नहीं है भाई, कुछ एक्स्ट्रा टाइम नहीं है आपके पास.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's like at the end of the day, like maybe a smarter decision is to not overpress here, because एक बार overpress किया, opponent ने कुछ देखा जो आपने नहीं देखा, and then that's exactly the moment when the blunders happen, especially in time pressure. So very, very careful. Gukesh has to be here.
And 8 more moves to go, I think, Rakesh bhai. So he has roughly just over a minute to move. And कोई कह रहा है chat में कि भाई बहुत मस्त format है classical का, ऐसा ही होना चाहिए हर बार. I absolutely agree. I hope more and more organizers copy this format जहां पे कोई draw नहीं है basically. अब दिव्या हम्पी का draw हुआ, we still have something to expect and we know कि last में तो मजा आएगा ही. And with that, Rakesh bhai, best move Bishop H6 played.
And Rook C7 is a blunder. Rook takes pawn is a blunder here, bhai. I am not sure why, but it's a blunder. Check, check, and Bishop E3 check. GG.
Let's show that to chat. No, matlab. Rook
So
C7.
Rook C7, Queen A1. Okay, actually it's
Check.
not losing yet. King H2. King H2. And I was thinking Queen E5 check, but Knight F4 is actually stronger. Because Queen E5 में F4 है आपके पास. भाई कौन देखेगा F4 यहाँ पे? क्या चाल है F4?
F4 तो tough है भाई.
ये तो बहुत टफ है. F4 कौन निकालेगा इधर? But yeah, anyways, Knight F4, and this is winning now for Gukesh basically.
You know, the fact that he saw कि ये Rook C7 blunder है that quickly is a good sign. And also chat के लिए कि 99.3% accuracy by Gukesh. That is absolutely insane. In this complicated position, there is no doubt in my mind, Rakesh bhai, Sahaj bhai, chat, कि अगर यही गुकेश वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप खेलेगा ना, ये गुकेश, कंट्रोल सी, कंट्रोल वी, Sindarov is not like a favorite, definitely not a favorite.
No, 53 से 50 पे तो ले आएंगे. If you know what I mean.
आराम से.
Not the 50-50 I meant. I don't know what you heard, but yeah.
Well, if we can quickly go to Magnus ka game, 30 seconds, Sahaj bhai. A very cool tactic for Vincent Keymer, or else he's lost. ऐसा नहीं कि draw का chance है. He has to spot knight. Bishop attacked है, but chat always look for counter attack. So knight e6 के बाद no time to take the bishop because आपका rook मर जाएगा. And if you trade rooks, bishop into rook and bishop is safe.
So knight e6, rook d7, I think. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Bishop d7, queen d6. And that's a bad move actually, queen d6. I thought it was very obvious. But after queen d6, bishop e8 is the only move that wins for Vincent.
Tough है Vincent का
Tough,
win.
very tough.
Wow. Chat, but clearly Magnus missed something somewhere, right? कुछ तो उसने miss किया है. And it might be something very subtle, but regardless, इसका मतलब है कि भाई result आने के chances high, and if Magnus loses 2 in a row, chat, you have to be there because you have never seen this before, and I promise you will never see it again. So यही रहना चाहते भाई.
For sure. मयंक भाई बोल रहे हैं 49 पे भी ला सकते हैं. Point तो है. पहले जीतने दो लेकिन उसको.
Crucial game, man. Let's see. I think super crucial. I don't know if you want to have both the boards because Prag is losing. He's fighting, of course, but it's tough. Can we have both Magnus and Gukesh? That would be an amazing scene to have.
Magnus और Gukesh दोनों के पास बहुत ही कम टाइम बाकी. 10 minutes for around 10 moves. Bhai, and Magnus will remain on the 0 score, bhai. When have you last seen that one?
Wow. RCB has won. Congrats, RCB fans, bhai. Crazy.
Bhai, let's go.
Magnus ने कहा था अपने confession में, I think like a cow. ये कहा था क्या उसने?
Magnus ने I think कहीं बोला कि I'm not mad after my losses because I go and meet my son. So
that is so sweet actually. That is so sweet. But of course, like matlab, I mean, it's gonna hurt at least while he's here, and nobody wants to lose.
Of course.
Especially not Magnus, who's not used to it.
I think Samay Bhai is trying to work on the 2-board scene, or else we can also go full screen on one of the games. Maybe Guki.
Let's go to Gukesh maybe. Yeah, I think he has 10 minutes, right? So maybe it's more critical, especially for us. And Wesley, so I think must be thinking ki bhai, how do I hold this fortress? I think Sahaj bhai is absolutely correct, by the way, chat. I did put that position into a new Chesscom analysis board, a feature you can also use, by the way. And it is 0.00 if you remove the knight on e2, the knight on h5, and the bishop on h4 and bishop on h6. It's 0.00, the valuation. So that tells you ki bhai, yahan pe Gukesh has to be selective, not only with the exchanges, and also where he puts the pieces. It has to be very accurate, and the only issue is the time. So 10 minute 7 move.
Tough. But मुझे somehow लग रहा है टिकू ना कहीं जीत जाएगा गुकेश, वो कॉन्फिडेंस से जो स्टार्ट हुआ है, सो ऐसे लग रहा है कि कर लेगा आज अपना लड़का.
I think Gukesh of 2025 draws this. Gukesh of 2024 wins this, basically.
Oh,
Gukesh 2026 क्या करेंगे वो पता लगेगा अभी.
But very well put. I think ऐसा भी हो सकता है गुकेश ना वो कैंडिडेट्स टूर्नामेंट के बाद अच्छा खेलने लग, साल कोई भी हो.
हाँ. Agreed. And I think मेरे ख्याल से गुकेश के लिए we have discussed this chat, right? He has only 2 classical events. One is Norway, one is Olympiad. दोनों इवेंट में वो ट्रेडिशनली अच्छा खेले हैं, ऑफ कोर्स स्पेशली द ओलंपियाड, बट आई थिंक इससे बेटर अपॉर्चुनिटी है नहीं. राकेश भाई, आई थिंक ही इज नॉट इवन प्लेइंग एनी रैपिड ब्लिट्स, ओनली एक ही रैपिड ब्लिट्स है उनके पास, एंड देयर इट इज भाई, अमेजिंग सीन्स. या दिस बोर्ड लुक्स ग्रेट. थोड़ा सा कुछ सर वो ऊपर से ऐसे वो कर्व्ड है. दिस इज डिफरेंट टू व्हाट वी यूजुअली हैव, है ना?
बट आई थिंक समय भाई ने कर तो दिया है, सो वी हैव बोथ कैमरास, बोथ बोर्ड्स, सो आई एम हैप्पी विद दैट. भाई कम ऑन गुकी. एंड अ गुड पॉइंट टू नोटिस चैट कि वेस्ली सो का भी टाइम कम होते जा रहा है. एंड एज अ क्वीन, मतलब विद अ क्वीन, गुकेश के पास ना ड्रॉ इज इन द बैक पॉकेट टिक हुए.
Agreed. I mean, I can't imagine White winning this. Like, first of all, Bishop on D3 बहुत ही stupid है अभी. You will need some time to activate it to C4 and so on. But C4 पे अकेला वो कुछ नहीं कर रहा. Then you need the rook on C7. So it's not, unless Gukesh यहाँ पे King G7, King G8 खेलना चालू कर दे, which he will not do, it's impossible for White to have the time to build up an initiative. So White, he's playing for 2 results. Very, very lightly. At the top level, correct, you are likely not going to lose this unless you have to play 10 moves in 1 minute, जो possible नहीं है.
Yeah.
So Wesley को पता है कि he's just fighting for a draw. That's a depressing situation to be in with the white pieces specifically.
True.
Yeah, that is true. 14 minutes के साथ तो also playing rook b1 is just I think not a very ideal move.
Oof.
And rook c7 तो हमने देखा ही था, it's not working.
And do you remember Wesley saw against Gukesh in the GCT Rapid took a draw. It was the final game of the round. He took a draw with repetition in like 10 moves or so. Like Wesley has a lot of respect for Gukesh also, and sometimes that can backfire against you in some cases.
But Wesley is a gem of a person. Yeah, I feel like he has respect for everyone.
That's also true. That's also true.
I remember I had dinner with him once at Tata Steel, and this memory is like always etched in my brain. Yeah, because firstly, Wesley asked me if I wanted to have dinner with him, which is already like okay, like already by ulta hona chahiye. And secondly, like I still had my the plate with the food in my hand, and I was trying to look for a place, and wo bhai. He pulled up a chair and then he dragged the chair there. नहीं भाई आप यहाँ बैठे हो. Then he like cleared the space and everything. It was such a humble and down to earth person, Wesley. I think massive respect for him.
And yeah, and कई बार Rakesh bhai, we talk about invites. I think to top level events, sometimes invites matter, of course, on your form, but also the kind of relationship you have with organizers, I think, because they want to invite people who they have a great relationship with. And Wesley and MVL, देखो हर बार invite होते हैं. Like that's a testament to how great they are as a partner. And also partners से याद आया, Keymer ने गेम दे दी भाई.
क्या?
Keymer ने हाथ में गेम दे दी. Magnus is winning.
भाई ये क्या है?
Oh. Knight e8 was strange, no? So knight c7, b5, knight e8 गया वो. Knight e6 पे stronger था. Did he want to defend the d6 pawn?
Yes, exactly. क्या difference क्या है?
भाई c5 is the only move after rook a1 that wins. Let's play rook a1, bishop b7. He missed c5.
No. Maybe underestimated c5. Yeah. Oh, bhai, c5 is not what he missed. B takes c5, bishop g5, queen is trapped. That's what he missed.
Oh my god.
Bhai,
और knight on e6 was controlling that g5 square. Crazy,
wow.
bhai.
That's a big miss, by the way, by Vincent.
Hi, but does Magnus spot it? No, 9.5 minutes.
9 ही moves हैं, so 1 move per minute.
By perfect timing for Magnus, yeah. And if he wins this one, तो suddenly he's on 3 points. भाई गुकेश अगर जीतेगा आर्मगेडन में तब जाके 3 पॉइंट में पहुंचेगा. So it's complete turnaround by.
Completely,
By the way,
completely,
Wesley's
man.
played a move. He's played a move. Rook D1 on the board.
Wesley, yeah. Okay, there it
Yeah.
is.
Check.
Okay, and
This
now Queen H.
भाई बोर्ड गया.
Let's go full screen. Let's go full screen jaldi se, because I think crucial moments in this game. And Rakesh bhai, Rook D1 ke baad, I see D5 as the best move. Not sure I want to play D5, like Bishop E3 check जैसी चालें ज़्यादा tempting लग रही है.
हाँ.
Queen A2 भी tempting लग रहा है. What do you think about D5?
भाई मुझे तो बिशप E3 चेक बढ़िया लग रहा है rather than D5. And look at the clock switch भाई. हर of course मतलब time is ticking, but गुकेश का क्लॉक ऐसा लग रहा है थोड़ा ना 1.5x पे चल रहा है.
भाई बट लेकिन बिशप E3 चेक के बाद भी तो आपको D5 खेलना ही पड़ेगा ना.
हाँ बट
कभी
ऐसे
ना कभी
बोलता
तो
है कि चेक दे दो, हाथ पे
Why
चेक
I'm
है तो दे दो.
hesitating is because Rook D1 पे I'm opening the D file. That's why I'm hesitating a little bit about this. Like D1 पे Rook is not doing anything right now. Once I play D5 now, unless I'm getting something, I'm idly getting something here. That's why it's recommending D5. But otherwise, Rook की file खुल रही है, which is not easy. And see, he plays Queen A3. And now Bishop C4, which is obviously
वो
logical. I think he'll find.
भाई ही adjusted the rook on D1. मुझे लगा rook touch किया और bishop C4 only move था. Played of course by Wesley. Guki may be going for the B4 pawn.
पर D5 तो नहीं होगा जिंदगी भर. भाई that
हाँ अभी
bishop
तो
on C4 okay,
check it.
check.
King F1 by the way the best. King H2 पे जाओगे तो king थोड़ा block हो जाएगा. Some mating attack could be possible. So King F1 is better. But I think difficult to play over the board. King H2 just feels safer, like optically.
Even King H1 feels safer than King F1. King F1 खेलना is.
King H1 लेकिन is too passive. No, कभी रुक हटा check आएगी. I don't know.
हाँ agree. I think makes
Hey,
sense.
F1 मैं तो कोने में खेलता भाई. H2 या H1. King F1 लग रहा है ऐसे एक्शन की तरफ जा रहा हूँ मैं.
हाँ ब्लैक क्वीन को चैलेंज कर रहा हूँ. मुझसे फाइट करेगी. जब आ जाएगी वो तो डर जाएगा भाई. Doesn't make sense. By the way, chat, do like the stream. Jaldi se, let's get more people in, because Gukesh had a beautiful win yesterday. कल क्या धुआंधार बल्लेबाजी से, मतलब 250 से भी ज्यादा रन मारे गुकेश ने कल against Keymer, and he won that game. And today he has an opportunity to win his second match in a row, and this time maybe in classical. This could be huge for his confidence.
Correct. Let's see what Wesley goes for. 11 minutes. Difficult choice.
A tough choice for Wesley.
Very
But
tough. Yeah.
I'm calling it. Guki wins it in classical.
Classical.
Feeling है भाई. Feeling है.
+1 भाई. +1.
हाँ आर्मेगेडन तक नहीं जा रहा है.
+1 तो इवाल है भाई.
हाँ मेरा भी. मेरा
I
एक्चुअली
think good
+1 नहीं है भाई.
chances.
मेरा +0.4 है. थोड़ा स्ट्रॉन्गर है ना इसलिए.
नहीं, I think good chances to win for Gukesh practically, because हर move पे एक decision लेना है. For example, King F1 is the best move, not easy. Like already, every move is not easy for Wesley so here. And time देखो, he has 2 minutes per move, but वो time कम हमेशा रहेगा, right? There is no extra time that will be added. So he has to play in this position for till the end of the game now. तो Gukesh can आराम से play a couple of moves casually, like Queen B4 मार दिया, कुछ कर लिया, King G7 खेल दिया, and White, I'm not sure, like has those moves. Like Bishop F2 here is already lost, for example.
Bishop F2 also looks like such a natural move to play here, yeah? Is it lost though?
Yeah, it is much worse. So, and we discussed, exchanging the bishop and knights gets you a fortress already. So it's tempting sometimes to exchange those pieces.
I guess if you remove the bishop, then dark squares पूरे एकदम black के control में आ जाएंगे. But yeah, time crunch तो होगा यहाँ पे 100%.
By the way, 3 minutes to go by for the Divya versus Humpy Armageddon.
Yeah, and Vincent ने एक pawn के बदले piece दे दिया है. Maybe I don't know. दिवाली सीजन तो आया नहीं, तो फिर में गिफ्ट क्यों दिया?
Yeah,
Not
here
sure
rook
actually.
a2 and now he took bishop e4. For sure, I think he missed the c5 idea. नहीं तो वो खेलता नहीं है.
Hmm.
That's why he took bishop e4, fe4. Double bishop versus double knights. Position is closed, but the b6 pawn is perhaps the biggest problem in this position. This pawn is about to fall. And of course, let's not forget this knight on e8. Vincent is wishing, kash knight e6 खेल दिया होता मैंने. If with the knight on
Yeah.
e6, Vincent is the one pressing here. 100% Vincent is pressing here.
Yeah, so this looks tough. You know what? Queen d8 played. I want to get both of your thoughts very quickly on the Prague game as well, because he has 3 minutes to play the last three moves. What do you think, Sahaj bhai, Rakesh bhai, and chat? Does Prague hold this, or is this just too difficult?
It's too difficult.
Yeah, I think knight c3, e4 pawn is a goner very, very soon. So I think Prague's gonna take the L in this one.
By 2 out of 2 in classical. An injured Ali Reza.
भाई घायल है इसीलिए घातक है.
Yep. Agreed, bhai.
No, I feel like I think Kal tough challenge hoga. He plays right Gukesh tomorrow, right? So that will be a nice match. An informed Mali Reza
भाई फिरोजा ने
against
गुकेश को
Gukesh.
हराया था ना कैंडिडेट्स में, यू रिमेंबर? इट वाज एट दैट क्रेजी गेम जहाँ पे गुकेश विनिंग था, फिर उसके बाद फिरोजा के पास कुछ टाइम भी नहीं था, बट देन ही ब्लिट्स्ड आउट लाइक 10 मूव्स विद लाइक 1 मिनट ऑन द क्लॉक एंड वन द गेम. उसके बाद
But we will have two people who don't like draws. It's gonna be like a cracker of a game to follow, and that's a big mistake by Prague. But I feel like it's like a last ditch effort. Yeah, ki if maybe, but of course I will take the pawn. I mean, it's not even like a choice. You open the
yeah,
bishop, but
D5.
yeah, there is no counterplay.
The reason why Prag sacrificed the pawn is so that white cannot play knight c3 and knight e4, because अगर Prag को choose करना है between this pawn and this pawn,
भाई
जो
भाई
e4 का
भाई
pawn है, आप c
भाई
pawn ही choose करोगे ना.
भाई वेस्ली ब्लंडर्ड. वेस्ली
क्या?
ब्लंडर्ड.
He
Oh,
played
he
bishop
played bishop
f2.
f2.
Let's go.
Oh.
Let's
Okay.
go.
Oof.
So chat, not winning yet, not winning, but very, very close to it.
It's a
Wow.
big chance now. And ये dark square is weak है, right? और white का king is not happy.
I think there's a big difference to compare to the starting position, right? वहां पे rook c1 पे था. And I was always threatening
Correct.
rook takes c7. White has no active plan. Like, what's White's active plan? I don't see one. Like, rook a1 comes to mind, but
Fortress.
I'm guessing कि rook थोड़ा सा loose लग रहा है मुझे. Like, that's the only move I see. But
But
you
rook
can
a1,
never get
king
to f7.
g7 even.
You never get to f7 basically, I think. Because rook a7, this queen b6 check khatam, resigns. So I feel
Correct.
like यहाँ पे active plan नहीं है. So Gukesh can take his time. Like, he can literally wait till the 40th move and then decide what to do.
And very important to note, looks like भाई Wesley has gone below Gukesh का time for a long while. मतलब हुआ नहीं था ये काफी time में.
Hmm.
Three more moves to go, but then 10-second का increment incoming, but not really gonna change the outcome. But you're right, I think all the games except for Zhu Jinner, जो शुरुआत से winning थी, but now looks like her opponent could hold back. It's not looking as clear on that game. वही Armageddon में जा सकता है, but all the others I feel are gonna be finished in classical itself.
भाई लेट्स गो फुल स्क्रीन. आई फील लाइक हमने दो आर्मेगेडन देखने को मिलते हैं हर गेम में नॉर्वे चेस में. एंड कल क्या क्या इमोशंस देखने को मिले थे. मैग्नस कार्लसन was about to lose his second game in a row, Rakesh bhai, and then suddenly he's now winning. And जो हमारी predictions थी about Norway chess, Magnus could crumble wumble, सब डंबल हो गया भाई उसका.
सही में भाई मतलब क्या से क्या हो गया. But I think we'll still take it if Gukesh wins this.
Agreed. Gukesh winning would be huge. And he plays the informed Firuzja tomorrow. अगली दो गेम फिरूजा गुकेश की खतरनाक है. It's Firuzja who's gonna lead the event, and then it's gonna be Magnus Carlsen himself. By the way, G4 played. Wow, सहज भाई मतलब white dark squares को तो मतलब कभी अलविदा ना कहना इन्होंने कह दिया. Okay, knight f4. He wants to trade the knights. Oh, he's going for that, yeah? That setup we talked about. Trading the knights.
हाँ, रुक वर्सेस बिशप वर्सेस मतलब रुक एंड बिशप वर्सेस क्वीन, जिसमें फोर्ट्रेस के चांसेस बहुत high. I think if you're Gukesh, try and avoid that knight trade.
What do you do now? I think
भाई वेस्ली ने ना
maybe
5 मिनट के नीचे आया, पेन साइड में रख दिया भाई, अभी उसको लिखने की जरूरत नहीं है.
maybe just get close the 40th move. Give that check on c5. King देखते हैं कहाँ जाता है. And then you just play some king g7 move. Okay, don't blunder anything, but just reach the 40th move and then think of your plan. By the way, it's time for the Divya Deshmukh tiebreaker. Let's go there. I
Oh,
think ये game तो safe ही रहेगी. I think the next two moves. Let's go full screen on the Divya game.
amazing,
Shreyas
amazing. By
भाई,
the way,
आपका one of your favorite openings, 4 knights,
yeah, yeah.
bishop b5.
Exactly, exactly. वो D3 नहीं खेली जो पहली बार खेली थी. It did work out well for
हाँ
her, but now it's a different approach. I think rapid में, of course, you have different strategies and so on. Hampiji looks very well prepared actually.
But this is the exact replay of the World Cup finals, right? The exact replay. I
mm-hmm.
remember, and that was a crazy game. I think Divya was winning, then Humpy kind of fought back. It was equal, and then we had a blunder in the end game. So, एक rival सी build हो रही है between Humpy and Divya, Rakesh bhai.
बिल्कुल, and you definitely don't want to be losing to each other ऐसे ये rivalry में. Divya trying to come for the India number 1 spot women's में, and Humpy ji has held on to that throne for the last
Yeah.
I think 20-25 years now.
Wow.
मतलब सोचो टिक्कू भाई, दिव्या पैदा होने से पहले हम्पी इंडिया नंबर 1 है वुमेन.
Wow. That would be a huge moment for Divya Sahaj bhai if she makes it to India number 1, I think. And she's just like 28 points away, yeah? She's not that far away from becoming the India number 1 at the age of, I think, I don't know, 20 or something. That's crazy.
Okay, and now bishop takes e6 to 9. Actually, that's a good move here. That's a bit strange. I was I
By
was
the
I was really considering going short castle and
भाई
allowing bishop takes b3, but maybe I'm wrong there.
before
not
this
to,
game heats up,
yeah,
sorry टिक्कू
yeah.
भाई, कार्लसन के गेम पे जाओ, he has blundered and lost all his advantage.
क्या
By
बात
not
कर रहे हो भाई?
not to steal Divya's thunder or Humpy's thunder, but by Magnus Carlsen has also blundered and it's equal now. And if it's
And
equal and white can't push the pawns, I would prefer black in some cases.
भाई it's
I
not ऐसा normal वाला equal, just take on b6, queen b6, and now आपके पास है counter attack with queen g5, threatening mate in 1, queen पीछे लाओगे बचाने के लिए, then you're lost because knight h3 check and queen गई.
And if you played after rook b6, rook takes b6, then there is a nice knight d3 attacking the queen, queen e3, and then knight c5 attacking the bishop, and ये rook भी मर रहा है. So it's a clear oversight, I think. Tactical miss from Magnus. Let's see if Vincent finds it. देखो उसके पास भी 4 ही मिनट है भाई.
दोनों के पास he no
अरे यार
Oof.
भाई क्या चल रहा है
विंसेंट
दोनों को
भाई विंसेंट भाई ऐसे कैसे कैंडिडेट्स पहुंचोगे यार
नहीं, no way chess.
नो भाई यही है भाई आई थिंक ही जस्ट बिलीव्ड मैग्नस या ही जस्ट बिलीव्ड मैग्नस आई थिंक कि भाई मैग्नस ने खेला तो अच्छा ही होगा ही डिडंट थिंक अबाउट दैट थिंग
Correct. Hi, what a game, man. Magnus effect, exactly, Chad, you're right.
And if rook a7 now, oh भाई फिर भी rook b6 मर रहा है. Actually.
Yeah, the tactic remains.
Oh भाई, that is crazy. If you played rook a7, then rook takes b6 is still working. So that's what Vincent is planning. Knight c7 वो इसीलिए खेला है भाई यहाँ पे. He still has the idea in his mind, and that's why Magnus has to go like king h2 or king h1 here. What is this?
Bye. Chess is tough, bro.
guys not to be a party pooper but Gukesh is an only move
चलो
simple
वहां
one
पे चलते हैं.
very simple
चलते हैं भाई.
but queen c5 वापस लेके जाना है वो d6 pawn बचाना is crucial you cannot give that pawn
ये तो ढूंढ लेगा भाई, ये तो ढूंढ लेगा. मतलब what else do you play?
ये pawn मर रहा है ना नहीं तो. And
knight
then
e8 you
d5
wouldn't
at the
consider
end.
yeah knight e8
It's too passive, I think.
I mean, I would, to be honest, I would consider it. But then I would say no.
Because knight g5
Because
भी
I
है, so
think
it's a bit hard,
98
yeah.
की वजह से ना अब d5 नहीं खेल पाओगे भाई. d5 was the main plan. In fact, I will consider d5 even here.
Oh, he plays it. Thank God, thank God, thank God.
Then now king को लेके आओ f8 and e7. Simple.
And just a quick update, no need to go there, Sej bhai. But Zhu Jinner, जो बचपन से जीत रही थी, is suddenly lost now and
Bhai,
looks like she will lose.
Divya is also winning. Divya is also
Wow.
winning against Humpy. She has a beautiful position. Knight on c4, knight
Yeah,
on
this
f5.
is
I mean, this is just over, I think,
अरे
positionally.
भाई
epic.
साहब. अच्छा वही हुआ ना उस पोजीशन में भाई जो मैं कह रहा था लाइक मेक ब्लैक टेक ऑन b3 इंस्टेड. वही किया उसने.
Oof.
वाओ.
Yeah.
Divya is a beast by rapid में she's a beast. I wonder where she got the motivation.
Why, this is crazy, man. Like, I wonder where, Sej bhai. I
पता
have
नहीं कहाँ से.
no
It
idea.
feels like Divya is just destroying everyone back to back. क्या वो rapid में? Like दोनों आर्मागेडन जीत रही है भाई. Women's World Champion and
I feel
Women's
like
World Championship Challenger. दोनों को.
I feel like royalty fee collect करनी चाहिए at this point. क्या? I don't know. But regardless, I mean, the knight on c4 tells me कि आपकी queen को a5 pawn बचाने के लिए जिंदगी भर बैठना है. I mean, that's like a miserable job for the queen. You can
And
never
also
move it.
knight. Also ये कौन बचा रहा है भाई? A5 का pawn is very very dangerous.
वही तो.
गयो भाई गयो. टाइम भी
E5 तो
गयो
है ही.
भाई.
अच्छा मुझे लगा आप E5 की बात कर रहे थे. This is also
a5
way.
वही like और a5 गया तो a pawn is a protected pass pawn. You cannot give that pawn up.
Correct.
So I think
So
they
Humpy
are
also
taking
having
this
2
one.
minutes.
मतलब क्षितिज सिंह 12 बजे के बाद नॉर्वे चेस इंटरेस्टिंग होता है. नहीं भाई, राकेश भाई की एंट्री मारते ही एज वी सॉ टुडे, so he should come early, I think. But I will try to get Rakesh bhai early tomorrow and hopefully पहले से गेम शार्प होगी. But Divya Deshmukh could be getting another win and ये एक वो बन रहा है. Zujiner has a good record against Divya. Like Divya seems to have an impressive record against Humpy in recent times.
Yeah. भाई व्हाइट मतलब दो चाले पास भी बोलेगा तो भी व्हाइट बेटर है मुझे लगता है.
Correct भाई. Agreed.
तमें भाई लगता है we need a 5 board setup from tomorrow because Firuz is winning against Prague, Gukesh is winning against Wesley, Magnus winning against Vincent, Zoo losing to Bibisara and Divya defeating Humpy. So I'm
Wait,
like,
Zujiner is losing now?
yes to
Yeah,
Bibisara.
yeah.
भाई कैसे? अभी तो विनिंग थी.
भाई
अब
बचपन से
losing है
विनिंग
भाई.
थी सूचना.
यार it's a big problem yeah for Zujiner. Like it's like every time she's getting into winning positions and then उसके बाद like the वो conversion missing है basically. Knight b7,
भाई
what a move.
Gukesh की position has changed drastically. I think we should take a call.
Let's go there.
I think it's
We'll go
winning.
भाई. Let's finish the game. It's only 1 minute left.
अच्छा, okay, let's go full
This will
screen
be
then
over
because I
very
think
quick.
हाँ.
let's go
This
full
should
screen
be
on
done.
this game, this crucial game between India number 1 and India number 2.
And now rook takes d3 पे queen d3. Queen b6 आ सकता है. I like c4 ideas somewhere just to activate the queen. क्योंकि दोनों नाइट लग तो बहुत बढ़िया रहे हैं बट इनका कोई काम नहीं है. लाइक नाइट f4 पे नहीं आ सकता, नाइट g4 पे नहीं आ सकता. एकदम फालतू लग रहे हैं नाइट्स यहाँ पे.
Sitting
नाइट ये
ducks.
पॉन f2 पे होता ना, नाइट f4 कितना बढ़िया लगता है एक्चुअली.
Correct.
भाई just
Okay,
straight
Now
queen
queen
d6.
d6.
Yeah, queen d8, queen
खत्म
d6
भाई
straight
खत्म.
करो. Push the a pawn. It's over. The king is on g8. वो pawn को रोकेगा कौन?
Yeah, especially knight against rook का pawn is very bad.
भाई अपेरेंटली प्रग के पास 19 सेकंड ही पड़े हैं. कितनी चालें बची हैं वहां पे?
चाले 40 moves हो चुके हैं. He just has to play
हाँ.
the
हो
increment
गए.
now basically.
ओके गॉट इट.
Wow. Every game is sharp, by the way. Okay, let's stick to Divya. Queen d6 played. Best move by Divya Deshmukh. And now basically you trade queens, knight moves और a pawn को सिर्फ 4 चालें लगेंगी नई रानी बनने में. Okay.
टेक्स नाइट टेक्स. ओके ये तो सीधा. सो एक पुरानी कहावत है, नाइट पॉन एंडिंग्स आर लाइक किंग पॉन एंडिंग्स. And this is like a perfect example of it. King pawn ending होती तो black अभी resign कर देता यहाँ पे.
भाई हम पे क्या सो कहावत सुनने का भी टाइम नहीं है. She has to play 8 moves in 30 seconds by the way.
उसके बाद भी
Because
1 ही सेकंड मिलेगा टिकू में.
हाँ, so it feels so. This is really, really, a bad situation for Humpy. Chat, we'll go to both those games. I know, but फिलहाल के लिए this is crucial because 30 सेकंड है और 8 चालें खेलनी है and Chat is saying Gukesh has blundered. No, he has not. Relax.
No, no.
Relax for Chat. It's still winning for him.
आज नहीं चैट, आज नहीं.
But okay, this is completely winning, yeah? If you guys want, we can switch now. I think this is pretty clear. Up to you guys.
खत्म कर लेते 30 सेकंड ही. I think it's just 30 seconds now. I know Divya has
4
some
मिनट है
time.
ना दिव्या के पास.
That's एक नजर मारते हैं गेम में for
हाँ
20
नजर
seconds.
नजर.
Let's come back.
भाई इंपॉर्टेंट मूव फॉर गुकी. पॉन टेक्स पॉन मारना ही पड़ेगा.
नहीं ये थियोरेटिकल ड्रॉ है भाई. टेक्स नाइट h5. नहीं अभी नहीं है थियोरेटिकल ड्रॉ.
वेट व्हाट
What if you d5 हैंग है ना भाई. पॉन्स खत्म हो रहे हैं यार.
नहीं दिस इज गुड बट आई एम ट्राइंग टू अंडरस्टैंड फोर्ट्रेस कैसे बन रहा है इधर. मे बी नहीं बन रहा है भाई. लाइक व्हाट माय हेड वाज एट कि अगर लेट्स से मैंने ये तीनों पॉन्स दे दिए, ठीक है, और मैंने बिशप इस नाइट से एक्सचेंज कर लिया. ओके ये पॉन तो मर ही रहा है. तो आई हैव रुक एंड नाइट and you have queen and 2 pawns.
Bhai, Divya 10
Right.
seconds. Oh, sorry, Humpy 9 seconds.
That
9
would be a
seconds.
draw.
9 seconds.
Let's switch to catch the handshake.
Bhai,
And then
6
said,
seconds
भाई,
में 6 moves. 6 seconds में 6 moves. She's gonna resign. 6 seconds में 6 moves.
भाई पॉन भी मतलब रानी बन जाएगी एक नई. Knight d6 check is also a nice move.
भाई
Wow.
a6
So,
खेल लो ना सीधा. a6 a7 is over.
भाई वर्ल्ड चैंपियन को हराने के बाद इंडिया नंबर 1 को भी दिव्या is gonna take down. It's not in classical, of course, but still pretty impressive. I think the candidates are kind of working out now, showing great results.
भाई वार्म अप में भी तो रैपिड ही था ना, इसीलिए.
ये नाइट्स देखो. कहते चारों लाइन से खड़े.
भाई किंग गिर गया हम्पी का. आई डोंट नो. दिव्या चेकिंग कि कितने मूव्स हुए हैं because हम्पी हैज टू मेक 3 moves in 1 second.
What? Impossible.
Time loss.
Oh, she loses on time. But I think the game was lost, but there were some chances, maybe. But wow, so Divya defeats Humpy in the Armageddon. Humpy does get 1 point on the scoreboard, but she will not be happy after losing here. So now let's jump to the other games. Which one shall we go to?
I also, let's not forget for Humpy, she lost her first classical game. So this is the only 1 point she has.
भाई गुकेश ने कर दी है गलती. And now it's very, very close to equal. Prag is completely lost and Magnus Keymer is also equal. भाई चल क्या रहा है?
नहीं भाई, it's not equal yet. Not equal yet.
I think भाई एक फर्क है क्योंकि नॉर्मली ना वेस्ली को आदत नहीं है क्लासिकल में. किसी को आदत नहीं है to play with just 10 seconds increment. So that might play a part.
I'm actually genuinely curious if that endgame is a draw or not. I'll just confirm 1 sec. Because I think this will decide whether this game is he has any merit in pushing. But because the end game again, ये दोनों pawn मर सकते हैं. Black ये knight ये bishop के लिए दे सकता है. And then the question is queen and 2 pawns versus rook and knight. Is that a win or is that a draw? Because I think it could be a draw. Check कर रहा हूँ भाई मैं. हाँ.
By the way, at one point Magnus was +6. +6 eval tha. He was basically winning a piece for free or getting mated like his opponent. So now it's equal. A missed opportunity for Magnus there, I think.
जाएं क्या उधर भी?
Also an update, Vivisara completely winning now. So इतना crazy chess के बाद I hope Prag भी comeback कर ले. सबने comeback कर लिया भाई, प्लस Prag का रह गया अब. Gukesh again better. Mistake by Wesley So.
बोल रहा था मैं भाई. Come on Guki.
Come on, knight f8.
Played.
Yeah, let's go.
Played, let's go.
Come on.
भाई, look at this. G6 only move and knight e6 खेलना है. Rook b7 slight error again.
उसका आइडिया G6 पिन के साथ खेलना है उसको.
Ooh, bishop d5 could be incoming.
But
with
queen
f7
d6
hanging.
is... Acha, bhai, point is queen d6. And if you play f5, then h4. फिर ये queen g3 check आ रही है and g5 मर जाएगा.
Bhai, this is...
Counterplay. He has to find it. 50 seconds for Gukesh.
By the way, chat, we're on moon of 57. So they have the increment now, but they're not going to get any more time here. Queen d6. He plays queen d8.
Maybe he doesn't want
So
to
he
allow f5.
stops. Huh?
White
But
की best
Saj,
move
look at
देखिए.
this. The only move is g6. Is that a
भाई
fortress edge?
भाई वही तो मैं भाई पिछले उतने टाइम से यही बोल रहा हूँ आपको. ये पोजीशन ड्रॉ है. Like even without the pawn ये position draw है. तब से this is exactly what I was telling you. That's what I'm checking right now.
Wow.
And it is a draw
Bhai,
actually.
But
okay, does
does
Wesley find it
Wesley
though?
know that? I don't think he does. It's
He's
I
not
mean, he will know
unintuitive.
that. He will know that, but I don't think he will play that. King g3.
Bhai, h4 check is
Blunder.
the best move. h4 check is the best move. Queen d2 also equally good with the idea of h4 next.
And chat, if you're wondering why we mention the golden pawn so much, look at this pawn on f7. 58 moves के बाद white एक check तक नहीं देख पा रहा है. That's the power of a golden pawn.
King f3. Okay. It's kind of a solid move. Okay, question. Do we push this h pawn? Because this could be an asset or this would just be a weakness, right? So do we keep it on h5 or do we push it to h4?
भाई जो भी करना है भाई फटाफट करो क्योंकि अभी ज्यादा फर्क 19-20 का फर्क है हर मूव में. तो it's more important to gain some time, get yourself above
Bhai,
1 minute and then think.
second भी BC पर बचे हैं Gukesh के पास. Let's go quickly. Check it.
By the way, chat, you will not believe it. -5 eval से Bibisara blundered and they ended in a draw. -5 से एक चाल में. It's a draw. It's ended already. खत्म.
तो एक और Armageddon incoming.
Yes. भाई प्रग भाई
Magnus is still slightly pushing, although looks like a fortress. And now bhai, very difficult move for Guki to play king g8 here.
Okay, h4 खेल दो यार.
Tough.
And no, I mean, it's easy if you think about it. Like knight e6 you cannot play because there is g6 and the pawn is getting pinned. Okay, he goes knight g6 instead. Arre bhai, that was not a good
f5
development.
was completely even. f5 was equal already if white had played it.
Abhi bhi equal hai bhai.
Abhi he has to find queen a1. Why? That is impossible. White better
He's
now.
going with his
A1.
knight. Bhai, knight
Queen
h4
a1
क्या
bishop
चाल है?
d5 is draw bhai.
Bhai,
Bhai,
let's come to the live board, please. Knight h4, f5 played.
Bhai,
f6 check
better here.
incoming.
थोड़ा
भाई
डर लग रहा है
checkmate ना हो
भाई.
जाए गुकेश पे.
Actually,
भाई कौन खेल रहा है? Is it Gukesh playing or is it not Gukesh playing? Because I feel f6, king d4, knight e5, f7 pawn मर सकता है यहाँ पे.
100% f6 check king पीछे गया. रुके से और रुके भी आ रहा है मेरा. How do you stop that?
भाई,
How do you
I
stop
don't know
that?
I don't know who's
He
playing, but जो भी खेल रहा है हमारे दिल से खेल रहा है भाई.
भाई
रुके
played.
मरने वाले हैं
He
भाई. भाई, it's
Guki.
Yes, 20s. Bhai, only 2 moves for Guki. Otherwise, he's lost. Queen that was the best move. King d4 is now a blunder.
भाई knight f5 खेलना ना.
King
I'm guessing
d4.
that's the
King
move, right?
d4.
Knight,
Come on,
King
king
d4 में knight
d4.
f3 check. Because queen f3 covers a square.
Wesley, come on, king d4.
Rook 8 is mate by Rook 8 is mate. He will have to block the bishop if king anywhere else. I think d2, for example. I think knight f5, right? You have to play or something else. Come on.
Why not king
My
f4?
nerves.
King f4. I don't know. Queen g4 maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, queen g4, queen
Yeah,
g5.
and you just lose g5 essentially.
If I
34 seconds.
Party.
30 seconds for Wesley. I think
By
all
the
three
Firuza-
results possible.
Firuza has defeated Prag, by the way. It's official.
Wow. He is going to be the tournament leader. Confirmed.
King d2 के तरफ जा रहा है. ऐसा लग रहा है. 20 seconds.
Blunder!
Why knight f3? Arey! Knight f3 was winning!
भाई यार क्या आ गए भाई.
Knight f3!
भाई साहब.
Okay, it's tough. It's tough. भाई हार ना जाए बस. This is totally a position you could lose as black. Wait.
Okay, नहीं अब तो नहीं हारोगे आप क्योंकि क्वीन जी4 क्वीन जी5 क्वीन एफ6 एट बेस्ट इट्स अ ड्रॉ.
But you're not gonna win this one, no,
But
anymore.
but Gukesh can still play. But it's a dead draw. भाई ये सेम पोजीशन में विदाउट द बिशप कह रहा था ड्रॉ है. विद द
भाई
बिशप
मुझे
तो ऑफ
याद है
कोर्स ड्रॉ होगा
suddenly.
ना.
I had this exact position against GS Stanley, I think, in some tournament, and मैंने black से draw पूछ लिया था. He accepted instantly. मुझे याद आ रहा है from Goa GM, I think 2018. Very similar. Wait, he didn't take the pawn, yeah? अच्छा, he's repeating now.
रिपीट कर रहा है क्या गुकेश?
हाँ, किंग E3 पे क्वीन G1 चेक है, so that's why probably.
भाई उसमें नाइट F2 है ना.
Oh yeah, he can
And
go
queen
king.
G5 check. Yeah, I can say same thing, I guess. Wait, why is Wesley thinking? Does he think he can play for a win? Is
Of
that
course
why?
he can.
Why? Wesley rejected
Exactly.
the draw.
भाई Wesley OP भाई. What a player.
मैं गुकेश थोड़ा पैनिक तो रहा हूँ अंदर से यार, because Wesley rejecting draw already puts a lot of pressure on you कि भाई wait, I am the one defending.
ये
You
कब
see,
हुआ?
he's still thinking. You see that transition in his mind कि भाई wait, I have to be the one, who has to be careful.
भाई फिर से 150 moves होंगे यहाँ पे 100%. You know this because it's rook bishop knight versus queen and black has an extra pawn and that pawn is the reason why he cannot claim that 50 move wala rule. This is
Okay,
a
simple
tough end
question.
game.
Is it possible for Gukesh to win this?
No. It's
दिल तोड़
possible
दिया
for only Wesley to win this because you have more minor pieces.
Sahaj by breaking hearts since the last 2 months.
By at best scenario, you can promote this pawn. I will gladly capture it. And then rook and knight versus queen is a draw. Like a very well-known theoretical draw. So there is no chance Gukesh can win this.
Okay, pawn तो ले लिया at least. चलो mate नहीं होगी अब. भाई white is better.
भाई चैट में जो लोग कह रहे हैं ड्रॉ है भाई ड्रॉ नहीं है ये. It's very far from it yet. Bishop
I hope
f3.
Wesley अपनी bishop knight की mate करी है. I hope he remembers that, yeah. Because that's the only way you're gonna win this actually, I think.
नेक्स्ट टाइम इंटरव्यू में करोगे ना पूछना
True.
उससे भाई रुक एंड नाइट किया था क्या तुमने जब तुम खेल रहे
Bishop
थे
और knight भाई.
गुकेश
Bishop
के
और
साथ.
knight.
Revise.
बिशप और नाइट
Last
सॉरी.
revise कभी किया था.
मैं आपको idea
लास्ट
नहीं है
रिवाइज कब
उसने.
किया था?
राकेश भाई याद है वेस्ली ने क्या बोला था about one of the questions we asked?
Exactly.
वो वेस्ली खुला बोलता है भाई, कोई स्ट्रेस नहीं है वेस्ली को लाइफ में.
भाई I think कल वाला end game was difficult than this one for Gukesh. Thoughts?
हाँ, agreed. But it was also like he was never winning. यहाँ पे he was winning though. Like to be
Yeah.
in situation is not like
Oh wait, that
satisfying,
was a
to be
mistake
honest.
भाई, that was a mistake. क्वीन
By
को
whom?
g3 पे रखना चाहिए था. Then you could have pushed the pawn. Now the h4 pawn is gonna go.
अरे यार. भाई he's panicking
Why is
actually.
getting tested? Yeah, he's getting tested literally in like faster formats again and again. This is great for Gukesh, I think.
भाई
With each
Queen
time, I think
F6.
he's gonna become stronger, like in fast chess.
Queen F6, Knight H5, खत्म. So be careful. He Queen E3 looks tempting. Oh wow, Queen D4 he plays. Thank God for the F7 pawn.
Exactly, golden pawn, saving your queen right now.
At which move? I don't think there was a particular move. It's just been off and on because time pressure है. Basically, you need to give this check on G3 check. Gukesh, Queen G3 check they pie somehow. Maybe there's a chance. But White ने fortress बना लिया. He's not moving anything. Knight G1 maybe.
Technically, I don't think White needs to put up. Oh wait,
H3?
that's a mistake.
H3?
Arey bhai, he missed queen e5 check. H3, king g3, queen e5 check is there. He missed it. He missed
Gukesh
it.
spots it.
Let's go. Equal तो हो गया. At least equal हो गया अब. If not better.
Oh, bhai, that was a big blunder from Wesley, 100%.
Bye.
Why does Gukesh win this now?
No. It's still a theoretical draw unless you can sack the queen for the rook and the knight. There is a possibility for it, but very
Bhai, what a
unlikely.
game. Come on, Guki. 4 seconds? No. 14 है time है. Don't go back by the...
जीत गया तो फिर मैं ऐसा quote, there are no fortresses भाई. उसमें विश्वास रखना है जुकेश को भाई. Keep fighting भाई till the end.
Yeah, chat, in
Like for
this example, if the rook attacks the queen, rook f5 say, then you chop everything and you're winning.
exactly. This is what I was saying कि rook f5 पे queen f5 is there. That's the only way to win. अगर black ने f5 खेल दिया then rook f5 is a draw of course क्योंकि सब मरने के बाद सिर्फ king बचेगा. तो आर्मा इनकमिंग भाई.
नहीं भाई, गुकेश जीत रहा है ये.
एक एक मैगी.
By the
एक
way,
मैगी.
Magnus Wilson
भाई
का भी आर्मा
भाई
आने वाला है.
तुम तो पांच पांच में भी हाँ बोल देते हो. पांच पांच से कर लेते हैं चलो.
But मैगी से याद आया, Magnus Carlsen has drawn this game against
Oh
Vincent
wow,
Keymer and Armageddon होगा वहां chat.
crazy. चलो let's go to Gukesh's game then. वहीं पे तो है भाई. Let's stick there. Wait, rook g4?
King h6.
King g4 खेला उसने. Okay, ठीक है. लगता
भाई
है
गोल्डन
पीछे से.
पॉन टच ही नहीं करने वाला है गुकेश, लग रहा है.
हाँ, I think
उसको
पीछे से
देखा
black
है
को
ना
जाना
उसने.
चाहिए.
He knows the facts. You only push the golden pawn when it's necessary. Otherwise, no.
भाई behind से कुछ अटैक करना पड़ेगा भाई. Queen d1 something something कुछ गलत check
Check भी नहीं है ना
somewhere.
भाई. There's no check.
भाई knight is the best defender of the king. ये है इसका advertisement. And दूसरा advertisement है 50% off on Chesscom membership भाई till tomorrow actually, 28th तक.
लास्ट 3 days chat. गुकेश के बर्थडे पे एंड कर रहे हैं ऑफर.
Okay, I think he's trying some queen h8, queen h5, but queen h5 है नहीं इधर भाई.
हाँ exactly है ही नहीं वो move. Okay, no harm, yeah. He can keep playing for a while. ऐसा कोई चक्कर नहीं. He cannot lose this, I think, chat. That's the good news.
टिकू भाई शुभ शुभ बोलो भाई.
I mean, रिस्क फ्री खेलने में कोई टेंशन नहीं. बस टाइम का ख्याल रखो यहाँ पे.
हाँ, touched. Golden pawn is touched.
So 50 moves now we have, chat, right? We have 50 moves now because f5 पे तो वो मार देगा. So we have exactly 50 moves now. जो 50 moves कल गुकेश defend कर रहा था, now he has to attack in those 50 moves.
Now king f7.
Yeah, king can
Into
come around
centralized.
maybe. Guki is taking this.
And now king e6, I guess. Looks logical. I mean, knight h5 तो नहीं है ना. Basically, just be careful of any kind of ways that the f pawn goes. If the f pawn goes, कोई chance नहीं उधर फिर.
Fair.
Tikku bhai, have you ever tried? Wait, what? Oh, Tikku bhai, have you ever played queen versus rook against an engine?
Wait, Wesley did something. No, what did he do? No, I have not played it against an engine. But I mean, humans are tough enough, Sahel. But Wesley kind of had that reaction. He wasn't happy with something. I don't know. I thought he made a mistake.
He wanted to push the rook up on the e file, and then he played rook f4 basically.
Like, I don't know if this is progress, but my engine suddenly says minus 0.1 instead of 0. Minor progress in life, bye.
Huge if true.
Okay, now it's back to zeros. So, बहुत कम देर चला वही. I don't think Guki is taking this carriage. I mean, I think it's of course objectively draw hai bhai. It's more about can you somehow trick your opponent. Like if Magnus was playing this as black, he would play until the 50th, next 50 moves. You know that. So, and last pawn move was move number 88. So move number 138 पे ये game end होगी very likely.
Unless the rook on f5 gets taken somehow.
I almost thought rook f6, king f6, knight t. वो देखा ही नहीं, queen से ही मर रहा है.
He said rook f6, king f6, knight. भाई knight भी pinned है वैसे. तो किसी भी सिनेरियो में टिक्कू नहीं जीता है.
चेस सीखिए सिर्फ 5 सालों में.
Come on Wesley भाई, मैं ही तेरा खेल दो.
Imagine rook f6 के बाद वो king f6 मारेगा और knight check के बाद opponent मतलब ड्रॉ एग्री कर लेगा, फिर उसके बाद रियलाइज करेगा पिन था यार वो.
अरे तो f5 पे बिठा दिया रुक. Okay, I don't know how you break this now actually.
Yeah, rook f1, rook f5 is simple.
Last pawn should be allowed to move backwards and queen. Wow. वाह प्रियांशु भाई, वो कल जब केमर खेल रहा था तब वो भी कर रहे हो तो। अच्छा नहीं कर पाता एक्चुअली, मे बी डज वर्क फॉर अस। ओके किंग जी6। Okay, this is very, very tough to win. But Chad, okay, even if it's a draw, we do get Armageddon. That's the good news.
Yep.
And
But
ag- as usual, Gukesh की games सबसे last में खत्म होगी. That's never a
of
surprise.
course, but there's an insane reaction from Magnus Carlsen after drawing that winning game, जहां पे वो चेयर
Wow.
के ऊपर खड़े होके सिर लटकाए
What?
हुए 15-20 सेकंड खड़े हैं।
चेयर पे खड़े होके? Are you kidding me?
चेयर पे नहीं, चेयर के ऊपर नहीं, खड़े होके, चेयर पे लीन होके
अच्छा
खड़े हैं।
अच्छा, मैंने कहा चेयर पे चढ़ गया मैग्नस, मैंने
नहीं
कहा भाई
नहीं
टेबल पे
नहीं,
नहीं थे,
स्कूल
Wow.
थोड़ी
चेयर
है,
चेयर
स्कूल
स्टैंडिंग।
थोड़ी है। नहीं नहीं नहीं, बट इट्स मतलब टिको पे आपको मजा आएगा, इनसेन रिएक्शन।
ओ
अरे
वाओ, देखना पड़ेगा
क्वीन
भाई तो।
C4. I'm trying to figure. He's just
हाँ
asking him to go rook f5. भाई आएगा क्या? Promise I'm not gonna take.
अच्छा, वो चेयर को
आएगा।
पकड़ के खड़े हैं।
आएगा भाई तो लगा बेट 5 मैगी
आएगा।
आएगा
वेरी फास्ट।
10 साल बाद यही अपोनेंट्स के बीच में गेम देखेंगे।
हाँ तो फिर और तुम रोगे मैं हंसूंगा
भाई क्या कैरेक्टर था यार वो, वी शुड डू दैट कैरेक्टर ऑन स्ट्रीम भाई, क्रेजी।
हाँ,
भाई
भाई
बट क्या
यहाँ पे भी कुछ,
टूर्नामेंट है यार नॉर्वे चेस भाई। हर दिन कुछ ना 100 चीजें होती है रोज।
भाई यहाँ पे भी कोई रुक विसर्जन हो जाता अगर मजे आते यार, दे दो यार रुक वेस्ली भाई। कम ऑन
नहीं यार
वेस्ली भाई।
भाई, ऐसे
कुड
कुछ कुछ है ही नहीं यहाँ पे, मतलब आप
रुक एफ5,
टिको में
कम
आप भी
ऑन।
ड्रॉ कर लोगे।
कोई पूछ रहा है कुड प्राइम मैग्नस वुड हैव won it? No भाई, no no, I don't think so. This is like a very simple, I mean, if your opponent blunders then yes of course, but technique के through I don't think it's possible to win. It's too simple.
शाउट आउट टू एलीट मेंबर रेफरेंस, बिल्कुल बढ़िया था सहज भाई।
किंग पीछे भागना पड़ेगा
Thank you, thank
यार।
you.
बाय द वे, डिड यू फिगर आउट कि वो मैंगो की चीज खाने के लिए है कि नहीं है, या फिर जस्ट फॉर प्रमोशन?
प्रमोशन है।
वी स्टिल डोंट नो।
टिक्कू भाई का नॉर्वे ट्रिप इसी पे ही डिपेंडेंट है, तो आप थोड़ा ढंग से चेक करना प्लीज राकेश भाई।
नॉर्वे ट्रिप?
टिको भाई आ रहे हैं, यूरोप आ रहे हो?
हाँ हाँ।
व्हाट?
बढ़िया बढ़िया, आ जाओ।
भाई तेल के दाम बहुत ज्यादा है भाई, अभी नॉर्वे नहीं आ सकते हम लोग। ऑल्सो ऐसे भी इंडिया नॉर्वे रिलेशंस आर नॉट एट देयर
Wait,
पीक।
isn't the pawn on f6 falling now? Knight h5 is going, no? Knight h5 में pawn बढ़ रहा था ना? f5 king g5?
हाँ
हाँ
आई
मर रहा
थिंक
था।
हैंगिंग था, यस यू आर राइट।
यार बट
हम्म।
इज सो सैड फॉर वेस्ली इन दैट सेंस। अब ये सेम पोजीशन थी बिशप के साथ, सेम पोजीशन
या बट ओके, आई मीन it's part and parcel of the game at the end. Draw is the
Of
fair
course,
result,
yes.
I think. I think it's a fair result considering what happened in the entire game, I think.
थिंक या ऑलमोस्ट 20 मोर मूव्स टू गो। गुकेश कल का बदला ले रहा है मेरे को।
भाई आज भी ओपन सेक्शन में सिर्फ एक ही, एक्चुअली पूरे सेक्शन में एक ही क्लासिकल विन है और वो फिरोजा ही है फिर से। तो टेक्निकली
Wow.
अगर फिरोजा कल और परसों ब्रेक ले ले उसके बाद भी लोग 6 पॉइंट कैसे करेंगे?
भाई वो कल परसों जीत जाए टूर्नामेंट ही खत्म हो जाएगा ब्रेक।
हाँ लिटरली।
तो इट्स लाइक
भाई कार्लसन उठ के गया, फिर से आके चेयर पे बैठा, आर्मागेडन की तैयारी नहीं कर रहा है। he can't believe how he has lost, like drawn that game.
वाओ।
देखो भाई आपके तो
वाह
मजे, मतलब एडिटर्स विल बी स्माइलिंग राइट नाउ।
They are only smiling, and yeah, Carlsen, I think, will not be happy, I think, because +6 tha bhai, Val. +6, man. That's crazy.
अच्छे भाई सब प्रोग्रेस नहीं किंग आ बट अभी किंग D4 जाने की कोशिश इफ वेस्ली चेक
Rook F5 check पे लेकिन वापस जाना पड़ेगा ना.
नहीं अभी आगे आ सकता है दैट्स द प्लान
हाँ, आया.
एग्जैक्टली
आगे आया भाई.
मैं सोच रहा था रुक F4 चेक, क्वीन F4 एंड नाइट E2, बट उसमें 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 उल्टा हो जाएगा भाई. वो नहीं करना
करेक्ट
चाहिए.
वेस्ली भी ऊपर से मूव्स देख रहा है भाई. इज काउंटिंग द
आज
मूव्स.
वेस्ली रॉन्ग क्लेम करेगा मुझे लग
भाई
भाई
बट इसमें
क्लॉक का
क्लेम
बज रहा
करने
है.
की जरूरत ही क्या है? क्वीन पॉन वर्सेस क्वीन में तो हमेशा एक डेंजर है ना कि आप हार सकते हो. इसमें थोड़ी ना हार सकते हो आप.
हाँ, बट यू डोंट वांट टू डिफेंड, नो, लाइक यू डोंट वांट टू मिस आउट ऑन अ क्लेम, लाइक यू लाइक ओके, जब मिल जाएगा तब ले लो. लाइक इट्स
I mean, just rook F1, rook F5 is just, or rook F2 is just so simple. I think गुकेश ही ऑफर कर देगा कुछ टाइम में. I think.
या ही
भाई
ऑफर्स अ ड्रॉ. या
सहज भाई ओपी भाई
Told you
टाइमिंग थी भाई.
at that
क्या
exact
टाइमिंग.
moment. But yep, that means another Armageddon incoming between Wesley and Gukesh and Tiku bhai, Rakesh bhai. Who is a clear favorite? Pick a name.
मैन मैग्नस एंड गुकेश जीतेंगे भाई आज. दोनों देखना भाई, दोनों जीतेंगे भाई.
भाई फेवरेट बोलते ही
ऑब्वियस
मैग्नस
चॉइस.
का नाम. फेवरेट मैंने मैग्नस नहीं पूछा था. फेवरेट बोलते ही मैग्नस की याद आ गई. हाँ?
भाई मैग्नस का वो रिएक्शन देख के, आई डोंट नो इफ वी कैन शो इट ऑन स्ट्रीम समय भाई एक बार, बिकॉज वी विल हैव अ कपल ऑफ मिनट्स टिल द गेम्स बिगिन. कैन वी शो इट ऑन स्ट्रीम? So chat, 3 tiebreaks remaining. Zujiner against Bibisara, Magnus against Keymer, and Gukesh against Wesley. So if we can show that reaction, especially जब वो कुर्सी पे बैठे हुए हैं last में, like it's kind of it's थोड़ा सा emotional to see. So we'll love to show it. And Gukesh, by the way, adjusting the piece at the end. Very nice.
I think, yeah, I agree. Gukesh and Carlsen winning their respective Armageddons. भाई
Oh, he's
कार्लसन देखो
still
ना
sitting.
अकेला बैठा है और 10 मिनट है आर्मागेडन को मैग्नस के
Can we go full screen? Yes. Oh, wow. Oh, he's not happy. Yeah, he's not happy at all. Why that? That is actually crazy to see Magnus like this, nahin?
अच्छी
Just
बात
sitting there.
बट सर में आपको याद है सर मैग्नस का डाउनफॉल कब से चालू है
क्या?
मैग्नस का डाउनफॉल कब से चालू हुआ है
चालू हो गया कब से?
अच्छा नहीं नहीं अभी तक हुआ नहीं है ना स्टिल गॉट इट
ऑफ कोर्स नहीं भाई, अभी तक तो नहीं हुआ भाई. आई डोंट थिंक होगा भाई डाउनफॉल.
भाई कभी ना कभी तो होगा ना maybe 10
We'll
5
see.
years later
We'll see bhai, we'll see. I mean, technically Gary never had a downfall, no? Because Gary retired like at his peak.
smart
So, I mean, same could be said for Magnus as well. Like, but
I look
और
at
if he
him यार he
plays,
looks sad
मैग्नस का स्टाइल भी ऐसा है ना कि आप 60 साल की उम्र में भी वो कर सकते हो.
हाँ
Maybe not like
positional
at that level, but you can definitely get a lot of good points through that. Why? I'll just BRB.
Man, this is, I don't know, like he's looking at the games. I think, by the way, Zujina Visara game has started. So I think that's what Magnus is also watching. So that's what we should also watch maybe until the Magnus game itself begins. But Rakesh bhai, matlab, kya hi, like it's
नजारे
hard to see Magnus not convert winning games. Yeah, it's super rare.
very rare extremely भाई ऐसा मतलब and okay we have seen him like table banging था पिछले साल इस साल मैग्नस बोल रहा है कुछ अग्रेसिव नहीं करूंगा एकदम शांति से बैठा हुआ है मैं अभी अपने लॉस के अपने ड्रॉ के बाद
Wow. And chat, by the way, we have Zujina and Vibisara playing. So these guys drew a tipsy-turvy game. Zujina was completely winning throughout. End में गलती करी, and then Vibisara was completely winning. And then she blundered in one move, and the game ended in a repetition. So, And of course, we know Bibisara is being helped by Sindarov right now. Let's see how this game turns out. Right now, Zuzhina seems to have an advantage. She chops off a pawn, and that's a mistake, yeah?
It's a mistake. And we see the 3-time Women's World Blitz champion, Bibisara, क्या वो advantage ले सकती है?
Hi, Rook a6 is just trapping the bishop actually. Rook a6, Queen e3, c5, and bye-bye bishop. Oh, what?
She goes the other way.
Wow.
And okay, Zoo is just a pawn up.
Wow. And chat, let's not forget, Abhi games, though crazy tie breaks are pending. First, it is Magnus Carlsen versus Vincent Keymer. And next we have Wesley versus Gukesh Damaraju. So 2 tiebreaker games also remaining after this one. And
Zoo Jenner is already better. This is a sign of worry. क्योंकि वो क्लासिकल में बेटर थी भाई. Okay, 95.
Can we for 10 seconds go to Magnus Cam? Is he still sitting? Just curious actually. Wow, he's still sitting.
Aye, abhi tak yaar. He's distraught.
Wow.
Yeah, he's checking that game. Bibisara.
He had like a funny quote, by the way. I think like a cow that's ashamed of its body. This game is just an utter embarrassment. That's what Magnus said. That's actually very funny. Coming back to the game.
It just is so much evidence, man. Chess is a young man's game, yeah? I mean, if you don't... do you think, by the way, like Magnus is maybe not preparing as much as he used to? Like, it would make sense, right? Like, he's not working as hard on his chess as he used to, let's say, 3 years back.
100%. Bhai.
And
he was not married 3 years ago. You would know, like, kaise life badalti hai.
No, for sure. And he also walked away from the world championship. So of course, like he's gradually stepping away. He's decided not to play classical chess that much. And even though he did win Tape Sigmund, he might still win this event as well. But like for him, this must be kind of a hard realization. Ki bhai, you know, I'm not invincible. Like, I can make mistakes. Like it's not about the result. Like he might still make less mistakes than his opponent, but he's making mistakes which he would never make earlier. Like he would convert these games flawlessly, but now he's messing up sometimes.
Correct. Oh, bhai, queen. Yeah, she has to sacrifice. The queen was trapped.
Okay. Bhai, the best. Queen G2 makes sense here.
Okay, G3. Oh, by the way, some trades have happened. Knight F4.
Only move.
भाई ये तो बिबिसारा जीत जाएगी.
क्या बात
takes rook e7, rook e5, rook g5. That's how.
But team move है ना. There might be some bishop c. नहीं, bishop तो नहीं.
I think there's bishop d8, which I have to be careful about.
हाँ, yes. Bishop. हाँ.
And important to note, chat, Bibisara is in the lead after 2 rounds with 4 points. और आधा मिल सकता है if she draws this game or wins this game. Divya is in second place with 3 points. So if you're a Divya fan, you're kind of rooting for Zujiner so that Bibisara doesn't run away with it.
तो Queen G2 वापस में तो repetition हो जाएगा. Queen G4 I guess is her only chance.
The crazy thing is that we had 5 tie breaks today, yeah?
भाई सही में एक पॉइंट पे लग रहा था एक ही टाई ब्रेक होगा, बट उल्टा हो गया.
फिरोजा कितना आ गया सबसे actually? Like even if like the best results happen, it clearly 2 points above, yeah, 3 points above.
By fortune favors the brave. He showed up for the event in this condition. He's playing good chess. He's focused. He's putting in effort, and God is rewarding him with some luck, some good opportunities. Basically,
by just putting it out there, if Gukesh is the only one behind Ali Reza right now, and if Gukesh wins the Armageddon, he will be on 3 points, which is half the point of that Ali Reza has. तो candidates वाली story हो गई है तो.
Yep.
Rook d3. Okay, so she denies the draw offer. But now the follow-up is kind of difficult because Bibisara wants to play rook e7, but there's bishop d8. Wait, did she miss bishop d8?
Missed it.
She didn't
Missed
even
it.
miss bishop
Blunder
d8.
town.
You see, she just shook
Huh.
her head.
Yeah.
That's a
And the
full rook.
three-time women's world champion has blundered. And says why this looks like it's GG's now.
Bhai, the crazy part is she's a full rook down, but still it's +1. How?
Chess is beautiful in that way.
Beautiful.
Bhai, but without the rook on a8, I don't see how you can be okay here. So you need the rook on a8 somewhere.
Why only moves? What?
What?
Blue,
For white,
blue
by the
arrow?
way, not for black.
Woi, to. That's the crazy part. By the way, in chat, get ready, chat, फटाफट. 2 minutes में Magnus Carlsen का Armageddon चालू हो रहा है. In 1 minute now, 60 seconds to go.
अच्छा मैं लूडो खेलता हूँ
done.
भाई, इतना मुश्किल है भाई ये चेस खेलना भाई मतलब भाई
भाई लूडो खेलना भी मुश्किल ही है भाई. If you play it
वही
like
भाई.
with my family, it's very difficult भाई.
भाई I can blame it on luck ना, चेस में I can't blame it on luck.
भाई
छह आया नहीं तो भाई
आप कभी
एटलीस्ट
घर
12 तो
आओ,
है ना.
आपको और चीजें भी दिखाएंगे जहाँ पे आप ब्लेम कर सकते हो. It's very
भाई
tough, भाई, very competitive.
but I mean how is this like only +1.7? वो भी अगर e5 निकाला तो I just don't see it. Like what's even the plan?
She's
It's
mistakes
equal
use the
now.
rook.
What?
It's equal now.
I think इसका एक्सप्लेनेशन है मेरे पास. I think this makes a lot of sense. I think एक black rook invisible है.
वो
That
hidden
to me
piece
makes
है.
some sense. हाँ वो black
Why
better है
she's
because black
lost
has an extra
now?
rook.
She's
नहीं
close
जो
to
रुक
losing.
जो व्हाइट का जो एक्स्ट्रा रुक है वो स्पाई है. वो हमजा है.
Yes.
Exactly.
That makes sense. That actually I can get behind. That makes sense.
She is not a full rook down, she is an exchange down. भाई काउंटिंग करो चेस बोर्ड पे. इट्स अ फुल रुक डाउन. जब एक्सचेंज मरा था उससे पहले वो पीस डाउन थी.
भाई मैग्नस का गेम चालू हो गया. Let's quickly jump there.
भाई but like
भाई
it's such a
मैग्नस है यार.
it's a crazy
Can we have
game
both?
भाई.
Can we have both? Can we have both? Because it's
भाई
possible,
बिना
right? To
रुक
have
के वो
both.
खेल रही है.
हाँ but मैग्नस है भाई वो.
Let's
So
have both. Let's
should
have
I
both.
switch or both or no?
I think
Both.
let's switch. Meanwhile, let's get both the boards also. I think that's the best.
Okay. Here it is. Maggie incoming. Knight. Oh, by the way, B3 gela, by the way. Magnus on the first move.
Why I'm telling you, if Magnus loses this, like we're gonna see some reaction from Magnus. Very likely because what Rakesh bhai, the video I think we saw of Magnus sitting there and kind of hugging his chair literally. Chat, I'm not kidding. He was literally hugging his chair for like around 10-15 seconds. So
Correct.
it feels like this was not an easy draw for him to handle.
Oh, for sure, bhai. That was, I mean, matlab, never seen him like that. वो ऐसा ना कि first in our bloodline to see things. ऐसा अपन बोल सकते हैं कि Magnus Carlsen leaning on his chair.
By the way, Zoo Junior, just letting everyone know while the thing is being set up, she's a bit better now. Knight b5, knight c7, check a threat.
Mistake.
Bhai. Okay, knight
If you're Vincent, you got to go fast, right? Because
let's
he
go.
starts off
Let's
with
go, Samay bhai. Thank you so much.
बढ़िया.
मजा आया भाई.
Chat समय भाई OP हो जाए.
बट लेकिन वो जो जू जनर और जो बिबिसारा का बोर्ड है भाई वो सेम है. आई थिंक सेम बोर्ड है.
वो you have to change भाई. You have to change basically. You have to go to I think.
I should go to Bibisara. Yeah,
yes.
there it is.
Perfect.
Yeah,
perfect.
Ooh, knight g5 only move for white, but it's winning. Come on. भाई 2 मिनट है दोनों के पास. चैट राकेश भाई क्या लग रहा भाई ब्लंडर भाई चल क्या व्हाट
Bibisara is winning this for sure.
Wow.
She's a women's world blitz champion.
रुको
Three
रुको
times.
भाई रुको, पिक्चर अभी बाकी है भाई, रुको रुको
Right.
अभी.
Michael in the chat is saying, "Come on, Keymer in the other game." So can we see two underdogs, slightly underdogs, win in the Armageddon?
In this match, do you think Bibisara is an underdog?
No,
Question,
she's
like
the
just one.
favorite यहाँ पे.
Bye.
But
Oh, blunder bhai, another mistake. And now Zujiner is better again.
oh my god.
She does find the best move queen g4 though. अब h5 h4 h3 आ रहा है. And also like some taking on e4 and then queen g3 also is an option. White का
And
attacking plan clear नहीं है भाई. There is no attack. There is no weakness for white to attack basically.
correct. And Zhu Jinan has been winning like since 4 hours ago. एकदम शुरू से she was winning, but hasn't been able to finish it off.
Chat stream like करो भाई लोग. Tie break पे tie break है. Let me point out. First of all, we have of course Zujindra का वो rook down endgame. Then we have Magnus. Then we have Gukesh का tie break incoming very soon. This is going to be an exciting next 15-20 minutes, maybe even half an hour. बहुत मजा आने वाला है भाई.
My question for you, Magnus versus Vincent में, who do you think is gonna win the Armageddon?
ये
Wait,
बाघ
what?
ने छलांग क्यों मार ली भाई?
वो
हाँ कुछ
थोड़ा
ट्रांसमिशन एरर था. My bad.
glitch था यार.
हाँ.
So, what do you think? Who wins the Armageddon?
Vincent for me.
Vincent, yeah. I'm also
After
getting that
looking
feeling,
at
to be honest.
Maggie का reaction देख के ना, he's not himself. ऐसा ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है.
हाँ, I also agree, but I think I'm still thinking Magnus somehow squeezes through, yeah, like कुछ ना कुछ करके.
By
वो
King
King
F1
F1
only move.
no way Zujin is finding that.
भाई.
Told ya. Wow. टिकू भाई
And अब
finally
Queen
exact
D2 वापस लाना है भाई. You have to bring the queen back to D2 only move, otherwise you're lost.
Is that a draw? Queen D2 rook A2 with H6.
नहीं, Queen D2 के बाद Bishop D4 black खेलेगी उसके बाद.
Oh no.
भाई
Hey, let's
क्या
go full
contrast
screen
है.
because Zhu Jinner has just 30 seconds. बोलो
भाई
बोलो क्या contrast?
लेफ्ट साइड पे भाई ऐसे वो खेल रहे हैं मैन्यूवरिंग. यू नो व्हाट, आई शुड गेन सम स्पेस. राइट साइड पे मतलब खुद समझ नहीं आ रहा है भाई चल क्या रहा है. 1
भाई
मिनट है
भाई
भाई
नहीं
उसके
समय
पास.
भाई.
20
Let's go full
seconds.
screen. 20 seconds for Zhu Jinner.
Oh, blunder.
And a blunder.
Big blunder. Bishop D4 is over now.
भाई क्वीन
Bishop-
ट्रैप है.
Bishop
Queen
F4 is
trap
queen
है.
trap. Just attack the queen.
No. Oh, another Bishop F4. Queen is trapped.
भाई क्वीन ट्रैप हो रही है. Trap the queen.
Trap the queen.
Bhai,
Tara,
Bishop F4.
come
Come
on.
on, you have 55
Bye.
seconds. Find Bishop
Tara.
F4.
Oh my, she did see
Why
it.
she
Bhai.
has not seen it? She has
Bhai,
not seen
Bishop-
that a queen is hanging.
Bishop D4 is so tempting. You missed Bishop F4, but the queen on H6 has no squares.
Bhai,
Bishop
Bishop D4. What?
What? But even a draw
Rook
helps
के
her.
बाद फिर.
Yeah, but
Wait,
a
what?
draw is equal to a win for Bibisara, so it makes sense.
Why
ये
is
तो
again
हार
losing?
गई.
She had to take rook takes D4. She had to take. Now it's lost and resigns. Wow.
Wow.
Bibisara wins.
Why?
What
Three
a win.
blunders in a row for Zujiner, yeah? 3 blunders. Like, first, second, and third. Like, 3 blunders in a row she had. Like, wow. That time pressure can get to
Bhai.
anyone, bhai.
Magnus game running still.
Yeah.
Let's quickly rush. And seems like his C4 पे pawn है, strong है, कमजोर है, पता नहीं कौन सी vitamin B12 की deficiency है इसको. I have no idea, but doesn't feel like a position जीतना आसान रहेगा Magnus के लिए. The clock is the only hope, I feel.
For sure, भाई.
नहीं भाई, मैग्नस है ना, तो पोजीशन में भी होप तो है. यहाँ पे वो ग्राइंड करेगा अभी कुछ टाइम में. You'll see. 3G3 आराम आराम से. अब अभी
Yeah.
समझ नहीं आएगा G3. Just wait 10 moves, you will understand.
चलो move number
देखो अभी
23
F4
है.
खेलेगा, फिर H4 खेलेगा, आराम आराम से पुश करेगा वो.
भाई पहले मैग्नस ने टेबल बैंग किया, उसने चेयर को हक किया. It's like apologizing to the chair. Sorry भाई, तेरे टेबल को मैंने कुछ यार थोड़ा हर्ट कर दिया था. आज मेरे को हर्ट फील हो रहा है खुद. So now I know how you felt.
इससे ना एक क्वेश्चन है कि कौन ऐसा चैट, which player has apologized once to the clock?
Oh. If you know, and Best part is if you follow Chesscom India on social media, you will know.
Yes, you will know. If you follow Chesscom India, you will know the answer to this question. कौन सा player है जिसने chess clock को sorry बोला हुआ पहले?
And it is Divya, you are right, chat. And कई लोग Magnus
Yes.
कह रहे हैं, Magnus ने pieces को कहा था, not the clock.
हाँ.
Correct.
So question
And
was
टिकू भाई,
very
I
clear.
think that's a great idea जो आपने बोला. टेबल बैंग किया, चेयर को हक किया. And in one of the world rapid blitz, वो पेन काफी बार फेंका है. तो इट्स लाइक सारे
हाँ.
चेस बोर्ड पे जो चीजें हैं, सभी के साथ कुछ ना कुछ किया है मैग्ना.
By the way, बिल्कुल Rakesh bhai, and look at this bishop f3 is the only move for white or black is already better.
Yeah, bishop
he
e4 is the
plays it.
problem, yeah.
Who plays it?
Bishop e4 था problem. ये रुक के लिए थोड़ा uncomfortable था. And now
2.5
black has to take early
minutes.
move.
Please जल्दी खत्म करो because Gukesh's Armageddon starting in 120 seconds chat. फटाफट आ जाओ. 2 minutes में we will have 2 juicy Armageddons.
You know, on one side, you want Magnus to not feel sad and you want him to win. But also, I want to see like what happens if Magnus loses 2 game matches in a row. How does he come back? Does he maybe take chess more seriously? Like, do we see a Magnus come
He
back?
will
I
just
don't
be
know.
winning.
Like,
Oh, c3 was a mistake. By d3 is winning for Magnus now. Big miss by Vincent.
And if Magnus
wow.
doesn't find D3, you know his form. Oh,
Yeah.
अरे निकाल दिया भाई, निकाल दिया भाई.
निकाल दिया.
अब knight d4 looks so strong. 96 threat and then 92. Yeah, गया प्यादा.
Yeah, gaya pawn. Okay, Magnus wins this. Yeah.
Even better by knight c6 से cutting off the rook on c8.
भाई कुछ ये knight exchange तक देखे कुछ b5 b4 हो पाता तो मजे आ पाते, या कुछ knight b5 करके, बट कुछ भी नहीं है एक्चुअली.
मैग्नस भी लाइक भाई गुकेश का आर्मागेडन एक्सक्लूसिव देखना, ये गेम तो खत्म है.
And now g4, do not give the rooks any open files. अगर आप rook c3 अभी मारते हो तो pawn takes, rook h8, rook h1, कुछ counter play आ सकता है. तो why give your opponent any open files? Let's just take the pawn now. Or you can also play f5 also. Both of them are fine.
हाँ. Just keep
Oh,
everything
by the
close.
way, if we have a quick 30-second look at Gukesh's game that has started, Sahaj bhai, you will have a smile on your face.
Arre, let's go. No, let's go. Chad, actually, I'm writing a course on this opening. Actually, a lot of the courses are courses based off of Gukesh's games, yeah. Just जो knight f3 g3 खेलता है, slightly different, but yeah, kind of the same principle.
So,
but मजा आएगा भाई ये game
does
देखने में.
this
Let's go back to Magnus.
opening, इसका नाम है opening का कोई?
Konstantinopolski, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Konstantinopolski.
It's actually named after David Bronstein's coach. David Bronstein actually played this opening once in interzonals in 1970s. कोर्स के लिए पता है मुझे, नहीं तो वैसे नहीं पता था मुझे. जस्ट कोर्स कर रहा हूँ इसलिए पता है.
Subtle flex.
Yeah. By the way,
Oh, 97 game over.
अच्छा, oh. Wow, so Magnus
I
wins.
think
Yeah?
Magnus
He will go
takes
to
this.
1.5 points, I think.
भाई ये तो फ्री पॉन है ना 97. ये भी मर रहा है. किंग e7 पे रुक e7 चेक.
ये शार्प नहीं है ना मैगी, नहीं तो खेल देता. But even if he goes to 1.5, chat, remember he's still 4.5 points behind Ali Reza.
Wow.
By Konstantinopolski is the name. It's a name of I think it was Andrei Konstantinopolski, who was a very famous Soviet coach, pioneer of, by the way, King's Indian defense. Oh, by the way, Knight Jet, wait, what? Did he just blunder the rook?
I think he did. Yeah, he resigns. Wow. Okay, that was kind of a funny finish, but of course, Magnus was completely winning. He gets 1.5 points. So no table banging, but we go to Gukesh's game now. The final game of this round. Let's go, chat. Let's cheer the world champion, the Indian world champion. Hopefully, he can somehow draw this. A draw would be a win for him because he's playing with less time. By time difference, अभी भी 3 minutes ज़्यादा है यार.
For sure. And for everyone joining in now, Gukesh started with 7 minutes. Wesley started with 10 minutes. This is an Armageddon game, meaning that अगर Gukesh draw भी करता है, that is considered as a win. Let's see what happens. Bishop g5, by the way, एक pawn मर रहा है भाई उसमें by force. If you play it right now.
भाई तो
This pawn is
क्यों
hanging.
दिया फिर हमने, क्यों दिया फिर हमने, मतलब
The good
थोड़ा
question भाई. ये शर्मा जी वाला क्वेश्चन था.
यार थोड़ा सा मतलब नहीं देते अगर हम प्यादा फ्री का तो मतलब अच्छा रहता।
अच्छा होता, हाँ. कोई नहीं, नेक्स्ट टाइम
अमन
याद
भाई,
रख,
नो
नेक्स्ट
देर
टाइम
इज
मुकेश याद रखेगा ये बात, ठीक है.
कुछ C2 V2 कुछ मर रहा हो शायद, मतलब कहीं कुछ कुछ मतलब शायद इसलिए कुछ, बट नहीं हो रहा
मर
है
रहा है.
कुछ।
अमन भाई पूछ रहे थे, इज देयर अ बिडिंग सिस्टम? नो, इट्स फ्लैट 10 minutes for white and 7 minutes for black, with black having the draw odd.
या ओके, दैट्स अ मिस्टेक.
Yeah, bishop takes f6 now, very much possible. Someone saying it's correct to say, is it correct to say men rated 2500 are much stronger than women due to the competition they play with? I have never seen so many blunders in a men's 2500 rated games. Bhai, go to my chess.com profile right now. I am 2500 and I promise you I will find a game which has more blunders for sure. And I don't think it's about men or women. I think it's more the pressure of playing an event like this, playing OTB, and playing an Armageddon match after 5 hours of classical chess. भाई वो भी humans हैं, उनसे भी गलतियां होती हैं, वो भी थक जाते हैं. तो many other
एंड
factors here besides that.
somebody just told in the chat itself कि Arjun missed a mate in two today in Title Tuesday. So just gonna put that
Yeah.
out there कि भाई
भाई
pressure is real.
क्रैमनिक ने क्लासिकल में मेट इन वन ब्लंडर किया था. वो
वो तो
डीप डीप
समझ में
ब्लू
आ रहा
था.
है ना, लेकिन सहज भाई अब तो समझ में आता है एक्चुअली, लाइक इट हैपेंस, प्रेशर है ना भाई, बहुत प्रेशर है. ही वाज प्लेइंग AI राइट, ही वाज प्लेइंग सम कंप्यूटर आई थिंक,
It's
अंडरस्टैंड.
some deep blue I think he was playing. That Queen H7 mate. क्रैमनिक ने क्लासिकल में मेट इन वन की थी.
विदित ने भी मिस की थी, आई थिंक 2 बारी mid and one in classical chess.
Ah, really? I
Yeah.
have also blundered a mate
अरे
in one. I
भाई
think it was
भाई,
Asian.
big blunder, completely lost for Gukesh after Queen C8. This is
What?
over. Yeah,
No way.
no way chess ही है भाई.
No
And this
way
feels
chess.
like simple pawn up है भाई. With some tactics also working for Gukesh, I think, for Wesley that is.
This is not the end we wanted. This looks GG. Sahaj by any scope for Guki.
No, bhai. Sadly not. Sadly not. I like this rook c5, rook c6, and then ये bishop जो fianchetto में है. Knight e7 check could be so dangerous.
Sniper on G2.
Yep, sniper indeed.
I look at Wesley's accuracy, chat 99.8. And looks like Gukesh might lose his first game in Norway.
Yep, Tata Steel rapid champion for a reason.
Blitz,
India
Blitz
rapid
दिखा.
भाई, India rapid I think.
हाँ, और इंडिया ब्लिट्स.
भाई उसमें मतलब बाहर के लोग भी थे ही.
नहीं मतलब वो इंडिया टूर्नामेंट ही है, नाम का नाम उसका भाई.
हाँ, ओके 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 ओके.
वेस्ली कैमरा में बहुत दिखता है यार.
आप जब भी कुछ फनी बोलते हो ना तभी दिखता है.
आई थिंक मे बी ही वांट्स दैट विनिंग शॉट. याद है उसेन बोल्ट दौड़ते दौड़ते कैमरा में देख रहा था एक बार.
हाँ हाँ. भाई गुकी कब देखेगा यार विनिंग शॉट मार के.
Okay, and this
Three
is
and a half
17
minutes.
moves. Wow. 17 moves, man. And rook c5 aa raha hai with some rook c6 and knight e7 ideas. I mean, this doesn't feel like it's defensible, actually. It should be lost. By the 3 minutes now for Gukesh.
Taking a long time.
Yeah, this is
Also not an
over,
easy
chat.
decision, yeah. One move and it can be just dead loss. I mean, it's already dead loss, but he doesn't know it yet.
Saj bhai, I think we should do something. राकेश भाई एक आपकी गैम्बिट थी, या सहज भाई आपकी गैम्बिट थी, या कोई गैम्बिट कर सकते हैं क्या हम लोग अपनी तरफ से कोशिश?
नहीं नहीं भाई, नहीं नहीं, 5 घंटे बाद गैम्बिट मत कराओ भाई.
भाई कुछ चीजें ना गैम्बिट के उस तरफ होती.
हाँ.
दिस इज कम्प्लीटली मतलब टिको भाई, आप भी पूजा गैम्बिट आपका इन्वेस्ट करोगे इसमें?
ये ना हमेशा मैंने नोट किया टिक्कू के बारे में, जब पोजीशन बहुत खराब होती है ना तब तू अपनी गैम्बिट कर। आई थिंक इसका रीजन ये है कि अगर मेरी गैम्बिट अगर मैं अब करता हूँ फेल होगी, देन टिक्कू की वो जो एवरेज है वो बेटर रहेगी। लाइक आई नो दी स्ट्रेटेजीज टिक्कू।
भाई ये
चलो ठीक है, आप
मतलब,
आप करो पूजा गैम्बिट, आई डू द ईयर गैम्बिट एट द सेम टाइम।
अरे भाई वो लॉजिक ये कि पहले वो आता है ना, फर्स्ट
पूजा
वी हैव
गैम्बिट
द,
नहीं, पूजा गैम्बिट तो लूजिंग पोजीशंस में आता है ना भाई, तो स्पेशलाइज कर रहा है इस पोजीशन
भाई
में।
पूजा गैम्बिट मींस आई हैव टू इन्वॉल्व गॉड भाई, गॉड को ऐसी लॉस्ट पोजीशन के लिए इन्वाइट
गॉड है
इन्वॉल्व
चैट
करेंगे
में,
तो
गॉड गॉड है
गॉड
भाई। गॉड
चैट में बैठा है
हमारा
गॉड।
मॉडरेटर है गॉड।
मैन ओके, बिशप d7 इज अ नाइस मूव,
ओ
बट
नाइस, गुड अटेम्प्ट, बट गैम्बिट का क्या
रुक
हुआ?
c5,
क्या हुआ भाई, गैम्बिट नहीं कर रहे आप टिकू भाई?
भाई आई डोंट नो, विदाउट एयर गैम्बिट इट फील्स
नहीं एयर
इनकम्प्लीट।
गैम्बिट करता हूँ, साथ में करता हूँ भाई, करो।
साथ में कभी किया नहीं हमने यार।
अरे तो पहली बार है ना, फर्स्ट टाइम।
भाई गॉड
न्यू
को ऐसा
ईयर
लगे
न्यू
हम
मी।
कुर्बानी दे रहे हैं किसी
न्यू
चीज
ईयर
की।
न्यू मी।
नहीं नहीं, आई थिंक वी शुड लेट गुकेश बैटल।
भाई दिस इज ओ,
वेस्ली के पास टाइम भी इतना ज्यादा है ना टू लाइक टू
Oh
थिंक
man,
अबाउट एवरीथिंग।
please, please look
Rook
c5.
c5, pinning the knight, knight b4 का threat, knight e7 check का threat, which is actually way more dangerous. Moves
Wait,
रुकी ना, अपना
but
rook
queen,
e1 भी ले आओ भाई, ये भी पिन।
भाई स्क्वायर ही नहीं है, क्वीन के पास स्क्वायर ही नहीं है, ये तो टैक्टिकली खत्म होना चाहिए। f4 एंड,
जब कोई होप नहीं बचती तो उसके बाद मतलब प्रार्थना करनी पड़ती है। लाइक प्रार्थना का सिनोनिम क्या होता है राकेश भाई?
देखो
राकेश भाई ने
प्रार्थना
सुना
ना,
नहीं शायद।
अगर
राकेश भाई
आपने वो मूवी,
प्रार्थना का सिनोनिम क्या होता है, थोड़ा कुछ बताना।
अगर आपने MS धोनी की मूवी
पूजा।
देखी है, सहज
पूजा,
भाई,
ओ या पूजा, एग्जैक्टली पूजा।
इफ इफ यू सीन द MS धोनी मूवी, उनके कोच पूरे टाइम पूजा कर रहे होते हैं फॉर हिज सक्सेस, एंड देन
एंड
वन डे
लुक
ही
एट
इज
हिम,
लाइक छोड़ो
लुक एट हाउ
यार,
सक्सेसफुल ही इज नाउ।
आगे बढ़ते हैं, एंड देन जैसे ही छोड़ा उन्होंने, उसी दिन MS धोनी ने सेंचुरी मारी भाई।
तो अभी तो वही तो मैं कह रहा हूँ कि अब मत छोड़ो ना अभी। सेंचुरी वो कल मारेगा पक्का, पर आज बचाना
आज ही
जरूरी
चाहिए
है।
भाई, आज ही चाहिए भाई। मीनवाइल रूक D8 खेला है, बट फील
I
नहीं आ रही
think
यार।
knight
भाई
tf4 is
चैट इज,
very convenient. I think the point is that the queen is not just pinned; it cannot even move if you play knight
वो
tf4.
बिग
No, no,
स्लाइट
no, not a
मिस्टेक।
mistake, भाई. Actually, a beautiful move from Wesley. Bishop d6 पे rook c6 मर रहा है भाई.
बट
What a tactic
99
actually.
एक्यूरेसी से 96 पे आते हुए वेस्ली से।
Oh, really? Okay, let's see. Oh,
व्हाट,
अरे बाप रे,
वेट, व्हाट इज हैपनिंग चैट?
queen e3 check miss किया उस. Oh भाई, bishop e6, rook c8 takes the rook, no? Did he
या
just blunder?
ही इज बैक, द वर्ल्ड चैंपियन इज बैक।
वेट ही इज विनिंग
व्हाट?
एक्चुअली,
Oh, but he only
ही इज
has
क्लोज
one
टू
minute on the
विनिंग।
clock though.
भाई बहुत
Bullet,
हो गया, एक
basically he's
मिनट।
playing bullet.
भाई पूजा गैम्बिट बोलते ही ईयर गैम्बिट ने बचा लिया।
भाई अगर इमेजिन टिकू भाई, अगर पूजा गैम्बिट कर दी होती आपने, कितना एकदम 1000 ऑरा
नहीं
होता
नहीं
आपका अभी।
नहीं
इसीलिए
नहीं नहीं, आई
थिंक
थिंक,
फॉर दिस रीजन चैट ऑलवेज बिलीव इन योर सेल्फ, ऑलवेज।
नहीं नहीं, द रीजन
चैट क्या
इट
लग रहा
वर्कड
है?
इज बिकॉज हमने किया नहीं भाई। We backed Gukesh to pull it off rather than us, helping. I think that's the true hallmark of a world champion. But अभी भी हुआ नहीं है. He has to find Rook F8. Let's go, Gukesh.
चैट
Pin that
फटाफट
घोड़ा.
पुट योर प्रेडिक्शंस। विल गुकेश बी एबल टू ड्रॉ और विन दिस? यस या नो लिख दो फटाफट।
भाई 46
भाई,
सेकेंड्स ओनली दो।
एंड ही हैज टू मेक 17 मूव्स
भाई
टू गेट
उसके
द
बाद भी क्या,
इंक्रीमेंट।
1 सेकेंड ही तो है।
अरे
और क्वीन C6,
जीत
अरे
गया भाई.
यार।
He got excited. He got excited there. This is game over.
Oh no no no, he missed a tactic. Queen C6, rook C8 पे rook C3 is there. He thought bishop H3, queen C5 मर रहा है. और rook C6, queen F2 also, like both of them work.
No, no,
Wait, what?
no.
King F1 now, no?
King F1. There's no Queen F3. Oh. And Rook E8 पे क्या है?
Rook C3 apparently. Apparently,
Oh.
rook e5 is also working because queen e8 is a check.
अबे यार.
So yeah,
Oh,
this
he
is
resigns. Wow. Gukesh told, he tells him, yeah, something, I think. Rook f8 was the move. Yeah, rook f8 was the move, I think.
And
yep.
Wesley
It was a good
so
fight though.
beats the reigning world champion to win the Armageddon, and he gets his first win of Norway chess.
Wow. That was kind of anticlimactic, to be honest. नहीं थोड़ा सा ऐसे
बहुत ही
like
ज्यादा.
suddenly हो गया, पता ही नहीं लगा कहाँ से गेम खत्म हो गई actually.
सही में भाई, सही में. What a game. Also, pura game like Gukesh, it was so topsy turvy. But yeah, this Armageddon. But okay, Wesley played, I think, a fantastic game from the opening itself. It's like he was in a +1 position after move 10. Yeah, that okay, it
Hmm.
happens.
Yeah, Chad, I think overall, I don't know if it's a decent day for Indian players because Humpy, Divya playing each other. तो वहां से तो 16 number of points आने थे. Then Prag lost in the classical
Yeah.
itself, and Gukesh lost in the tiebreak. So not really a good day, right, for Indian players overall, I think.
Hi, Magnus also winning, so he gets his first win from the event, and he's at 1.5. But I think star of the tournament so far has been Alireza Firuza. 2 wins in classical, 6 पॉइंट पे बैठे हैं, और अगला अपोनेंट सिर्फ 2.5 पे है सहज भाई.
Wow, 2.5 पे यार, not even 3 because Gukesh जीता तो
Exactly.
that was the only player जो 3 पॉइंट पे जाता. Wow. So Ali
Correct.
Reza is now followed by Bibisara, Divya, फिर उसके बाद Wesley,
भाई
basically.
ये क्या है भाई? ये क्या got
No,
ये
I'm just
तीन रन
saying
कौन से हैं?
candidates पे भी हम यही कर रहे थे. Remember when Sendarov was like, we were saying the only person who can catch up to Sendarov was, I think it was Bibisara or someone in the women's section. I think it was who was also kind of running away with it. But yeah, the point is Firuza is just completely acing it, I think, today.
But I think
Absolutely.
Gukesh is in third place, by the way. Believe it or not, he's still in third place. Okay, Chehi played actually, but still, Magnus is in fifth place. And Prag is in last place. Okay, I think it's a tie for between Magnus and Prag for the last place. Standings में वो last दिख रहा है.
But
So कल का
Tiku
game will
bhai,
be crucial, man. हाँ.
exactly, and tomorrow is Firuza versus Gukesh.
Oh, bhai.
भाई अभी से ही पूजा कैंपेन चालू
But
करना
but
पड़ेगा.
but but I will say Firuza had double white in the round 1 and round 2. So
Yeah.
Gukesh के साथ black रहेंगे उसके. So okay, some difference there.
Gukesh getting 2 whites actually. The next 2 games before his 20th birthday, Gukesh plays Firuza, the leader, with white, and then Magnus Carlsen with white. So these 2 games very, very critical, Tiku.
And chat, let's not forget tomorrow it is Prag versus Magnus Carlsen himself. So उनकी rivalry 2022-2023 से चल रही है. And it's going to be a crucial game for Prag. दोनों on the bottom of the standings, 5th or 6th. So जो हारेगा, he's going to be in last place. So बहुत crucial game रहेगी. Of course, Gukesh plays Firuza as well. And then Vincent versus Wesley. And in terms of women's section, it is Divya versus Bibisara tomorrow.
Oh, that's very nice as well. Wow,
First versus
amazing.
second.
So बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट दिन है. आई थिंक कल और परसों असली जादू होने वाला है एक्चुअली टूर्नामेंट में, बिकॉज इंडियन प्लेयर्स आर गोना प्ले मैग्नस, and of course Divya plays Visara, Humpy plays Anna Mudrichuk, the one who replaced Humpy at the candidates. By rivalry ही rivalry है कल.
Exactly.
So chat, that was it. That was day number 2 of Norway chess. I know आज आरसीबी का मैच भी था तो भाई थोड़े बिजी थे लोग, बट कल बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट दिन है. इट इज Prag versus Magnus Carlsen. That will be the star game. Of course, Gukesh come back against the tournament leader Firuza will be very important. So we'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place, same tournament, same players, but even more excitement. So thank you, Sej bhai, thank you Rakesh bhai, thank you Sai bhai, and thank you chat for joining. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care and good night.